是无敌跟魁马这两个英雄，我感觉还是没有可能表现出他的这种操作秀吧。
That is very interesting though. Sheer ends up picking up Rookie of this week rather than Milky Way, which I find very interesting. Because I think that Sheer was fine, but Milky Way still went like 9-3 or something versus BLG. Which is a thing. Right, I need to start having a look on YouTube as well, don't I? I should be doing that. I should be doing things live too. Well, doing some tweets live.
非常稳定啊，而且也在上一周2-0击败了 FunPlus。
对 ，BLG 这3C 都在榜上啊。
Hey Sam, I put us live, so like, you know, we can do whatever really.
现在野核越来越多了。是。
本身它就是 LPL 赛区
I put us live. I'm gonna be on YouTube as
那
well.
同时的话，英雄联盟也为第6周周最佳阵容的选手们助威。3月12号10点起开启赛场
You have to download a plugin and then
限时5折优惠，为期1周，大家千万
I'm gonna brush my teeth as well because you know I should.
武神的贾克斯可以的。
手感很好，也是欢迎大家多多参与
Right,
那其实上一周的话也有非常多的选手给大家留下了很深刻的印象。
Because so when it comes to the games today, we will prioritize second series because the second series is far too important. Like it is way too important. And we can't really be missing that. So we'll do that. That's my coffee, lovely.
包括 XDG 选手上条的话，其实也是对于目前 RNG 的整个状态来说，他们也很想说找到一些方式能够去找到队伍制胜的方法。
就看和汤圆谁的状态更好。
对，那这个赛季确实 RNG EDG 可能整体来说的一个表现会不如大家的一个预期嘛，那也是希望他们做更多的一个调整。 目前我们也来看一下14.4英雄的数据啊。
Righty. So I've just pinged some of my discords like I do.
前一段时间开始就
Let's just get that leg over this side, because otherwise that will be caught under there. It's the problem when you're working with very little space. Hey, how does it go? When you're working with less space, you end up kind of just I don't know. Everything gets much harder because you have to kind of like be working around very few things. Right. Am I live on YouTube yet? Because sometimes that can be a bit weird when it streams the RTMP. Very occasionally can get strange with that.
而且胜率有点低啊。
是，确实，在那感觉还是受了一点影响的。然后异化是在能够上场之后，我觉得在逐步增加他的在中路的一个位置啊。
现在中路就是卡玛和慧了。
对，然后还有一个像岩雀嘛，刚刚增强的一个岩雀。是的。对，基本上现在中路有一点跟年前变化比较大的一个英雄啊。
那值得关注的也是小火龙，是吧？来到了第10名，现在
repping Toriyama today as well. I realized I have my I've got a whole Dragon Ball hoodie thing.
这个生态有什么样的评价呢？
我感觉小火龙这英雄确实。
Hey, Panzer.
就其实，在可能点2的时候，刚上来
you're gonna
最强
play
的版
nice
本，
to me
然后那
here.
个时候还是没解禁，然后到了现在这个版本被小削了之后，还是这么的猛，这英雄确实值得前3都这么拿。
主要是这个英雄他强队拿到之后都以能力
So much stuff on my desk.
无所谓的啊，在中期之后抱团就行了。
对，主要其实这个英雄也没有说可能像大家想象那种前期一点战斗力都没有，其实他就是大家放的好方位一个 W 之后。
I have YouTube chat over here. I have Twitch chat over here. Our OBS live. I need to make this a little larger up here in terms of text as well, if possible. I can't make this text larger for some whatever. It's just a small little thing. Oh yeah, we might have to go after here at some point. We just need to be aware of that. Do I want to put here on just on the other tab just in case? I don't want to keep it running right now. Okay, Sam, do you mind babysitting chat for a bit? We have YouTube chat over here as well. I don't know how we're gonna. I hope it has auto mod functions because I haven't sorted out moderating YouTube. It'll be okay, hopefully. We can get to it.
Hey, how are we doing?
希望大家锁定直播间继续观看。
我刚才看一下周四至周日的。
I thought Milky Way was just here in the room. I saw it. Yeah, I've seen.
主要确实到了一个联赛中后期啊，包括今天第2场，其实看点非常的多啊。
Spoiler for our gag later on today.
下路也是有2个老队友。
而且今天如果说 JDG 能够战胜 FunPlus 的话，他们可以直接
Praise Lord and
进入
Savior.
到季后赛的这个席位了。所以这一局对于他们来说也是异常的关键。而我们今天要出场的2支队伍老干爹对阵 OMG 也事关着另一支队伍的一个排名。
So,
我们
how are you doing? Hello.
可以看到，如果说
Harold.
今天老干爹2-0战胜 OMG 的话，那
Just in the
TF 这
very
里
corner
可
of
以
the
提前
fingerprint.
锁定
Which
季
one
后
is
赛
that
的
one?
名额。在整个的积分上，依旧是 BLG 在这
touch
个
my
赛
glasses
季
by
已
the
经
glass,
决
but
成
something I
11
did
场
somehow
完美
some
战
way.
绩啊，位列在第1名。而紧随其后的是9胜的 JDG 和滔博，8胜的 IG 以及7胜的有4支队伍啊，分别是 W1Plus、NIP 以及 AL。那接下来5胜和4胜的队伍则需要就是加把劲的再
That's more
往
like it.
上面冲一冲分。
Hello, hello,
总的
everyone.
来说，我觉得像现在10名进季后赛还是非常有可能的。那今天遇到
How's life?
状态比较好的
Anything interesting happening?
要看一下今天的发挥了。
那今天
First
的话也
series
有2场
likely
比赛
to be a
分别
bit of
在
a
上
shit
海
show.
主场
Second
北
series
京主
likely
场
to
首
be
先
an
是 OMG
absolute
对阵
banger.
老干爹的比赛，以及 FunPlus 对
All
阵北
things
京
said and done.
英特尔的比赛。
Very good.
那 OMG 对阵 LGD 这里的话，其实
I need to get myself
两
a
边队伍的状态各有不同。对于 OMG 来说，他们是3连胜之后，因为面临着2场非常强力的对手，所以经历自己的一个2连败。但对于 LGD 来说，他们是7连败之后，在上一局 BO3 当中2-1战胜了 LNG， 所以也很期待他们今天的对局。同时，我们也来看一下这2支队伍季后赛的形势。分别都还有5场比赛在等待大家。如果说这个能赢下的话，那他的积分也可以。
We still reviewing T1 versus Gen G. I think that's already done.
只拿2、3分，如果到一个8分左右，其实进季
Has the title not been updated?
是的，我觉得就看前3场比赛获胜几率可能更大一点。最后2场的话，打标记 IG 都挺难打的。
是挺难，就这3场，而且这3场也是接的比较紧嘛。像今天这样对上 LG 的话，我觉得确实检验一下这个进季后赛。
No, seems to be updated fine.
OMG 的战队首发上单 Cube 打野小方，中单 Angel，
Sam.
感觉 ONG 其实最近状态主要还是。
And the review came out a few days ago. It's like
ONG 容易在那种只要一劣势，确实就是感觉。
And yes, I'm here.
太快了。
I'm babysitting chat while Alex gone.
有一点不想拖了，
止不住了。
是的。
同时我们也来看一下他们的战队数据，在中单位上也做了非常多的尝试。
确实，主要是确实中单，我感觉是在可能卡牌包括会登场之后，确实 ONG 那个时候拿了3大场的一个连胜嘛，然后包括打野的一个小方的佛爷哥这种组合，让他们拿了很多分。
现在还是为了抢一个中路的线权嘛，不管是卡尔玛还是会，都是为了能够争夺中路的推线权。同时，我们也来看一下 LGD 接下来的季后赛形势，也是加上今天一共有5场比赛，如果全都赢下来的话，他们也是来到8胜。
对，这样对老干爹确实
Welcome back.
但我主要老干爹的这个状态。
Vasu has subscribed for 28 months.
Oh sweet, God Sam! Vasu's been here for a long time.
A shockingly good kebab at a fried chicken place in New Zealand. Ooh.
Yeah.
That is a fantastic way to engage with the babysitting.
Nice. Okay, so we've still got like another 15 minutes till we're like actually properly in game, folks. We've got a little while, luckily. Right, we should get some going live tweets out as well. So we're gonna have to do some brief social media stuff.
也没有太多变动了嘛，现在也到了一个后期。现在到了少爷确定一个下路的首发位置之后，感觉他们下路来说，确实打的会比少爷刚登场的时候好的很多。
Right, cameras up. I can't change this text up here's size, and I don't know why. Why is this thing doing its thing? What's the strangest either food or combination of food and place kind of deal you've really enjoyed? I mean, we talked about strange food the other day, where we had like jellyfish curry. That was kind of fun.
I've also had something called, I think it's called a kinoto or something, which is caramelized wasp larva, which is a specialty of Nagano in sort of like just north of Tokyo. This is where the Naka Sendo is. Actually, is it north of Tokyo? Must be. Must be.
I've not been to Korea. Sam has for a wedding. So
yeah, I've been to Busan, yeah.
You've not been to mainland China, have you?
I've only been to Hong Kong, yeah.
So I've been to Xi'an. insult for Harold. I've never been to San Marino, and I'm glad because you're there. You're from there. Just your presence.
Tinoco's mushroom. Yeah, I always, for the record, I always have this thing where I always second guess what the thing is called, and I have to remind myself.
Yeah.
I used to be okay at Japanese, but this is such a weird word because it's like not very common. Caramelized. Wasp lava.
Right, it's the alert box bar. It's the alert box, yes, that's cool. Righty. Okay. Right, so first series of the day is OMG LGD. Both these teams have struggled a lot. I think, however, particularly looking at
Hachinoko.
Hachinoko, is that?
Hachinoko. You can have it in rice. Steamed rice with wasp lava. Hachinoko Gohan.
Yeah, but I think particularly for this wait, was that a My Hero Academia? That wig looked like the vampire girl. Not vampire girl, blood girl.
Oh, the toga.
Toga, yeah, the toga. Looked like a toga wig. maybe just yeah. Have I been to the States? Yes, we have. So we our grandparents took us out to Florida to go to Disney World when we were kids, and we've been irregularly since then. I've been to New York twice.
I've been once. Yeah, because you went. You did that additional trip to New England, which I never did. Remember? You've been twice.
I've been twice, yeah. And I've been to New England on that same trip. Have been up to Niagara Falls on one of those trips as well, where sort of technically went to Canada through the
if Niagara Falls counts as Canada, the side of the border.
Oh, Sam, I found out my Dragon Ball hoodie.
Oh, good choice.
We miss you, Toriyama. We miss you. What are my thoughts on Florida? Great as a tourist. Not sure I'd like to live there. Yeah. I mean, we mainly spent time around the Keys and then Orlando, so we don't really get the full experience of it. We get the tourist view of it, which is okay for what it is, but I am aware of the fact that it is not a true Floridian experience.
Yeah, well, we've got some really good friends who grew up there but don't anymore. And obviously they've always been quite. It's always been good to go for food and a drink and listen to what they've sort of had to say about the place. It's a very different experience for them.
You good?
Yeah.
You stopped abruptly, and I was like,
I wanted to go read what Harold was saying in chat about his 6-month visa.
Like, I can let Sam talk to chat while I'm tweeting something.
Talk to chat. I've also tweeted.
Yeah.
See? I'm capable of incredible things, really. You have a rubbish national football team though, Harold. Lamau? That I can't comment on so much. That's a very intense hairline for this woman. Really straight.
It's striking though, I like it actually. It's kind of cool. It looks very clipped.
Yeah. Hi people, hey Stealthy.
Right, how long have we got? We've got about 10 minutes till I get on stage. So I upped the background stream volume just a little bit here. If you don't mind letting us know how that sounds to you guys as we're talking right now. We'll probably be a little bit louder in cast just because we get into the energy of it a little bit. A perk of being to San Marino, I visit China 6 months at a time because the San Marino passport gives 6-month visa, no questions asked. Really? Wow! That's so weird, actually. So okay, let me try this over as well. Okay, put this in front here. Are you using the clips for anything, by the way, Sam? Sam?
I want to be.
Okay, well, it's good to be making a habit of it, I suppose. Mounty and Oz19, thanks for the follow, by the way. I won't be able to call out like all follows during the stream because we're casting. But
yes.
We appreciate it all the same. What's happening on Twitch here? Cool. Yeah. So we'll have about hang on, I should probably move to this text as well. But we should, yeah. So we're on YouTube, we're on Twitch. Do that as well. Yeah. I lost my train of thought, but you know, there was a great point in there somewhere.
Oh, that was a signaling failure.
Yeah, it's like when you know that all orange cats share the same brain cell, but only one of them can have it at the time. So you kind of gotta like capture it.
Turns out you don't need one.
Turns out you don't need one.
I don't know why I made that all West Country rather than like Southern. There you go. Acquire mobile motor oil. What? Why, Harold? Who you got winning this series? LG versus OMG. That one's actually quite tricky because I think both teams have been difficult. Thank you. You know.
Between the first series.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that particularly Birdall has been really good.
True.
Birdall is like kicked on the afterburners at this point. So
should be OMG,
I think
right?
that him versus Cube could be very interesting. OMG will flip a game, almost certainly.
Yes.
I feel like that's
2-1 OMG is my mind, I think, initially.
a 2-1 OMG, but OMG will definitely flip a game at some point.
Yeah, I think
so
that's fair.
yeah. But Birdall's had a couple of good games to start the split, but also some equally pretty bad ones. And now I think he started to even out to actually just give some really good stuff.
I remember we were talking about him the last time we cast Birdall, and it was sort of like, look, this is a guy who initially was supposed to come into the likes of Gen G, be this Aurelia top player, be what Zeus became, right? This hyper aggressive, mechanically gifted, rookie hotshot Korean top player who was supposed to come in and be the next great thing, and it never really amounted to that. He was always kind of subbed in and out. He never really truly managed to, you know, prove the allegations wrong when it came to his
choking.
Yeah, and also like very binary play on things like Aurelia, which can be quite a binary champion in terms of the success fail rate. And I think actually a move away from the LCK has given him a bit of a chance to redefine and remake himself a bit. And he's been playing very, very well this split, despite some of the concerns people have.
When teams with home stadiums are listed as the away team, do they still play in their home stadium? No, they will be the away team if they are against another team with a stadium. That sometimes does happen. So they only play each other once per split right now, so they'll have a home game and an away game over the course of the year rather than the course of the split. So that will matter. Also worth noting that teams now have home and away jerseys, so you will see some different jerseys coming out as well from that. So for instance, EDG have like a light blue jersey for when they're away as opposed to the traditional black and silver with the red tinge.
Considering the way they've been playing, I think generally speaking they've been away from their keyboards quite a lot.
A little bit. That's a little harsh, Sam.
No,
they're not playing today.
No, we just wanted to throw them under the bus a bit. Yeah. And that was very mean.
LPL teams will always play at their home venue unless they are playing against a team with another home venue. That's when things get
there's only 4 teams with one, isn't there?
I think it's 4. Yeah, right now it's 4. So we have
JDG.
So we have JDG in Beijing, we have NIP in Shenzhen, we have LNG in Suzhou, and we have WE in Xi'an.
Yeah.
I believe that's all of them. I can actually check, I just don't have it up with me right now. So, yeah.
EDG and RNG don't have arenas, which is kind of shocking when you think about it, but also...
RNG used to, but they've also had like a lot of financial difficulties over the last few years because of just everything, really. So one of the reasons why they do like their sketchy contracts is because they want to get as much out of them as possible. It's kind of like how, you know, some teams make a business in football out of
selling players.
Selling players. So obviously Arsenal, Barcelona, a couple of the big ones like that with really good academies.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So, Birdall, this guy's the guy to watch, even though he's doing the frickin' Nya pose. Maybe that makes it worse. Or better, I don't know. EDD in Shanghai? Yeah, but every team is in Shanghai for like that's the neutral venue. Shanghai is the neutral venue, folks.
Shanghai is unaffiliated.
Yeah, so that's the neutral thing. Sam said, yeah, so Sam has the MSI hoodie. I have my Dragon Ball Z hoodie. Hey Angie, how's it going? Good morning. Oh gosh, and we'll get into it soon, folks. What are you excited for in this matchup, Sam? What are you excited for?
Casting with you.
Aww, it's one of us. What do you?
Broken heart. Wow. I'm gonna go cry for a second.
I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for your loss.
Bro just comes on, gives about the audience, goes to his chair. What am I?
We have had a lot less interesting intros this year, I'll say. Last year, it felt like we had a lot more people like try-harding in terms of like making an impact and trying to make something with the intros of it.
Poor Sam, visual hope. He said, "Thank you, Jonas."
And Mecca, thank you for the massive stream.
Hey, thank you, Mecca.
Right.
Good to see you again.
What else am I thinking about here? I do think that LGD's bot lane has been pretty okay on the whole.
Yeah,
I do think that on the whole, folks, LGD are a team that punch above their weight. People look at their series score and they say, this is a team that will be losing their games.
they have had an absurd schedule up to this point. Actually, let me try and remember who they were facing.
Yeah, if you while you go to that, because I think the other thing I'll say is LGD have had a lot of 1-2s. A lot. I think actually it was also true a little bit of Ultra Prime as well to an extent, where they were winning the occasional game but not converting series. And LGD are a real victim of that as well. And the posture check from Kirby. Right. There we go. But one of the big things with that is it does mean to a team like OMG who've been known to flip a game the other way, that if that could actually allow LGD to potentially cause a bit of an upset here in this series. What makes this series quite hard to read in some ways is that LGD being on the slight wrong end of the weighting of the coin flip, whereas OMG being on the right side of it so far.
So, going back to the strength of schedule, which is very important in the LPL, this LGD are one of the teams which have had the biggest examples of a quite deceptive strength of schedule. So, the teams they have faced so far are NIP, Ultra Prime, not so great, EDG, also not great, Anyone's Legend, who are actually looking to do quite well. In the early split they were. WE, and then JDG, FPX, IG, BLG, and Top Esports.
That's a ridiculous
That is
schedule.
all of the top teams. Every single one of them. The teams they've got to face still, so so LNG, so they faced LMG, then there's OMG, TT, Weibo, RA, and RNG. So the teams they've already faced have an average placement of about somewhere between 6th and 7th. That's where it averages out. The teams they have yet to face are between 11th and closer to 12th. There is a massive gulf in the teams they've faced so far. So while LGD, they are not, I don't think they are a playoffs caliber team right now. I think that they could be on the cusp of it, and I think we'll see them likely end up at around about the 11th, 12th mark at the end of the split because of the difference in the teams that they have faced so far, despite the fact that they were 2-8 or something like that.
Yeah, exactly that. It could be well that there is very much a miracle run option on the table, such as it is. Right, but I think the only thing I'll say with a schedule like that is it does mean that you have way less room to make errors. Because you have already had a lot of your losses come in, yes, to very good teams, but it means if you do want to make things like playoffs, your room for mistake, your margin for error really isn't there anymore. So yes, you've got an easy gauntlet to run, but it is a gauntlet nonetheless. And that does mean you are looking at hopefully 5-6 wins on the trot if you can make it happen against some of these lower placed teams.
That's the hope anyway. OMG are a team that are a threat to most teams at the table though. So in terms of that kind of room for error, it's even harder when you consider that if you're going into situations where you're flipping potentially. I don't think that LGD are in a position to make playoffs now realistically. I think technically you can even make playoffs from 7 wins. This is very hard to do so. Getting into draft though, folks, we will start off the day here with OMG versus LGD. Thank you very much for joining us on this journey through the wild and wonderful world that is the LPL. As we've just been saying, LGD, they have faced pretty much all of the top teams. Their back half of the split looks a lot easier. OMG on the other side, they are very much splitting the difference, but they are definitely one of those blue shell teams that can upset anyone. So LGD, this is not an easy game for them. They have got the hard bit out of the way, but the job's not done yet.
That is every AD carry ban. That's 6 straight AD carry bans.
That is absolutely absurd. So funny. Okay, right. Well, the thing is, Abel and PP God showed that they could lock in something like the Smolder Braum, and they even took a game from JDG with that earlier on. Thing is, with all of the lane dominant AD carries gone, besides Lucian, but then again, the Nautilus is locked in, unlikely to see that. I think that Draven is gone as well. Oh my god, everything's gone. Samira is the one thing left.
Well, yeah, and you've got maybe Zeri might be another option if you're feeling like that. The Zyra Khan comes in, and I think that does make sense. Something that Xiaoyi put a lot of time into down in the LDL. You could Samira here if you're feeling very bold. I will note, obviously, that OMG are leaving that a little later, but they've actually decided they're going to go for the Kai'Sa here, which is up and available, does work with the Nautilus. Okay. We're right back to Season 8, it's Kai'Sa versus Aya.
And also the other thing too, so Xiaofeng, I believe, is 7-2 on Viego in this split. He has a losing record with every other single jungler. This is the jungler that has allowed OMG a great amount of prominence, because OMG, they don't like to play difficult compositions, but it's so easy to throw a Nautilus hook and then follow up with Kai'Sa Viego, get a single reset, then just start snowballing team fights. So LGD, they need to now lock in something which can shut down the Viego and Kai'Sa combo. The TF, it can help you have some extra macro presence and start snowballing through top lane matchups as well. It's also a takeaway from Angel in the mid lane on the other side. LGD, I think they need to hyper prioritize something like a Cassante and Sejuani that can be that first target and say, I won't die easily, and start the reset combination.
Also does double up here as something of a flex between the solo lanes, which is potentially quite valuable valuable when you don't know what's going topside, and obviously you want to try and get as much value out of your potential counter picks as you can here, because it might mean you can counter pick both mid and top if you're happy with it, depending on how things go. But into the second phase of bans, both AD carries pick means we can look elsewhere in the role selection to ban out. I'm trying to think of a way of a phrase that, because the AD carries got banned. You can look elsewhere in a team to ban. That was awkwardly phrased.
But where in terms of where they're looking, see the LGD, I think they're trying to ban out something which can really harass a front line. And of course, don't typically like to address chat while we're doing the middle of our flow as well with Monty. Thank you so much for the raid. This is live. Later we'll have FPX versus JDG.
Oh, yes.
That will be an absolute banger. This one here, though, can absolutely have that potential to start really, really exploding. And I really think now that Birdall needs to get himself a good front line so LGD don't just fall apart to the reset combo that OMG have won a lot of games with. When they have won, it's always been about this Viego reset.
And you called it out earlier, and a lot of it for you is just simplicity of execution. You can rely on hands and easier modes and lines of communication to make things happen. The Rel coming in does help a little bit, because if you overdive as the Viego and Kaiser, you just set yourself up for prime Magnet Storm angles. Debating an Udyr blind, which has fallen off a little bit, but we'll wait and see, because a couple of these picks are ones you've been chatting about that we wouldn't mind seeing on LGD.
So, well, this is the thing. This is a takeaway now. You already have OMG. They have the core of their composition. You have exactly what you want. The Nautilus is going to pick someone off, and then your carries are going to start flying through from the AD carry in the jungle. Now, the thing is, if you lock in Cassante now, you know that you lose against Udyr in the early game. I like this from OMG. It's getting ahead of that top lane last pick and saying, you want frontline, Udyr will start beating you in priority in the early game. That means that they will have a pushing top lane. If they have this Talia as well, they can roam to the play very quickly too alongside that. Of course, this Twisted Fate can flex between mid and top lane. Can beat out the Udyr at points, but the Udyr can go for something like the Ghost Ignite to make that lane interesting.
Damned if you do, Udyr if you don't. And now we see what the last pick would be. They will lock in the Ahri. And everyone around the world, I am very sorry, but I'm going to have to designate roughly 2 minutes right now for Alex to elucidate on what this means.
Okay, so. For those of you who are not familiar with me, and I've shouted about enough at this point, I have 1.5 million points on Ahri, and I've been a really big advocate for Ahri and pro play, building the right way for the last few years. It's been a bit painful watching Ahri players not really capitalize on their snowball potential. If you look at LGD's team, they haven't locked in a front line. The Rel, I'm sorry, it doesn't count. No. This champion will be paper compared to the other team. And what that means in this game is that you are going to be in a very snowbally situation. I think that this Ahri and the TF combo, especially with something like the Rakan flying through the combo as well, can very much snowball through the the level 6 to 1 item mark and start really pulling ahead of the game. So I'm going to be tracking that build. Hope to see if there's an early Dark Seal into Ahri's best item, the Medjais. We'll see if they can afford to go towards that one. And see if Haichao, who has been a big playmaker on the other side of the rift for LGD, can be a big snowball threat again.
Yeah. And I look at these comps, I think, look, OMG is probably slightly easier to execute, slightly tankier frontline, slightly more single target burst. On the other side, though, Ahri, Xayah, incredibly slippery, and your counter engage is really good with Rel, with Ahri, with TF. If someone dives too far, your ability to catch someone out of position is still really, really good. And for all the OMGs, I think, got the easier buttons to press, their targets are probably harder to access.
Something to that, of course. I mean, on the other side, Kaiser and Viego also very good at disengaging their own way too. So actually, I'm loving this. This feels like one of those matchups where it feels like a lot of the teams have like-for-like tools, or at least in the same ballpark. They're not going to do the exactly same thing. And that means that we get to see execution be king. And when you have two teams who have struggled, they have flipped, but they have very much persevered, I think this kind of game can be very, very explosive. And we can kind of see the mechanical showcase that LPL loves to bring.
Oh, yes, we can. Onto the Rift we go. Nothing super spicy thus far at the level 1. We'll note AMG did have their mid-jungle just hovering around the same part there to see whether there might be something. And as we note it, they are going to start a slightly later invade into the blue side of LGD.
Do have the Nautilus, who is very strong at level 1. Big topic of conversation I'd love to have from the LPL compared to the LCK. LCK, we still see a lot of the double range support kind of meta. We see a lot more Nami and the Milio, and we've even seen some of the Lulu. If anyone saw T1 Gen G, we saw the Lucian Nami versus the Aphelios Lulu. Having the range support makes things a little bit different, right? You can't ward as easily. You can't kind of face check as easily, and you don't typically have as strong level 1s. When you go back towards the melee supports with stuff like Braum and Nautilus, even Alistar,
you have much more early game presence in regards to like making those big plays. OMG are going to start with a bot side invade. They're going to make sure that Xiaofeng gets himself more pressure on this bot side. Importantly here, it means that the Xayah Rakan can't start with W start and start to potentially look for 2v2 pressure against the Kai'Sa Nautilus. Of course, there's a lane which has been very famous in the past. It feels like Xayah Rakan should be winning on paper, but if you don't get to abuse the level 1 because you're afraid of a jungler coming into your lane, then it maybe changes the equation.
It's a slight difference here in terms of the experience in the bot lane. I think PP God and Abel have both made names for themselves at some points. I mean, that early level 1 hook coming on through, but Xiaoye in particular, Jinzhao are relatively new to the league. Xiaoye came up from LDL last year, was on IG Young only from June, but he managed to get to the LDL Grand Finals, got to ASCI, that's the kind of international challenger teams tournament between LCK and LPL, but of course the LDL and the LCK Challenger League is the two separate names, got to the semi-finals there. Looked really good, frankly. Xayah in particular, one of his most dominant champions. Yes, you're into a guy like Abel, of course, was on OMG last year and was popping off occasionally on the Samira, but now has this potential option to really turn up in a series that does matter a lot.
See that Meteor trying to use Xiaofeng's early invades to then buy some time to go towards the top side. Doesn't manage to get anything for it though, so Meteor going to be stuck pretty far behind in farm. That means that Xiaofeng on the Viego, which he has had a lot of success on in this split, is going to be a bit ahead of the curve. I do want to say though Xiaoye is very new on the other side. Jinzhao has been playing since 2015. This guy's been around for a while. So even though, so this is the thing, right? When we're talking about this veterancy, yes, you have Xiaoye that's new, but Jinzhao has been playing for a very long time in some kind of capacity. He's been he's been around the block a little bit in terms of LPL. But you're absolutely right. You know, PP God was on the V5 roster, which really kind of made its name in a lot of ways. Well, that was Photic and Draw for a bit, but then PP God was there for. That was one of the splits where you kind of felt like, hey, this was where things could start kind of popping off. And of course, Abel was one of the 3 genius AD carries. Now, he was part of that generation of upcoming AD carries that thought we would kind of change the landscape of the LPL. And of course, Jiameng, who is Elk now, he was one of them. And yeah, you look at all of this kind of class, and Abel was the one that couldn't quite make it in that regard. So we'll have to see. This is one of those splits, particularly in a team like this for OMG, that Abel might be able to kind of claim a bit more of that presence, you know, and kind of say, well, I have to be the carry on this team. Watch what I can do.
I think especially because last year, right, they were playing second fiddle just playstyle wise, right? Because you had Shanji and Creep, which meant you were playing top side in a meta that was largely about bot lane for every other team, but they were playing Sejuani, Yone, Jax, you know, very different experience. Maybe with all the junglers down here, might be about the bot lane, which imagine saying that about OMG last year.
Look at the jungle level disadvantage though. Because Meteor couldn't get a return quadrant after Xiaofeng took the entire bot side. Xiaofeng is an entire quadrant up. Meteor hasn't even gotten, well, he's got himself bot scuttle. That's the one thing. That's the one thing. So like, I was about to say, you know, he hasn't even got himself double scuttle, which he hasn't. He's got 1 scuttle there. And now Xiaofeng's going to get himself a very good first back. Gonna have to talk about first backs as well. As you know, you see, Hai Chao has disappointed me for the last time. Couple of updates in terms of Ahri builds. Because of the Q AP ratio buffs to Ahri, you don't need dematerializers to get backline minion clear very early into the game. You don't need that anymore. You've got an extra 10% AP ratio. Now, what that means is that if you do get a Dark Seal and an Amp Tome, you're still going to be clearing backline. And as we can see here, Hai Chao has gone towards the DMATs in the Triple Tonic. Big thing about Triple Tonic is that it doesn't give you something like access to the second rank of your ultimate early, even though it gives you the skill point. That's kind of the lock-up point. It won't, because Kale happened, basically. Yes. It won't let you level up your ultimate like that. I think everyone with Kleptomancy PTSD can remember that one. But the thing is, when we're looking at a snowbally game like this, when you have a Viego on one side and you have, like, you know, the RETF combo on the other, I love Dark Seal as a first item. I think you should buy it in any game anyway, because Ahri is such a snowbally champion. And now what I'm going to have to see now, I'm going to absolutely, you know, my mind is going to be completely shredded from the first game of the day if we have an Ahri that doesn't build the Dark Seal, gets involved with kills, and doesn't get the extra bonus from me. That is like my pet peeve of current Pro League of Legends.
It is something that just really winds out
a lot.
Slight bit of housekeeping here as well. Viego, with knowing that Meteor was going to have to full clear again, pinged that out as the bot lane happened, knew that with the level discrepancy, had the option to get the reset, go towards the grubs, claim those for free. So MG do have those, and kind of using the early quadrant invade to get something from it.
One thing which is interesting too is because of the resets and the nature of the supports when they do reset, PP God is happy to walk into River and do some vision control. Jinzhao doing the same right now. But because you're on something like this Nautilus, you're very happy to go on this kind of warding mission. You've basically ended up being a bit of a scouting force for Xiaofeng and Angel to get back onto the map. Angel now running the spellbook, has heal and has the ultimate, so if there is an aggressive play coming in from LGD, can wall over to the play, bring in a heal to the affair as well. I'm really waiting for mid-jungle support to come into the first big play. Now the ultimates have been unlocked.
They have got the ability to begin really turning up bot side, particularly for the likes of Angel with the Weaver's Wall. We have seen a lot of the very best Talias be very, very aggressive with those Weaver's Wall, really link up with the likes of...
When you talk about that, it just reminds me of we really need a music. We need particularly a Britpop Talia skin. Anyway, his Weaver's Wall.
Yeah,
I think that'd be perfect. We can have like a country. What is it? Walker, Texas Rengar. Is that the other one? Can have that as well. I feel like we're missing out on a lot of different music scenes. Just do them as a one-off. I think that would add a lot to the current culture of League of Legends. You can even have like. Just not to like harp on about the Shuriman culture, but we could have like a Shuriman band called Oasis, because it's in just the desert.
Yeah.
That'd be great. That'd be wonderful. You could wait. How much of a copyright strike would they get for that if you had just the Shuriman band Oasis?
Quite a lot, I think. There's probably quite a few trademarks associated with that.
God. That'll be food for thought either way. We haven't really seen this early game really explode in the way that I wanted to, though. I feel like
that's very true. Yeah.
Maybe adding into the fact that OMG, if they lose a series here, if LGD, if they lose a series, they're pretty much definitely out for LGD, but you can't afford to lose series like this. Meteor is off Vision, though.
Does immediately get turned into a massive pincushion as stones and hooks from the deep come dragging him down. First blood towards the Viego. Meteor's just not tanky, does not get to proc Aftershock, and now everyone turns up bot lane.
And that's a big mistake there for Meteor. He was on Vision. Kind of flubbed a little bit. Oh, he's off Vision. No, he's not. He's actually just stood in front of OMG's entire team. And you see that LGD, they kind of want to fight, but they don't know how to approach the fight. It's been kind of a hallmark of the LPL, mid and bottom table teams. They know that they want to fight. They just can't quite set it up in the way that they would like to. And now when you have the jungle mid kind of combination from LGD not really firing on all cylinders very early on, that's a worry now for LGD.
Yes, it can be, as of course they do still have fairly good scaling. They do still have, of course, the ability to get these mid-games on both sides and feel like they can play it. But when you've got tools to make picks happen, it does feel like getting edges before it has to come down to a kind of 50-50 flip feels pretty good. You know what I'm also pretty happy as well? While I can complain about no Dark Seal on the Ahri, Angel's picked one up, he's happy with it. Gets a single Dark Seal stack off of that as well. It's like my favorite mini-game in League of Legends right now is just seeing how many players can do that. I think my favorite player of it right now is Knight, who actually just full blank buys Medjais before fights and says, yeah, we're winning this fight, I'll do it at 3 stacks, it's fine. And he gets himself way beyond the 10 mark threshold beyond that. So, particularly when we've got a game as explosive as this, when it finally comes to that hammer blow, I like it, Sam. Would you like me to talk about Dark Seal more? Would you enjoy that? You know what? You've got...
no,
maybe 30 seconds. Because before grubs become a realistic thing, so maybe you can talk about it.
I'm gonna reclaim my time and I'll save it for a later time at this point. So we do see that Jinzhao and Meteor potentially making a play towards bot side. Jinzhao and Meteor, they will both be here, both with ultimates. PP God is just around the corner and spots them out. Are they still going for this dive? They have Cleanse, Flash, and ult from Abel.
Teleport. Not quite a teleport available on Angel, but they still go on in. That's still a lot of damage to Abel to them. Flash and ult away. He's going to do well. High Choke comes over the wall, but the feathers are good. Trying to get some damage back, and they do get it, but the knockups come on through and disengage the turret shot. They make it happen.
And it happened. Ooh, crossback coming through, though. Birdall did end up popping the ultimate to ult back to lane. The dive continues in bot.
Flash away from the shattering strike from PP God means they don't get stunned up. We'll have to burn the additional flash. Plate goes the way of Sharia, but it is in the end a 1-for-1. There's a little bit of free time for Angel in the mid lane to shove out there as well.
Okay, so Angel still has his ult and teleport, not responding to anything right now. PP God doesn't have flash, so needs to be a little bit careful walking up here, but realistically, LGD need to reset themselves. Haichao with the gold from that bot kill will go straight towards first item Malignance. That's a fun item spike there. Did get a kill and didn't have the Dark Seal though, so I am again ruining the Dark Seal. That's part of my 30 seconds I'm going to reclaim. Again, we just need to track this snowballing because it's so important with this. It's half a meme molding, half is actually really important because both of these teams getting cross maps and getting gold onto important members is really going to change the face of this game. We've got gold going on, particularly Xiaofeng is so dangerous. The fact that it goes over to Xiaofeng here as well is a big problem. He's got to Sundered Sky early. He is a huge part of the reset combo. He can now look more aggressively towards that in the future.
The TF has run Ghost in part because you need to be able to match the Udyr Ghost, but Udyr will still be faster than you because he gets to just put his ram form on and start running at you even faster than you. And it was a clutch flash attack from Birdle to avoid the Spectral Maul, but it's still not going to get you out to safety. It's another kill onto the Viego, who's got a Sundered Sky early. He's got the free ass boots. Viego's very online and continuing to accelerate in the farm lead too.
It's one of my my favorite video game cutscenes of all time is the opening cutscene to Halo Combat Evolved. Where it's like, oh no, we've teleported into the middle of nowhere, but surely they can't be here first. But they've always been faster!
Oh, Birdle, you're a little bit too slow to read what's happening topside. Not a third kill to Xiaofeng, but it will be a third kill involvement. And they've got a lot of turret grubs to make these turret plates disappear in short order.
It's quite telling that Xiaofeng has the halo above his head after he claims the soul, as that the Pillar of Birdol goes down for the second death of the game. It loses first turret entirely in topside. OMG, again, gold onto the Viego, a bit of a problem, especially with the turret gold going over.
Forward onto a game win for OMG if they can make it happen, that's for sure. Good start, good snowball, turret down, and that puts the Twisted Fate in a more precarious position. Just a huge amount of gold that's just immediately gone away from what had been a relatively stable lane. 2 swift deaths, 6 grubs, and a turret is gone.
Particularly for Birdol as a player as well. He has been so important for LGD. OMG, they've somewhat understood the assignment and said, well, you know, shut down this top laner who walked away with double MVPs from his last series he played. I think that's a really big bonus for them. Birdol's not going to be lane dominant in the same way. Now, Birdol does have ultimate. He can recall without threat of losing his turret because it's already gone. And now we'll have to see how these top laners can influence the next phase of play. Dragon is up. Cube could teleport to the play if he wanted.
Indeed, well, not for yet. And Birdol roaming down the mid lane does have the Destiny Gate available. Dragon started by LGD and the teleport begins
Cube.
Weaver's wall behind. Dragon secure, but a PP God going on. Enemy gets charmed up as Hydra goes back side trying to make something happen. So as Ginger, as I get the name slightly messed up because Magnet Storm afterwards does buy some time, but there's just no follow-up. And so the Magnet Storm means so little as Abel goes over the wall. The killer instinct is there. Xiaofeng begins to hop around those swords, beginning to dive on forwards. It's Damocles over here, and that thread snaps, and OMG are the victors.
You give up the first kill, you have to run. You cannot stick around for the resets beyond that, and Xiaofeng starts to really make his presence known. LGD with another very lazy attempt at a dragon. This is not the first time they've done this. The first dragon, Meteor walked up and got blitzed, and now we see what's happening again as OMG. We haven't even talked about this because we talked so much about the dives. 6 grubs as well allows them to keep just hammering away at these towers. I don't think you can ever approach this dragon in the way that you'd like to. Yes, the dragon is secured by Meteor, but you put yourselves into the lion's den at this point. Abel dodges out on the engage from Jinjiao, and that means that he gets a good amount of damage onto him, and the Rakan doesn't get to have that big setup play for the Rel and the Ahri to start coming through, and Haichao has no access to the carries he wants either. OMG run over the fight.
And that's despite Rel finding a pretty solid Magnet Storm at the end of it. The problem was, Xiaoye got no uptime that fight. Starts by getting hooked. Then ends up going to his ult pretty early. He gets to throw off, what, 1 auto towards that group of people? Imagine if he had to unleash all the feathers there. That might have been a different story. Doesn't happen, and suddenly OMG up over 4,000, well, near enough 4,000 gold, about to claim the Heralds. They are very, very happy in this game. 3-0 to Viego as well. This is a very scary jungler indeed.
And we already said right the way from draft, it's going to be a snowbally draft. You have Viego, Nautilus, Kai'Sa. They're starting fights, and if they get one, things really start to fall over beyond that point. Particularly, you know, we talked about the Viego part of this equation a lot, because a lot of LPL teams have struggled to play difficult compositions. The way that LPL is kind of putting their training wheels on is saying, right, let's just look for the first kill and use Viego to win team fights. That's an easy comp to play towards. But the thing is, even when you reset with the Viego here as well, if you have the Kai'Sa flying into the fight and being able to stack up their lethal tempo and their Rage Blade on the first target, the back end of the fight is going to be absolutely disgusting from Abel too, who on the whole has had a very inconsistent year, which is kind of just Abel. But when he's in a position like this and ahead of the game, Abel is so aggressive and able to transfer his lead that even with leads against another team, or with a different team with this lead, I would call this game closer than it is. But OMG being able to snowball like this, they are very confident at playing fast with the lead. So LGD, it's going to be very hard for them now to come back into this.
Backs against the wall here. Of course, don't get me wrong, they've still got things like the Xayah, which do scale pretty well. Rel can find a monster engage. The Knight's out there to try and keep Xiaoye alive a little bit. But that's just easier said than done. The weight of gold, the weight of damage, very much in OMG's favour. They'll summon the Herald in mid lane. They want to try and shove for even more now and claim control of the map.
You see that Birdall is forced to group here. He doesn't have his ultimate just yet. Herald slams into mid lane. 6 grubs, summons the Zerg rush, and the wall comes across. This could be fight on.
Meteor tries to go in, the Magnet Storm goes wide. Everyone reads the weather warning, and Meteor suddenly realizes maybe he should have renamed to Meteorologist because he was not winning that one out, that's for sure. Another soul claimed, another body down. Tower stands for now, but another wave coming crashing, and there's nothing to be done.
The weather report in mid lane is that it's a high pressure formation. It's cloudy with a chance of Viego.
Oh, he goes straight on in. Good feathers, though. As Xiaoye begins to pop off, they've gone a little deep. That was always the risk. Can you deal with the Xayah? She can keep on fighting forwards. Birdall gets another gold card, and somehow, someway, LGD turn it all around. Xayah begins to fly south for the winter. Warmer weathers and more food to be found. Flash on forward, W running. Surely another couple feathers will do it! And Cube just cannot be brought down. A turtle stance keeps him alive.
Oh my gosh, well, we have known weather reports to occasionally be wrong, so even with us reading the fortunes and saying that OMG, they were going to run away with this game, it is a bit of an overstay in mid lane. And the resets can't quite be the determining factor. OMG, they walk away with less deaths than they really potentially should have been given, though, at that point. Felt like another couple could have gone the way of LGD. But still, it's a bit of a breaking of the pressure, the full court press from OMG.
Breather, briefly, 40 seconds until Infernal Drake, and you've got to feel everyone will be turning up on that. We've just lost nearly every summoner. Meteor has a flash, and Jinzhao hopefully is up in time. It'll be a little bit dependent on things go. Birdall kind of caught out in an awkward position. Has teammates coming, actually, so Cube probably can't keep fighting here for free. Does manage to speed his way out of danger there, and I believe might actually leave OMG with a little bit more free time to set up around what would be a second Drake for either team.
Let's go back to this. Let's go back to this. So, PPGod goes in. The thing about Nautilus is that you're great at setting up the first kill, whether it is you or them. In this case, it's actually both, but Xiaoye, as you rightfully called, absolutely shreds the first people into the fight with the feathers. So, a bit of an overdive there from OMG, and it means that they can't quite face up and use the Viego resets. He's taken too much damage as well. It's a good chase down, but even then, they only really get themselves, you know, one of the lowest kind of outcomes to this scenario. Felt like they should have got a lot more kills.
That charm was a pixel off landing. That lands, Cube dies, but can't get close enough to keep up and keep him down. Of course, credit over to Jinzhao as well. He managed to get the grand entrance on Abel as well as PPGod to keep them locked down under the tower long enough for the feathers to really do their work. But now in a position where Dragon did go to OMG and LGD claim some of the gold back, but they're still down 3,000 gold. They're still in a tricky position. At least a lot of that gold went.
Okay, hang on. PPGod's walking up for vision, but he is not safe. Hook lands.
Charm afterwards comes on through the Afshocks there. Big 3-man knock-up thanks to the depth charge. Teleport's going to fly. Actually, I think people are going to pull away for now.
I was wondering if there was an outside angle of Abel flying into the fight, but when Xiaoye is not being forced to use his ult defensively in a bad position, I think that OMG are going to be a little bit more hesitant, especially after what happened under that outer turret in the mid lane. So OMG, a little bit punished for their warding mission around this Baron, which is just spawning now. Ward still in the topside jungle from LGD. They need to keep presence around here, but can they find a fight without giving up a kill that could lead to resets?
Birdall throws down a gold card. Angel coming on over, might be looking for a seismic shove, as well stepped away from by Birdall. Back we go towards the team red buff. Meteor here. They are looking to fight this. Watch Cube on the flank as well.
He is. He has Ghost coming up in a few seconds. He doesn't have it quite now. LG, they're just trying to keep some ward coverage down, but there's a combo onto Meteor. Each of these moments very, very dangerous. Again, one kill leads to a reset. Might even lead to game if the Baron goes over afterwards.
That might have been the threat there. The red buff was secured by OMG, so invade successful. Managed to clear out a lot of the wards as well, and LGD, red side is now incredibly dark and difficult to walk into.
And that jungle very much is dark and full of terrors. LGD cannot afford to let OMG have an continued period of vision uptime on that Baron. It feels like if LGD give up Baron, that should basically be the game. LGD, though, have managed to stall their way to 2 items. It's going to be the Leandry second from coming in from Haichao, which in this game, if you're playing around killing the first target, I actually don't mind too much. There isn't a huge amount of magic resist on the other side either, besides some Merc Treads. It's not like you're facing up against the Chaotic Rookurns. So, kind of the Leandry's 2-item spike here is still quite high value. You don't need the early pen from something. I mean, it's really kind of worst case scenario if you have to go towards the crypto boom, the second item. The Haichao, he's kind of looking to hit the first target. Does mean less threat onto the backline. My favorite Ahri build right now is the Lichbane, even very early into the game, where you can kind of go towards. In this game, you could be looking to kind of dive onto the Taliyah or the Kai'Sa. Kind of hard to in this game, though, when you don't have a dive buddy either, really. We'll have to see. It is all about that first kill in the front line, and Baron is started. LGD trying to crawl their way through the vision line.
Meteor will be here, of course, as Rel, their ability to get over the wall and steal Baron very high.
It's going behind them.
Behind the flank now in. 3,000 HP on the Baron. This is going to get very dicey. Back in respawning, Meteor goes in, lost vision, is now in the pit themselves. Big engage onto Birdol is immediately popped, but that means Kai'Sa's not in the fight on the other side. Finally turns up, PP got being attacked by Haichao, but on the other side, Xiaofang just gets reset after reset. Welcome to the bounce house. Viego will be your master of ceremonies, and OMG come away from that fight hopping mad. 11 kills to 4, Baron to their name, and the flank goes wrong.
And there's 1 kill only traded back for LGD. They're going to lose that Baron. They're going to not even be in position to really force any of these waves into the other side of the map. If you at least take a somewhat slim to winning fight against the Baron, you can stop the team that claims it from getting, good wave setup immediately. That's not going to be the case. Now, OMG, after this fight, are going to get such a huge macro advantage. Birdol heads over to the other side, but he just shows himself too early. He doesn't have flash at the start of this play, and he goes straight in towards, say, Nautilus ult range. He just walks up too close. Birdol, for a player which I've praised an awful lot on stuff like his Aatrox play, this Twisted Fate has been shut down early and been awful in these team fights. And OMG, we've already talked about how dangerous it is to let the Kai'Sa and the Viego get that first kill. They smash the fight.
Immediately, the depth charge lands, Kai'Sa goes in, the seismic shove is point and click at that point. There is nothing for Birdol to do, and he's immediately eviscerated. That buys a 3rd item for Kai'Sa. You've got a Medjai's with 8 stacks.
An Avid Reader.
For the Taliyah, there you go, that's the name of the took me a second there. And this is getting increasingly difficult. Yes, you've got the second item finally on Xiaoyu, but you are down that additional break point. Going to be so hard to manage, especially with the Baron shove coming on through. The amount of gold that OMG are about to own, already up about 8,000 gold, is going to be monumental.
And Xiaofang on the Viego, which is his most played and most successful champion of the split, showing why I think that, you threw 6 bot lane bans out here. I think against OMG, you must ban Viego. Yeah, this team knows how to play the reset combo too well. He's about to go to 8-2 in this split on this champion, despite being a rookie jungler himself. We talked about Xiaoyu on the other side and the experience differential between him and Abel. Xiaofang is the rookie kid on the block in this jungle matchup against Meteor, who's been around the block a couple of times in LPL. But this Viego has made him look so comfortable. And now he's built up the tenacity from both Moktres and the Starix, and then also has the Force of Nature. He is going to be unstoppable from reaching those resets. He can be so tanky and survive through to them.
Has to be on a 3rd item dream and try not to lose too much. Haichao did go split for a tier 1, but it came at the cost of the inhibitor, kind of feeling they wouldn't really be able to defend it anyway. Everyone's here in force, trying to clear out the waves. Infernal Dragon has spawned. Haichao looking for maybe something, but it's an opportunistic charm at best. And OMG, just keep the pressure up. At some point, they can back away and head towards that dragon and get soul point on top of everything else they've just claimed for their war chest.
And you can see that Abel just keeps pinging out those W's over and over. The AP Kai'Sa, very powerful at this point in the game. If a hook lands, if a W lands, LGD are not feeling very happy about it. So OMG, they're not going straight back towards the dragon immediately. They just say, okay, let's see if we can get ourselves an opportunistic pick. They don't find it right now, and now I think they'll take their time to go back to the objective on the bot side of the map.
Exactly, and now to the red buff we go. That was the start of the earlier Baron shenanigans to establish that setup into the Baron start. OMG really broke this game open with. They were in the lead, of course, before that, but now it feels like it would take some serious missteps for OMG to lose the game. And I say missteps from OMG because I don't think LGD have that much in the way of proactive moves they can make that are going to be super effective at this point in the game.
That's the thing. You can make proactive moves with the TF and the Ahri, but are they effective? No, they're not going to be on Cube. You can't kill Cube. I think that, Haicho is going for tank killing build. He's building up to a Void Staff as a third item, so he's going to have Leandro's Void Staff, which is really good at killing frontline, just not when you're this far behind in the game. And Birdle sat at 0 and 3. I think, on the whole, Birdle has been LGD's best player this split. But there have been games like this too, where he's away from stuff like the Aatrox, away from stuff like the Cassante and the Poppy, where he has felt a little bit more down to earth. And this is one of those games, OMG very much putting the pressure topside and shutting down LGD's topside carry.
The problem as well at this point is, you kill one person, that's fantastic, but you've still got to deal with the fact that Diego, Talia, and Kai'Sa, there we go, the other one, are all very, very fed. You've got to get multiple people down, or at least running the opposite direction, it all goes wrong.
So, OMG, they walk away after they've taken that dragon. You can see that the ultimates are coming through.
Meteor, that's fantastic. They've got reshoved, but it's onto Cube and Abel, who managed to get away for now. The gold card lands. Abel down to about 20% HP. Gwen down is down. Good pick. Now they're trying to run away. Haichao lands the charm. Big pick on his Xiaofang, who's trying to run away. Cannot get far enough. Is into that unraveled earth. PP God on the other side, trying to buy some space. Meteor needs to back away. PP God and Xiaofang still low, and this is the problem. They can't do enough damage to keep people running away. They finally kill off Cube. Now Angel in a spot of bother does not have the flash, and Xiao has to battle dance forward to keep the range in. The rapid fire cannon not quite there. And LGD of Meteor finding himself in a bush that's not checked do get something.
Even with Angel putting the wall across the fight to stop LGD from getting a perfect entrance to it, LGD punished the overshove. A lot of it, actually both of their one fights in this game, have come through big feather pullbacks from this Xayah, who has still got themselves a decent amount of work done in this game. You've now got the Ahri at 3 items. You're on this point, feels like the damage core is online. But look at how this comes through, right? You think you've separated the team, but you've gone everyone into Xiaoya. Abel goes way too deep and into the massive combo from everything. The gold card into the grand entrance from the Rakan afterwards seals the deal at that point, and LGD now at this point can maybe start playing around their 3-item spikes on their carries. We can see if they can summon lightning twice to hit the same spot.
Said it would have to take some missteps from OMG. That was one of them. Meteor gets into a bush that's unexpected, and credit to him, that's a great position. Meteor not had a particularly great game on the rel, but that was an important engage, and maybe, just maybe, that's the turning point. Still feels obviously like OMG are the ones very much favoured to win the game. Soul point up a healthy amount of gold. Scaling certainly not a problem for them, but still.
Because, I mean, the win condition, well, the win condition for LGD is quite slim. You need to have a great feather pullback and Haichao using the Leandri's burn very effectively. I don't think Birdle's going to put that much into it. But can you do that when you're going forwards? You've done that when you're going backwards. Baron started. This is going to be harder to recreate that.
Meteor has not got flash, but does have an ability to get into the pit regardless with Hex Flash and the crash down to 5,000. They do not have the Destiny Gate quite yet, but they've got double control wards. Hook goes wide. Haichao on the flank.
See that they're trying to burn down this Baron. It's a bit of a danger with the Xayah QE across the wall as well. If it goes later than this, Meteor could just W into the pit and steal.
But it's a Q on Rel means you do have the advantage.
EQ,
execute damage is huge.
Yeah, particularly as the EQ gives you that percentage HP damage against camps. Rel is one of the best objective stealers in the game, so OMG do not want this to stick around that 3,000 HP margin, maybe even 2,500. We'll see how low it gets. Birdle walking forward, fire cannon, gold card are locked in, but not able to find a target, and the game slows down. Wall to start off separating LGD, but it doesn't solve their issue. They can't keep them away from the pit. It's a bit of a swing and a miss from Angel.
A minute or so until the Infernal Dragon. That one felt a little bit awkward from OMG. I'm not sure they had quite the right answers this time around, and now LGD feeling that they might have a moment to get something. Cube does get the reset. That could have been dodgy, especially if he'd been caught at half HP. Instead, he does get to reset. Baron vision control secured by LGD. They're going to try and turn this around, knowing that Cube's not quite back until the teleport comes on through. The fight begins. Meteor pulling back alongside the feathers. PP gone low, not dying. Haichao trying to get onto Xiaofang, who would be a critical pickup. The seismic shove goes wide as Birdle looks for the gold card, lands it onto the Nautilus, and they do get a pick. Junjo on the other side, though, is very low. But LG do come away with a victory there, just about.
To an extent, they kill PP God, but you've still got the dual ultimates which can start the fight in the Heartbreaker, and then of course the Killer Instinct as well from the Kai'Sa. You throw both of them at a target after that point, and LGD without ultimates to themselves would be in very much a large amount of trouble. So what this means is that Dragon is spawning in the next 10 seconds. LGD, they get a kill, which helps, but I don't think it gives them full presence on the bot side of the map. This would be Infernal Soul for OMG.
PP God respawns now, but they are just Destiny gating down here. They want to rush this fast, of course. Actually, with the TF build as it is, your ability to just auto-attack a Dragon is pretty good. That means OMG have decided we're not going to fight for this, we're going to turn straight to Baron instead.
Okay, so they're giving up that Dragon. I'm a little bit surprised at that, but maybe just looking at the fact that Haichao would have his ultimate back and you don't have the Nautilus to lock down the Ahri, maybe that chooses their decision for them. But LGD are going to be here to respond to Baron again. They haven't burned this down quick enough.
Meteor is here. Again, the ability to get into the pit from this side is very high. Is in. Can look to steal. 2,000 HP. Look for the steal. Stolen. Meteor makes it happen. Comes crashing down. The Magnet Storm afterwards will only delay his death briefly. The resets begin to come on through. Trying to continue running as Haichao has got the Ultimate Angel coming on over in Birdall, and Haichao in very difficult position to charm land, but nowhere enough to keep them safe. Flashing over the wall. I feel like that might just be a mistake. There's nowhere to go. Ahri just dies here as a seismic shove comes on through. Just give up the death. And they get one back. Make that two, of course. Meteor falls, but they get the Baron, and LGD hold on.
They get the Baron, but LGD, you could see that they managed to just about survive on the retreat. You still have Abel's ultimate available to follow through. It could have been so much worse for LGD. Nonetheless, OMG claim themselves that Baron. They get to reset and look for potentially a game-ending push. Angel walks away with a 14-stack Medjai's. Very happy with that themselves. Felt like this was going to be, well, rather, of course, LGD, they get themselves the Baron, so it's the steal there, completely missing the fact out of this. So, LGD get themselves that Baron, completely changed the equation. When you're against Rel, you're always worried about this steal. Doesn't even need the EQ combo coming through here. God, what a messy fight at the end of this. And OMG, they don't manage to clean up all the plays that they really want to here. LGD walk out onto the map, and it really does feel like they can maybe stabilize with this.
They've got a bit of time to buy space, buy time. They've got, actually, because of the shutdown that happened topside earlier, the Junjar picked up onto Abel, bought himself an early redemption as well, so the utility is actually pretty high. You've got the Abyssal Mask in as well. 3.5 items down for the Ahri. You've got Hex Drink, that's the name of the item. Took me a second there to remember on Shadow as well. Actually getting increasingly hard to kill the key targets, and we did say that in draft. Like, look, easy execution, yes, but the target selection, tricky for OMG.
And now Xiaofeng is at a point where he doesn't really do that much damage because he's gone towards a tanky build for the VAB. He wants to survive through to the reset, and he will, and he has high base damages from the Heartbreaker in terms of the execute damage, but you're going to need other people to do the legwork for you. So OMG, it is all on Abel and Angel. See if they can be the dual carry combination to cut down targets and get resets going. LGD on the other side feels like now that this Twisted Fate is into late game, despite the fact that there were 3 early deaths, can be a big factor. They're grouping up with the last of that Baron buff as well. They're going to claim themselves the mid lane outer turret, and they will finally, at 33 minutes, break the entirety of the ring of outer turrets from OMG.
Credit as well, actually, to Cube when he was chasing down the likes of Birdall and Hajjax. He did get hit with the gold card, but of course, the empowered version of the Blazing Stampede does actually give you crowd control immunity. It's quite useful there, of course. A little bit like the Ornn W. Manages to break their way through.
Oh, PP God.
That's a Locket shield. You got worried there for a second. I certainly did. Xiaoyu takes a threaded volley to the face, but there's a redemption, so the heal comes right back on through, and that damage is largely mitigated.
And the game slows down again. OMG, they had a big lead. They couldn't accelerate it to the level that they wanted to. A little bit out of character for them. They've typically been very, very good when they have that gold lead, but they've played into Xiaoyu's a little too much. For me, I think he's been the real difference maker for LGD in the key moments, and it's allowed LGD to reach this point where they can maybe look for a knockout blow. Damage core is online for pretty much everyone in the game. It means that OMG are no longer playing against carries which don't have the tank killing potential. They don't have the ability to, you know, turn things around onto even the Viego and the Udyr towards the top side. OMG, they're still ahead in gold. They're still in Soul Point. Don't get me wrong, they're in a good position, but this is not necessarily as easy to close as it was.
Reminder when we came into the series, both of these teams a little bit able to flip a game one way or another. Largely, the OMG has been weighted in their favour, whereas LGD's felt a little bit weighted against them. This time around, though, it's led to a very tense late game scenario, nearly a death cap for Ahri, who sold off the Dark Seal. It's understandable the Medjai at this point, perhaps not as valuable as a Death Cap might be. On the other side, the Lord Doms, fully completed, pickaxe and inventory. Xiaoye online, ready to murder whoever steps into the feather traps.
That is, those feathers feels like they are the key thing to play around. Xiaoye has flash, has ult. Can OMG force any of them without losing a fight immediately afterwards? PP God, you gotta be so careful, man. This is difficult terrain.
Oh, the seismic shove! It's over forcing from Zhengzhou, who thinks they've got a pick and it's all a bait in the end. Now with the full V5 advantage, LGD in danger as the Weaver's Wall comes to corral them. The Magnastorm back is good though! It leaves a lot of space for Xiaoye, and that means a dead Talia. Medjai stacks down, but the damage afterwards is still fantastic! Looking to get something by Xiaoye, just can't do enough. I know OMG find it.
Birdall's clearing the wave. He's gone behind them. The wave is already dead in front of them. Birdall realizes if he leaves this alive, it could be the end of the game. With Xiaoye down, heads up thinking, the carries that survive from LGD go and clear the minion wave, so while they'll give up the Infernal Soul, they don't give up the game. OMG not quite able to break open LGD just quite yet.
An Infernal Soul might be enough to keep OMG in the driver's seat here. That got mighty close. Zhengzhou will be kicking himself. Just a little bit too easy to read.
And we thought that PP God was the one that overstepped, goes into the gold card. Zhengzhou goes forward, but immediately exploded. Gets a little bit of CC onto him, despite the fact that he has heal and flash. He can't get himself out of trouble. And this is one of the big issues after this point. Look how Xiaoye can't really get the clean fight, which he wants to after this point. Has to ult through a combo, but it means that he has to ult a little short of where he wants to. PP God gets the follow-up hook, and despite the fact that Xiaoye has had a very clean game in teamfighting so far, can't quite replicate it here in the late game.
Oh, another auto or two, and that might have been different. It looked pretty good. See, even with all that damage done, 5,000 damage. On the other side, though, Abel is really online.
He has a death cap now, too. So if you thought this wasn't bad enough, it is going to get worse. Watch for these APWs as well. Huge amounts of damage coming through from them. Where is he? He's just come up to the plate. This will be one. With the Void Staff, if he hits another W onto the same target, it's going to be nasty, but Cube's caught.
Oh, and this Udi is just not tanky anymore. Down and dead to right. Big pickoff. The frontline largely gone. Baron's up.
And despite the fact that it's against an Infernal Soul as well, LGD, they don't end up facing a poke battle. They get one kill. Charm lands, but it's not going to land to that much. And now Baron getting low.
Just gone again. Just cannot survive this Rakan. Cannot play Warden the way he wants to. Baron stolen! Xiaofeng gets in. It's been one apiece now. Into the backline. Xiaoye is desperately trying to survive. Goes up into the air. The redemption comes down. Buys space, buys time. But just not enough. The body is stolen. And now Xayah begins to turn on her allies. And OMG, come on in a 4v5 and just break the backs of LGD.
Oh, it's a bit of an Order 66. The allied Xayah's soul goes over and everything goes with it. OMG, it takes them a while to close the game. LGD, they tried to play some smoke and mirrors, but at the end of the day, they only blinded themselves. OMG walking away with a Game 1 victory.
It was always going to be a narrow win condition from where the game ended up, but credit to LGD for making it a close affair in the late game. In the end, it will not matter. Zhengzhou respawns, but this Rakan just will not have anything to say about delaying the end of the game. OMG win game 1, but it was a torrid time of it.
I really think Meteor and Zhengzhou had a hard time in terms of just the composition that they had to face into. They were the first targets that was getting picked off. Did feel like in late game though, Zhengzhou, despite all of his experience and the years which he's played, didn't really end up choosing the right plays. Sometimes with age comes wisdom. I think with that one it just comes a little bit of foolhardiness. Feels like really right there. OMG, they just about got away with that. Felt like they ended up kind of snatching defeat from the draws of victory and then kind of reversing it beyond that point. Thanks everyone for tuning in, by the way. LGD, of course, will now have to see if they can fight back. If LGD lose a series here, they're likely out of playoffs.
Yeah.
So, despite the fact that we talked about just before this, they've faced all of the top teams already. Their back end of the split is much easier than their first half. This is not a game that they really can afford to lose. So OMG picking this up here, it puts them against the wall.
It is a difficult position for sure, and of course, you still feel a little bit nervous about this one because OMG have shown the propensity even in this game to maybe not quite do all of their due diligence, get a little bit overeager, not quite check some of the bushes they should have done, and it feels like it's the spaces between the set play. Like, actually, clearing the vision around the red side, good, but now actually maybe 2 steps later when it's shoving down top side with Baron, oh damn, we didn't check out that bush in which Meteor was still sitting.
Thanks everyone for viewing as well. We're gonna be chilling for a little bit now until the second game comes on. So, important to note here, folks, because we're doing things a bit more formally, we can't do 2 games at once, which I do on my regular co-streams if we have multiple games. If this goes to 3 games and the second series starts because it is in a different location, we will be switching over to FPX versus JDG because it is much more important for the top of the standings. So we will be doing that live. So if this does, we might miss parts of game 3 or just game 3 in general. So it depends on whether LGD wins game 2 or not, really. But that's just the situation here. I need myself another drink.
Same.
Well, you can go first. You can go get your drink.
I will do that. That's fine. I remember to run ads in the break.
So they're actually just running right now. But yeah, basically it's this weird kind of moment where like you have the pre-roll ads in like the first bit, which you can't really control.
Yeah.
But then if you get into game 2 quickly, then it's like, okay, well I've only got this slight kind of gap here. It gets a little bit weird after that point. But how's everyone doing, folks? How was Monty doing bangers only this morning? Nymaera, how did that Ahri performance compare to Chovy's? Oh, hang on. Come closer. Come closer. How do you think? How do you think? How do you think that compared to Chovy's? You can do the mental gymnastics here yourself. Do you think it was better? Do you think so? I don't think so. My favorite Ahri in the world right now is still Knight. I think Knight is the best Ahri in the world. I think that Knight is really good at snowballing the Ahri. Chovy mechanically is the best Ahri in the world, but he doesn't know how to snowball the champion very well. There were a couple of times, so if you go watch, I have a VOD review out of T1 versus Gen G, so that's on YouTube and it's on my Twitch VODs as well. I talk a lot about how Chovy plays that Ahri. Now his positioning in fights is great, the way he chooses his angles is great, mechanically he plays it out great too, but his builds are just training weights. He does not know how to snowball the champion, and I feel like for someone who does so much damage on the champion, I just wish he would take the training weights off. If you took the training weights off, this guy could be the best Ahri player that we've ever seen. But it's just not happening right now. Okay. So, yeah, I think LGD on the Twisted Fate is not something which I think the Twisted Fate top for Birdall is not something I want to see again. I don't want to see that again. I think that he's been. You're also an Ahri main scientist? Well, I didn't know that they had Ahri mains out in Wisconsin. They were right kind out there. What happened to the LPL English stream? Wasn't it on every day last year? It was on every day last year, and it is a really sad situation that we don't have it on every day this year as well. Basically, the broadcast got shut. Well, it got dropped by TJ Esports, who also run the LPL proper. And then in the off season, it was a scramble to pick things up, and that means that it was very hard to plan things out, to have budget and people in place to run a 7-day broadcast. So it's being run from the remote broadcast studio in Ireland, in Dublin, also known as Riot Striker, but it is only running from Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It absolutely should have 7 days a week. I think it is really, really sad that we don't have full archiving of what's happening here. So yeah, that's why we're doing this as a stopgap. So if you search on YouTube and you search up VODs, you'll at least get them here. Will we have, you know, all of the bells and whistles to make our own graphics and have break content? No, not really. But you will be able to have a bit more of a formal experience through this as well. And of course, I'm an LPL caster. Sam does LDL as well. We're familiar with the scene. You know, this is my 2nd year on doing LPL as well. And I did LPL finals last year for summer. I'm confident in my LPL knowledge. So hopefully you guys get a good experience through that. But yeah, it's sad that we're not getting the resources to do this. You know, I'd love to be getting paid to do this. The graphics don't really enhance it anyway. Oh, LDL has English language casting? No, it doesn't. Sam was doing a co-stream of it. He was doing a co-stream of it, so it wasn't an official broadcast. The graphics don't really enhance it anyway. I think they can, because if you're in pre-game, so for instance, we had a really good graphic for Tien versus Xiaofeng when we did OMG's pre-series earlier in the week, and we talked about how actually Xiaofeng has really done well on the Viego compared to everything else, whereas Tien has done well on everything. So then when we got into game, we could set up that point and we could say, well, okay, this is the Viego, it's been removed, it's been taken away, that's a good point. It can add a lot in terms of just setting up a series, and particularly when it comes to the bigger matchups, you really notice what comes through from a lot of the pre-games as well. Xiaofeng gets MVP, absolutely understandable. Don't give this guy Viego. Exactly this. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that which like you can do with more resources, right? It's also like if we had more resources, we could do stuff like, you know, we could do promo videos and
like match of the week videos from our side rather than just borrowing them from China. We could do more like informative content, like play of the week and stuff like that, where we can kind of like build up players. We could build up a player like Xiaofeng. What do you know about Xiaofeng? If you've come into the LPL, what do you know about him? Now, if we had the budget for it, we could be doing that, like, supported by the broadcast. It makes it a lot easier to make that content. Now, because I'm co-streaming a lot, and I'm casting, and I have to keep my eyes open elsewhere as well, and I have to, you know, do whatever, I don't really have the time to do that off of my own back. Plus, I'd like to be paid for my time. But that's the kind of thing you lose without having, you know, the budget to kind of back up a broadcast like this. There's so many stories in the LPL, and we can tell that on the broadcast, but it's nice to kind of have that in easily packageable things on stuff like, I think that the LPL TikTok is great, and the LPL TikTok is great, but we should have that on Twitter, we should have that on YouTube Shorts, and it should be much easier to build up these big players, like Milky Way, like Xiaofeng here if he ends up being a bigger player as well. Only 6 votes for MVP. What happens if it's tied? I actually don't know. We don't have like MVP votes on the English side of it, so we don't know. Why do you think esports hasn't taken off like other sports? Well, it kind of has, but partly because traditional sports, a lot of the time, it's just much easier to have the equipment to do them right. You can go down to a local leisure center or a park or whatever, or just like you can do pickup basketball, you can do pickup football. You know, it's much more accessible that way, whereas if you're doing League of Legends, you need to have a computer. Not everyone in the world is going to have computers. You know, if you're in an affluent region, obviously you take that more for granted, but it's not always going to be the case. I think that, you know, there's a larger history to traditional sports where they're kind of like enshrined within education systems as well. So like in PE classes and stuff like that, you're more likely to get support for, you're definitely more likely to get support for traditional sports. So like when you're in something like Seoul, which has got it's just very tech heavy, and there's a lot of infrastructure to support, you know, both on internet and then in terms of PC hardware as well, or console hardware and stuff like that. It's much easier to get in something in Seoul, or for instance I think someone was talking about this in Denmark as well. I think it was Jensen that was saying this at some point in an interview, saying that there's just it's a more affluent nation, so there are more PCs, so it's easier to get into esports. I think online live streams have worse margin than broadcast TV as well. Yes, the money flow is because also esports are kind of monopolized by the IP owner. Then yeah, it's harder for the teams and everyone involved in it to get like some trickle down from this as well. You don't have independent grassroots which have been built up for years because everything has oversight from the top down, really. Did I hear some slanderous talk on my boy Haichao? No, I quite like Haichao actually. I like him a lot. The thing about Haichao is he outplays himself a lot, but he's actually a pretty good player. Hey Sam. Okay, so folks, I'm gonna have to run an ad break now so we don't get it in game, so I'm gonna do that now. And then I need to go to the toilet and get a coffee before getting the second game. So thanks everyone for sticking around. You might be looking at a chair for a little bit, so I'm gonna do that now. Wait, can I sing Wonderwall? Oh yeah, I need to check on my YouTube comments as well. Can I sing Wonderwall? Not today. Wait, if this ends in a 2-0, we have a big break. So, I can do you one bet at some point. Tune into another stream. When I'm doing my more cozy co-streams, tune into another stream. And, I do a 4-chord song of, like, Weaver's Wall, Boulevard of Broken Dreams, Radioactive, How You Remind Me, Complicated, Peace... A whole load of songs. So this is not Wonderwall. This is Weaver's Wall. So it's just, anyway, here's Weaver's Wall. And I do this for free shit on my channel. This is the shit you get. Okay, I need to get this off.
Go. Sorry, I brewed coffee and then I was efficient. Well, while my tea was brewing, I went for a wee. So I was doubly efficient. Longevity could be a thing as well. Even StarCraft is relatively strong and it died a few times over the years. I think Overwatch League might be a better example of this in reverse. Didn't last very long and it got shut down very quickly. Yeah, Overwatch League had some other stuff happening. Actually, to be fair, you guys were in, although you guys were in Monty's channel, I suspect he'd have a much more nuanced understanding of the situation. Because obviously he was one of the original casters on the Overwatch League and left because of differences, I believe. He'd have a better opinion on a lot of that, I suspect, at least a more informed one. I think from where I'm sitting, they definitely weren't helped out by COVID really screwing over their plans for the homesteading stuff, which is a lot of money that then went wrong. I think there was some mismanagement in terms of meta stuff. There was, you know, stuff in the top end of it all that all kind of went a little bit wrong. I think it will do fine as a tier 2 B tier kind of tournament. The fact it's still running in some capacity is good news. There is still interest. Yeah, and exactly. There's the other thing is, like, Overwatch started with a full-on esports league. It didn't grow up to it. And so it was forced rank, but they did it with, like, a lot of very high-end investment, but that's very difficult to guarantee. Very difficult. Valorant's done... I won't say it's quite similar. I think Valorant started a little smaller, and the other thing is because it's not a full league, it's only individual tournaments, you can push the boat out for a few individual tournaments and see where things land. And I think that's a safer way of doing it, especially if you do want to start with a splash and an identity and a brand, which I think VCT very much has. The graphics package alone is very, very clean. But because you're doing much more self-contained tournaments compared to a full league format, it's a little easier to manage. So I think in some ways Valorant has tried to learn from Overwatch League's failures, at least to my mind. They've also got a very good talent group, but so did Overwatch.
他们是在 F6 做了一个野蛮，然后下路也是扫描排掉了感觉这边的一个视野。
Yeah, I mean the other thing that's worth noting is partly why it won't go mainstream as it stands so much is one of the big things is it's very difficult to schedule TV-wise. Talk about this later.
Draft 2 on the board, so we're going to cut that conversation short and get ourselves into game. LGD lose this game, they can say goodbye to playoffs. OMG, they seal this, it puts them onto a pretty good road actually towards potentially playoffs themselves. You've got a lot of teams potentially angling towards that 10th place spot, and this is one of the teams on that shortlist. Once again, very heavy bot side bans, but this time the Viego hits the ban list. I don't understand how this got through in the first draft.
Immediately out. There's Senna up, Senna first picked, straight on through, can go towards support or AD carry, largely the fasting variants we've seen that being the most successful, so likely looking at that. What is the response, especially considering Smolder's not there? There is Draven up though, I suppose, so maybe they're feeling like that could be a lock-in. Twitch would be hilarious.
So, this has been banned against OMG before, and I was wondering whether I get locked in, and it has! Let's get the rats in chat. Abel locks in Twitch, the first one of 2024, as far as I'm aware. I'm not seen in another major region. When you're picking something like the Senna or the Smolder, which wants to start to scale up through laning phase, you allow Twitch onto the table. Now, I'm so interested to see how OMG can use this AD carry assassin in the bot side.
And the other thing we've got to track is, like, we are expecting AD carry Twitch, but of course, you know, Twitch has famously been AP variants, AD variants in the jungle, occasionally in support, particularly last year when Carrier was running some wild stuff. So there's still a world where it all ends up in weird locations. Locking a Renata here as well can be pretty good into some of this. Your ability to turn the enemy against you can feel real good.
Now, one of the things is that the Renata bailout gives you extra move speed and attack speed over time. It ramps up. So if you go invisible and then the Twitch pops out with full attack speed, the Q popping as well, you get an absurd amount of stats. If you step out of position as this Senna trying to pick up souls or roam across the map, you are going to get absolutely blasted. And if the Nautilus ever leaves the Senna and has to go on their own kind of roaming journey, that is going to be so dangerous for them. I'm looking forward to this so much. On the other side though, there is a Nautilus ult, there is a flanking Aatrox which Birdall has been so destructive on. LGD, they do have tools to shut this down. It is just very dangerous if this Twitch gets ahead and can get access to the Senna.
And one of the big questions for a lot of teams is how on earth do we deal with Senna? Smolder has felt like something of an anti-basic because you just outdo her stacking. You get gold and stack while you're doing it, whereas poor old Senna has to choose a little bit between gold or stacks. Twisted Fate locked in. On the other side, you've now got a very lethal pick combo. TF gold card, Twitch turns up out of nowhere, person dies.
Oh my gosh. You're going to pop that ultimate, and if the Aatrox is even... Well, I think, yeah, this is now a point where if LGD are not stirred as every single person in the same spot, they are going to get torn apart to level 6. LGD, they now need to think about what they can do as cross-mapping, what they can do to deny this kind of double kind of pick combo coming out of nowhere and blowing up, you need to answer somewhere else on the map. You can see that LGD, they've locked in a little bit of tank with the Rel, the Nautilus can help too. The Corki's trying to play at range, you can at least Valkyrie out of the way of danger, but this is so dangerous now to walk onto the map.
I'm seeing the Nidalee hover, and that would be very nasty potentially with the ability to follow up on the invades with Invisible Twitch. And of course the Twisted Fate's been buffed, but again it is just a hover. It is now locked in. We have got Nidalee, TF, Twitch AD carry. OMG have gone into the kitchen, and they've come out with something a little avant-garde. It's getting a Michelin star, or is it going straight in the bin?
Just confirmed as well, this is the first major region Twitch of 2024. This champion has been off the table for a very, very long time, and you know, what's better if you're cooking than a little bit of ratatouille to back you up as well. OMG have completely gone back to their old ways. OMG were the innovators in the LPL. They did the weird shit. They ended up locking in the different combos compared to LPL last year, and though they didn't ever make it through to international competition, this team shaped the way that the LPL played. It's a different roster now. It's very much the same kind of coaching staff though, and even though the top side has changed, they are still bringing some of that old flair. It is comfort in their innovation. I am so excited to see how this works out.
Oh my days, this will be so interesting to watch. Of course, we've got to keep our eyes on the level 1s, because Twitch famously can turn up in any lane with that Q at the level 1-2. It's what makes jungle Twitch so bloody annoying, as Red Pluff plus Halo Blaze doing a lot of work. We don't even know what variant of the TF, the Twitch we're seeing. Is this going to be AP? Is this going to be AD? We just have to wait and see what the decisions that are being made here, because there's a lot still to unpack.
I think we might have to do a bit of delving into some of those websites in the background and say, what has Abel been playing and on his solo queue and elsewhere? Maybe we can take some inspiration from elsewhere too as well, seeing who's been picking that one up. Either way though, first major region Twitch of 2024. Get those rats in chat, call them out from beneath the floorboards, get them to see if they can shut down LGD. Again, if LGD lose this game, and against all of this cooking, all of this different stuff, they are out of playoffs pretty much. 9 wins, 9 losses rather. That is so dangerous to land yourself at. OMG, they really thrown a curveball here.
Okay. Here we are with a very different draft from both teams. I don't even know really where to start. I think probably has to be with OMG's early game, because they are the ones with the Nidalee, they are the ones with the TF Twitch. They are going to want to try and make as aggressive a moves as you possibly can. The other question then has to become a little bit of, where does Xiaofeng turn up with the Nidalee? You've got really easy setup with the Twisted Fate. Nidalee's always been better when someone can just point and click stun someone, so the javelin toss hits perfectly fine.
So, you can see that there's the Ghost and there's the Lethal Tempo. It's not going to be Halo Blades. If you're going for AP Twitch, typically we see the Halo Blades for very quick stacking up to the max stacks of the Expunge on that E, and then you kind of get the full AP damage. So it's not going to be that. Given the amount of magic damage on the rest of the team, that makes a lot of sense anyway. So I'm going to expect that we're going to see either the Kraken Slayer or the Blade first, and then we're going to go into something like a Hurricane a little bit later. That Hurricane, of course, really does open up your ability to just smash through the fight. You don't have a Braum Shield or anything to block out the spray and pray as it comes in later into that game as well. Now, the Sand and Nautilus is actually quite strong in early laning phase, but it's not necessarily your most lane dominant. Question is, what can LGD do to stop Abel and PPGod being able to run around the map? They need a little bit of shallow vision so you can spot out Twitch from being able to just press Q and run into your lanes unseen. That's the difficulty of it. It's kind of like playing against an Evelyn in that regard too, where you kind of have to put wards onto the camps. The last time we saw the Twitch was last year from Assume versus Weibo in 2023. So it's not like we've seen it for, it's not like it's not been on the table for a very long time. It's such a rare pick though. I remember back to 2014 when this was meta and we saw that, you know, Imp, one of the greatest players of all time on this. I remember when SKT T1, they played Twitch Zillion to take down Samsung White in one of their rare victories against them in 2014 as well. It's been a long time since that though. Champions changed a lot, the items have too. But OMG, I'm still looking to use it as, again, a bit of that assassin as soon as the vision control starts to slip from LGD. And as it starts right now, Xiaofeng and the rest of the crew have managed to get some good visions into bot side jungle.
I do try to make the most of this, and Nidalee doing her very best to be as obnoxious as possible. He's still one of the absolute fastest clears in the game. And of course, Xiaofeng started last game with a very clutch invade against Meteor that put Meteor in a very difficult position for large portions of the game. Meteor back on the Rel, trying to make something happen early on, and Angel is kind of just trying to stay away from Haichao as best they can. He's got the gold card still locked in, refusing to throw it quite yet, and forces Haichao to be a little bit careful. But Meteor about to run into a level 4 Nidalee. He needs to be a little bit afraid. Needs to canter away, but still needs to be afraid. Javelin toss just wide.
Xiaofeng's been contesting Meteor a little bit on these early camps through a spear into the Raptors as well. Didn't manage to steal them, but managed to just, again, keep eyes on Meteor. One of the big things about the modern meta of League of Legends really is about, it's a good hook there from Jinja to get PP got on the turret, is that you're trying to battle ward and just say, can I get eyes on the enemy jungle? I don't necessarily have to mess with them, but it's just about making sure that they're on the table. And they're not kind of slipping off a vision and getting something done, especially with something like the Nautilus and the Rel combination. They could have slipped into bot side early, so OMG, honestly, one of the most important things they could have done is kept Meteor out of bot lane for the first few levels. First reset is now achieved. Recurve bow, very important for Twitch as well. A lot of your damage comes through, you know, your full E stacks. Any early attack speed can really help this champion.
I'm assuming the Lethal Templars will be an AD.
Well, I already talked about that, yes.
So yeah, cool. I was busy.
I talked about that. So there are 3 items that you're looking for in terms of the Twitch. With the Recurve bow, you're almost certainly going to, well, you can go towards the Kraken Slayer, but you can also go towards Blade. Collector is also a good early item, especially in this game where there's, I mean, there are a couple of tanks. Maybe you don't want to go towards that as much, but it's very good at killing the backline. And then, of course, you've got the Hurricane as well. So you've got Blade, Kraken, Collector, and, of course, the Hurricane as well. And we'll see what combination of those items he thinks is appropriate for this game.
Occasionally, we've seen things like Rage Blade back in the day.
No, not right now.
No, not right now. Xiaoye now in a dangerous position. Pull back with a flash handshake, has to run away. The flash and the cleanse both down. Well, not quite full, but the health bar is desperately low.
Abel pops out the Q as well. Again, that kind of unseen ambush as well can do a lot of damage when you kind of get the extra attack speed up with that too. The Q and the recurve bow in early game. It's a lot more damage than you think. One of the big problems with Twitch is that obviously he's just very squishy. He doesn't have that much wave control. It's not really about his damage. It's just about how conveniently he can play through this laning phase. And as you can see, Jinzhao and Xiaoye massively far behind in goal in terms of farm between the two of them than you'd like to see against a Twitch Renata. Twitch is a massively weak early game laning champion. If he gets through this, he is happy as hell though.
Oh yes, and the fact that Nautilus has been denied some of the farm, the Sen has been forced back a number of times. You're feeling pretty good so far about this answer, and this is something that Abel's always had in his wheelhouse. These weird champions. He is a Nymaera player, a Draven player, a Neela player. You know, some of these more unusual champions outside of your standard pro wheelhouse are Abel's wheelhouse.
And this comes back to a larger topic as well. OMG, they kind of suck when they start to play normal, because you can just tell it's not their comfort. They are comfortable when they're pulling out the weird stuff, when they're innovating. Last year it was the same with, you know, Aki, Shanji, and of course Cream in the mid lane. Even with a different top side, it's very different. Xiaofeng, I'm really liking what he's doing. Aggressive early junglers, just making sure they can keep his lane safe here as well. This has been the prominent style of League of Legends, which you see from T1, you see it from BLG, you see it from Genji as well. The jungler is not always there to gank. They're there to make sure that your lanes don't have to deal with the enemy jungler, and they can make sure that they can have a good early laning phase.
You were talking about that when you were doing some reviews of T1 Genji, right? That part of the reason T1 fell apart versus Genji is they couldn't do that. The lanes weren't able to play with the knowledge that the enemy jungler couldn't get involved.
And though it's a region apart, the thing is that both of these regions inform each other. I would love to know what's happening in these scrims. I'd love to know if Twitch has made it through to other things. Twitch was banned against OMG in an earlier series as well. And you wonder what they've been doing to some of these poor teams if it deserves a ban at that point. But see already, OMG through early lane dominance from the Udyr top side, from the jungle farm, from bot lane doing well as well. OMG have got themselves a good early gold lead, and they're starting to get towards their level 6. Abel is left alone in a 1v2 in bot side, which potentially could have been a little dangerous, but Abel is completely safe down there for now. I am very interested to see what happens once that level 6 is hit. Angel has himself level 6 as well, and you've got Xiaofeng heading down. Potential of the ult here. Here we go.
Destiny Gates on in. It's a good hook back, but Angel's tanky enough to deal with it. Oh, the handshake is phenomenal. First blood comes away. Xiaofeng on the Nidalee lands that javelin toss, and OMG are off to the race in this game. Only got a single kill, but already 2,000 gold up.
And this is just some of the real potential that OMG have with this kind of combination. You look at the fact that anyone slips out of position, if anyone's not tanky enough, if anyone's not got the wave control they want, they're going to get jumped on by 3 or 4 people coming out from different ways. It really does feel like the Vermintide comes across as well.
And we'll see exactly what happens now that Abel is at a good amount of CS, gets himself a plate down in bot side as well at some point. This is a very, very scary Twitch.
Nice hook. That actually might cause some
Here comes
problems.
the ult.
The turnaround there means Abel begins to unleash. The spray and pray comes on through.
Oh, no.
I still remember the old version of Rat-a-tat-tat, and the Nautilus doesn't quite go splat.
That's good. Think so. It's actually come out now for wave clear. I was like, oh, he can pull it out. He's just put his Q and he's looking towards Xiaoya. I actually hadn't put that out yet. I was like, hang on.
You said it, so I just kept going.
So folks, just a little bit drawing the curtain back here. Because we don't have like clean audio feed, we don't hear a lot of the game sounds, so I see the W come through and I see him raise his gun up. I'm like, is that the old animation or is that just his regular Zord?
Can't hear it, yeah.
Didn't hear it on that one. Occasionally you see that mistake coming through, but okay. On the gameplay stuff, so you can ignore me being bad at this stuff. He's going towards the blade first item. Very strong first item spike, and it means that you can deal with the front line a little bit better. Particularly if you're going towards, you know, there is going to be likely a frozen heart coming out of Jinja. Important thing about that item is that Twitch attacks from so far away, this Nautilus won't get good frozen heart uptime. Because if you look at that radius and Twitch is firing, and Twitch is firing from the edge of his ult range, you don't necessarily get the attack speed debuff onto the Twitch. You need to be kind of going into him at melee range at that point, which is not great. It is a decent range. It's just that Twitch, when he pops that ult, is so much longer than it, then you don't get easy access to him.
And it's like doing a lot of value this game as well, because Meteor early on, probably going towards something like the Knight's Vow, that's more health than resist. Aatrox, nominally a health stacker as a bruiser as well, not going to have that much in the way of the resist. Any ways to deal with percent HP feels pretty good on the Twitch, plus the additional slows to keep people in range of your ult, so the Senna can't run away, feels excellent.
And because Senna's also gone for the cleanse and doesn't have something like a Ghost, it is harder for them to do anything. We're also at the point now where the map is starting to get a little bit broken, open into different ways that you can get onto the map. Angel doesn't have ult just yet. You can see that with the roams around the map, you just have to be petrified of where this Twitch turns up. I mean, for anyone that's played against, of course, Twitch jungle, obviously it's very apparent early into the game.
I'm an Evelyn player.
Yeah, stuff like that. When you play against this champion rarely, you realize, hang on, I need to be playing safer in a position where I'm used to playing very disrespectfully or looking for these big trades. You can't do that now unless you have good vision. And LGD don't right now. Twitch is currently in bot side, that's fine. Angel's getting his ult up a little bit just into the bit now.
Okay, one more grub taken. In goes PP God, but the other side, OMG just a little bit slow to get involved. Birdolph very low on the other side as Angel takes him down. Meteor goes in, gets a big hook onto PP God, who is immediately dragged down with that Magnet Storm. The damage back, pretty good. Grub taken as well. Birdolph flashes on in, gets another, but the damage back is beginning to fire on through as Xiaoya's got nowhere to go. And OMG lose a couple, and yes, they lose the grub, but it's a triple kill somehow to this Nidalee. And the SLGD get a couple grubs, but at what damn cost?
Well, Angel pulls out his Twisted Fate and says, okay, you can start pulling this burst combo out. We don't even need the Twitch right now. Angel, one of his best champions of all time, has been this Twisted Fate. Remember, this guy reached a World's Finals on Suning by playing the Akali and the Twisted Fate. This guy was so good at those champions. And you see him now on the AD variant of it, getting some great value to start getting those gold cards into Nidalee. It means that combo so nice later into the game. And now we're coming back out onto the fray. Lichbane for Xiaofeng, 4 kills up. Oh my god, that's an assassin. Abel has a blade fully completed as well. This is going to be now a very even more dangerous game for LGD. So what's happening here, you can see that LGD, they don't want to let the 5 grubs go over. They don't want it to be 5-6. PP goal still goes too far forward. And this is a big problem, right? Because you are not going to be able to flash out because you flashed forwards and the combo's not come through. Birdle splits open the fight a little bit, but the problem for Birdle now is he doesn't have the World Ender. The extra healing's not there. The extra damage isn't there. That would have been a clean kill onto Cube, and he potentially would have healed through that as well. Instead, it is the 1-for-1. And it means that OMG's mid-jungle can clean up.
They still get a couple kills. They still get the grubs. 3 for 3 in the end on that front. LGD now facing down the barrel of a very scary Nidalee, who's just been kept in that bot lane, and maybe that was the problem as well. Junja was there, but so was Abel. So you're in this 4v4 where 2 of the major players just weren't available. Dragon starting up now for LGD.
Look at this. Look how little they see. Abel is in the river. Popped his cube. Has ult. Doesn't have something like a hurricane just yet. What can he do in a fight like this? Haichao has package. There is a point of power, and Abel now comes out on a vision.
Where is this Twisted Fate going? The hook lands, the packet comes on over, but not huge amounts of value until actually you know who's hit on it. It was Abel. The bailout's there, and he survives. He survives. The rat poison doesn't work.
And he stays alive. The dragon is claimed, but once again, at what cost? LGD, 2 objectives in a row, fall apart in the fight.
Oh, that bailout value was so huge. The gold card afterwards as well. Yes, they get dragon, but they lose 4 people.
And even with Abel playing with his face, I think he's taken the Ratatouille a little bit too close to heart. So I need to actually be on their head. I need to be pulling the hair in melee range. Still lives. This man should not be alive. Send this person to rat jail. Either way, 2-0 and 3 extra plates. And OMG, they are so far ahead of the game now. Shia takes down another kill. As the game falls a little bit far apart, but still, OMG, this composition they've pulled out, LGD, they are not prepared for this.
No, they were not, and you can understand why. Who is ready for Twitch Nidalee in the meta of today? I mean, obviously, Nidalee did get some buffs, and we've seen it played very occasionally, but this has been fun, I think it's fair to say.
And, yeah, there have been a couple of games this split which have reminded me why I loved OMG last year. So many people did. They were the fan favorite. They were the team of the streets. It felt like they were the team which everyone really wanted to pay attention to because they did the different stuff. They challenged the meta. They challenged other teams, and with games like this, despite all of the changes, you remember bits and pieces of that. Abel's used his Q by this point. It's on cooldown. The hook doesn't land directly onto him, but he has to dodge out of Haichao's package and everything else. But because nothing directly lands onto him at the start of the fight and instead it's onto PP God, he ends up able to survive through to the end of that bailout. And with the extra attack speed running beyond that too, then the Q resets, the movement speed with the ghost, it's so hard to run away from this AD carry.
Angel gets a little bit greedy for the plates, and Shia flash Q auto. Feels pretty nice then. At least it's a shutdown, at least it's something back. And Senna, opportunity first, trying her very best to get towards the Blood Razor as well. Might still be their way out, their salvation in this game.
Well, they need to try and find a way to actually get a good front to back where it feels like the carries of OMG are all clumped up. They're not that mobile, the Twisted Fate and the Twitch, and they're definitely not that tanky. If you have a good enough engage from Meteor with a Profane Hydra from Birdle coming in, there is a chance where OMG clump up and they get burst out. But OMG have themselves the gold lead, they have control on the map. It's going to be a very hard situation for LG to organize that kind of flight. Jin Zhao is going to get hit by... Oh my god, the damage from Xiaofeng!
And there's just so much continual CC.
They don't even need to dive. It's just like, that's a nice argument. Unfortunately, up, right, down, 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 500 kilogram Eagle Strike comes in and absolutely explodes the Nautilus.
I'm pretty sure Nidalee is a Cougar and not an Eagle, but maybe they'll rename that ability purely for this game. My days, Xiaofeng is very scary indeed on the Nidalee.
Xiaofeng, just any time that spear flies by, it feels like there's kind of like a siren attached to it. Strategic launch detected. And this guy, this jungler, has been such a revelation for OMG. He's not always had the best games. I don't necessarily want to see him on stuff like the Xin Sao, but when he goes on to the carries like the Viego, and now we see him with the Nidalee, this guy is such a pleasure to watch. And I'm so glad it feels like OMG have got themselves a bit of that mojo back, which they were playing with last year.
They finally have a style again, I think, which does feel pretty damn good. Abel on some of his weirder picks, Xiaofeng on some of those more high-resource champions. It's a very different beast to what we saw at the beginning of the split.
Also with Angel on global champions as well. You know, he's a big Taliyah player, he's a big player of this Twisted Fate as well. Even on stuff like the LeBlanc, which can kind of be semi-global with the way that you're ever-present hopping over walls, he has had such an important factor to his team, as opposed to sometimes the way has worked for him. I feel like it's been more inconsistent, but it feels like OMG, they're starting to get into their stride, and you know, if they win a series like this, it feels like they can be on their way to playoffs, particularly with teams like Weibo and LNG starting to trip up.
Yeah, exactly that. And also note, we've got about a minute or so until Dragon, LGD, we don't have to fight this one. In fact, I'd suggest they really don't. More in the sense that, you know, you are running with the Corki and the Senna. You've got time in some ways to play a little bit for the scaling as Birdle is going to find Angel, but Xiaofeng is here. I don't actually know how much he wants this. The Spear lands, the Magnus Orbital buys some space, teleports now coming on through. This would be a huge shutdown. Glanted over to Birdle. They go too deep. Meteor gets
Twitch.
value. Twitch is coming though. Wait for the spray and pray to begin to be unleashed. Now can look for it. Throws down that that cast to try and get some damage down. The depth charge interrupts though. Meteor likely to fall. Senna Q buys time. The ignite though from Abel makes it a 1-for-1. Junglers on both sides dead.
Abel comes in with 2 items, and you've dealt with one of the threats, but not all of them. He has a Rage Blade as second item. Didn't expect that one through. He has himself another Q. Cubes around the back, and I don't think they can disengage from this.
Using Stampede might have been an option. They do manage to get on out of that. I worried too. The advantage though for LGD is Birdle got the huge shutdown.
And he already had the Profane Hydra, and this is the worry. Birdle on the Aatrox, which he has done so well with. This split can be a huge flanking burst threat. And OMG, they don't have tanks besides Cube. If you can get beyond that Udyr and get into a flanking position, you can absolutely one-shot the backline, especially with this item breakpoint. I do quickly want to touch on some of the other item breakpoints, though. Worth noting that on this patch, Corki does not have the interaction between Malignance and Eclipse. You don't have that. That was removed in 14.3, and we're currently on 14.4. Of course, we've got huge items coming from Angel, who has himself the Rapid Fire Cannon. And then we do have to talk about that Twitch build, as, well, he's going to not be here at this play, as it feels like Hydra is just going to die.
Yeah, I think that was the package that just went down as well. It was actually the Valkyrie Angel. In addition to Junjo missing the hook, puts him under tower, has to back away. GD get away with it. The teleport was summoned. PP got here as well. Xiaofang over the wall, throwing a javelin that goes a little wild, but his presence now known. This tower should still fall. And LGD refusing to give up just yet. They go on in. PP got low, but not dead. Abel here begins to fire again. The Magnet Storm to the backside buys some space, but they just can't quite do enough damage to the damn rat, who now has to deal with Abel over the wall. Can't quite get the kills though. Everyone's so low, but not dead. Oh, he was so close to glory.
Oh, it's a sinking ship and the rat leaves the house as OMG. That could have been the play. You know, if he had a collector, it would have killed them because it works off of the passive, but he can't quite get it. And he flashes in, and not for the first time, we're left thinking, Abel, buddy, calculation's not quite there.
It does seem to have gone towards the older build. It has gone towards that Rage Blade. And you said, yeah, I just don't think it's that great on him right now, even when we were talking about it.
From every game that I've seen in terms of the Twitch mains I see coming through it, I understand it's better against frontline, but when you have something like the Collector and the Kraken Slayer and something like the Hurricane, it is so much work. You see that Abel goes too close to the engage again. You should not be in range of a Rel without that flash when your ult is running. You flash forward very nearly, double assassinates the carries, but it's not quite enough. And Shaya just about gets the Q to save the both of them for the last tick.
Poison there, the expunge not quite enough to bring low both the carries. They stay alive. And LGD reminder, Corki Senna do scale exceptionally well. Getting some gold, getting some towers is critical to staying in this game, because eventually those two champions are going to be mighty hard to deal with.
They are, but maybe if Abel doesn't get hit by a full combo from a Rel and flashes into his death, maybe we'll see a different story. Of course, even the bailout wasn't there to save him at that one particular point. Either way, back onto the map. OMG, one thing that's worth noting, if they're not ahead of the game, their composition is very hard to play. You have a Nidalee who is not very consistent. You have a Twitch who needs to be playing on vision at that point too, which is very detrimental to his character. He's off of vision right now, has the Q, Spear lands. Shaya could just get, he has no summoners.
He's dead, surely he's dead. Expunge about to come on through the poison. Not going to quite work because there's still a piercing darkness, but now the Destiny Gate can come on through. Angel on the other side begins to do some damage. Haichao goes over the wall, the center already gone. OMG winning out this fight with style. That one looks a lot better.
Angel on the Twisted Fate comes in and cleans up shop. If you make a mistake as LGD, the thing is, there's way too much ability to kind of cross walls, the big ultimates, or flank into a position to close out this game. It needs to really be Birdle being the one doing that for LGD, but when you've lost vision control, it's so hard to do so. OMG will claim Baron. They're going to get even more gold in hand, and with two minutes on the Dragon as well, they can get themselves to a soul point throughout the duration of this Baron buff. They're going to be able to get themselves a clean reset beyond this point. LGD have had some good moments in this game, but they have continually fallen prey to the multiple tools that OMG have to kind of restart fights. The start of this fight is a spear out of anything else, and that's how fed this Nidalee can be. Abel doesn't quite get himself that damage calculation again. If you have someone like the Collector, you can actually assassinate here. I wonder if that item, now at multiple points, would have given so much more value. And even though LGD try and reclaim their battle lines, the damage has been done. Even with the start of the fight being a little bit messy. Back out onto the map, Baron buff claimed, extra items almost in. Almost 3 items for OMG.
Oh, so very, very close to making this a 2-0. This one Reminder though, of course, in the last game, they did throw from a similar position briefly, and LGD did find their way back into a game that felt really unlosable. But now we are in a position once again where the snowball is complete, this Twisted Fate, this Nidalee, all very, very scary. Abel is very, very deep, and this might be a problem again. We'll have the bailout surely, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive quite yet, and does go down. On the other side though, Senna is eviscerated by Cube, and LGD, they go very deep to make the pick happen, but it puts them out of position.
What is Abel doing? Is this Twitch or is this Mickey Mouse? I don't know, man. This dude is like, he has this red entered public domain, and it feels like LGD can own this one now. I'm not gonna keep doing that, but either way, Abel, buddy, you gotta stop giving freebies over. I know that Mickey Mouse is public domain, but let's not give it for free, hey?
Oh boy, and in fairness, LGD were very far up and Cube was already behind them, so in some ways being there was a risk. Haichao very low from the combo from the TF, and the Corki immediately has to run back towards the fountain. Xiaoye flat tries to get on into Piercing Darkness, save people. Birdall does a lot of damage, doesn't quite get the kill. Xiaofang flashes away. Cube coming on over. Birdall can't quite get in range, but still managed to buffer his way through the queue, trying to do some damage. Angel gets bailed out, stays alive, but the package in the backside means there's already a couple kills down onto Haichao on the Corki. Can Valkyrie over the wall, but he needs to not go to Valhalla quite yet, as Cube must run. The Blazing Stampede does go absolutely nowhere as Haichao guns him down, and LGD are still going to lose out to Dragon as Angel just gates out to claim that.
Why does this team always throw after they've taken their first Baron? OMG, this series, they have not been clean at closing out games in the way they have been earlier in the split. What OMG were doing earlier in this split was they were struggling to get the early game leads, but when they did, they'd close out. Now they're getting the leads, but they don't know what to do with them. Abel, dude, you gotta chill. This guy has had a couple of moments this series where he's put the game into serious question, and particularly when you're against someone like Birdall and this Aatrox turn up and have so much damage against a hyper squishy composition, it feels like OMG are going a little bit too far. Yes, they get themselves the first kill, almost get themselves the second, but look at the lethality Aatrox. Once you have this Profane Hydra, you are just a one-man flanking machine. If you get onto the squishy carries, the game can just end. They do luckily close them down, but the damage is done. And LGD get themselves some important kills and shut down the last of this Baron buff.
Birdall maybe is a dream here, the way to potentially get back in. They get some important shutdowns. Yes, the base still broken. Baron not available for a couple minutes, and Dragon was still secured by Angel. Now maybe a turnaround and a massive pick onto Xiaofang. Another death.
As soon as you see everyone squaring up like that, you have to be looking out for that hook. LGD, they have the tools to punish the squishy composition from OMG if they aren't just kind of ramming them under the turrets and saying you can't move from here and look for your engage.
The big pick, and you begin to start to worry again. They've got themselves Redemption Locket from PP God alongside the bailout to try and keep somebody alive, but you cannot give away free stuff like this. Not at all, especially as Xiaofang's still not quite enough gold to finish off that Zhonya's.
That's an important thing to work towards, because it feels like that will be the ability to go in for assassination and then survive. The thing is, you're not going to be able to survive very easily against the 3-item Corki who has a Shojin built up as well. It's not the Eclipse build anymore, but this Shojin very much adding on to that damage profile. You get those 4 stacks up and you get the 12% extra damage on top of that. Cover 3 items though from Angel and Abel, very, very important. Hurricane means that if Abel finally gets a fight where he's not caught by just a truckload of CC, OMG can very much run over the damage portfolio for the rest of the fight.
Eyes on Birdall as well. 3 items on this Aatrox. Very ready and willing to throw down in that backline. Made it happen the last time it's able though. Still too very scary. Xinjiang needs to be very aware about his potential to be burst out. Doesn't quite get the full stacks of the poison on top, and the expenditure doesn't do huge amounts yet, because of course this is the farming Nautilus. It's tankier than a normal variant would be.
It does mean that you have a little bit of extra time to close that door on the front line. How much time will you have though? Again, this vision control from OMG, very important, because it means that Twitch can choose his angles like this.
Does a lot of damage. Birdall! No, but he goes in! Bailout's there and he's dead! Abel! What was that decision?
He flashed into the hook. He tried to flash over it and gets massively outplayed. Once again, the rat goes splat and the vermin tide is stemmed once more. Angel is now trying to play some I don't know, defensive countermeasures on the top sides and says, let's just try and get this map split up. But that is a huge mistake from the man in the bot lane.
It's such a mistake. There's no wave here right now as Cube managed to clear it out with some Stormborn wings, as Cube still healing up, of course. The Iron Mantle doing its work to keep his HP topped up. In the picture-in-picture, though, Angel still disastrously strong. Solo kill. That means another turret goes down. This Twisted Fate Scary can look to gate back in or out.
Angel trying to pick up the pieces from the mistakes of Abel. He pops the Destiny. He can get himself the full inhib and then teleport out if he wants to. Actually, it's just a lap, so he's going to be stuck in the base.
Doesn't really have an easy way out.
Oh, the Hex Gate.
Oh, the Hex Gate. The flash as well from Jinjar doesn't work out. Angel does not have his wings clipped.
Oh, and this one really is the Guardian Angel of OMG. Do you believe in miracles, folks? Angel's trying to make them happen. 7, 1, and 10, making up for the mistakes of his AD carry.
Gee, they've certainly got a couple creatures on their shoulders. Abel perhaps playing the devil this time around, going a little bit too deep, a little bit too impulsive. The fight begins. On the other side, Stun tries to go on through onto Abel, who's still unleashing ungodly amounts of damage. Still dies as Birdle tries to make use of his Profane Hydra to the best amount he can, but the Charnel House just will not work out quite yet. Angel still doing filthy things. It's a triple kill to the Aatrox, who still falls down. Zhenzhao falls. Full ace with the exception of the Corki, and it looks like OMG will still win the game.
Huge amounts of damage put out across both sides of the team, but it's the angelic figure on OMG that comes out on top. Angel really securing this game. 2 sloppy games in the mid game from OMG back to back. But somehow, some way, it looks like they're able to clean up shop. They're going towards 3 inhibitors. Can they close the game? With Meteor coming up soon, I think it's 3 inhibs and out. But either way, OMG, with that amount of pressure, feels like that should be the death blow to this game.
Pull away. There's a Hex Soul available to them. They get all of the inhibitors. This Aatrox is trying. Birdle, my god, is doing unspeakable amounts of damage. Something about Profane Hands and Charnel Houses and Frankenstein just aren't quite enough right now.
Something quite poetic about the fact that we have the Angel trying to redeem OMG's mistakes. On the other side, it is the World Ender, the demonic entity himself. Aatrox is not actually a demon, he's just a failed Ascendant himself. Maybe a bit of a fallen angel on the other side, trying to bring about some profanity in this game. If either of these guys are alive midway through a fight, you have to start really questioning whether the fight is done. It's not easy to track what's happening in these fights. Another Q from an Aatrox, another gold card from the Twisted Fate. That could solve things. Back to the Baron.
Here we go. LGD wants to try and find something back. They're going to deal with Hex Soul now. And against the Twisted Fate and the Nidalee, who can proc it so easily, it gets so difficult.
Can Angel also rush towards the base? There's a teleport into the fight. Here comes the TF ult.
Look at this fun for once. Abel untouched. Finally chunked out, but it's bailed out, does die. But on the other side, brings down a couple. Corki, free firing. Corki doing work, and Birdle here as well. OMG lose this fight.
Abel is not untouched again. For the first second he is, and then everyone just lands into his lap. And it feels like OMG, they once again flubbed the direction to this fight. Xiaofeng, he's alive on this Nidalee. It's hard for him to team fight right now, and Birdle has so much damage. Root lands. This could be dangerous.
Oh, Birdle lands a Q1. Flash out of the Q2. Birdle, no, World Ender though. Means he falls. Angel is just monstrous. This deck is just stacked with nuclear warheads. Xiaoya runs away, but Senna, there's nowhere to go but your own last embrace. The cleanse comes on down. Still not enough. The wild card just wide, but the javelin toss as well, not quite there. Throwing another wild card out. Xiaoya must run, must stay away, must try and keep out of danger. A Hex Gate comes on through, and PP God is here, and you have the bigger energy, the man with the handshake.
It's going to be Shia going down. It's an extended death timer too. That's going to be a bit of an awkward situation here from LGD. This Senna not going to be up to help with the base defense. And while all this is happening, wave clear duty was abandoned for a brief moment for LGD to win that fight. So they lose 1 and 0.9 of an extra turret, which means that when you have Angel being able to teleport into the base, it feels like this should just be game over. Angel, 12, 1, and 12. He is not willing to let go of the game's fumbles.
He is full build, soul boots. This Twisted Fate will annihilate anybody who is hit with the gold card.
We've got ourselves a bit of Billy waiting to tell us the end of this game. What will happen? The stream freezes just very, very briefly, and we're into the base.
Abel steps on forward, begins to unleash again, does so much damage, the damage back is good, but it's just not stopped this time. Abel gets Junjiao, and now the base exposed. Nexus going down, Abel flashes on forward. This time, he makes it work. The triple kill comes out, and the coin flip works. OMG, again, have to work harder than they should have, but it is a 2-0.
And they cook this time up something a little bit ratatouille-like. Twitch, maybe burned himself a little bit of that food a little bit later on, but OMG, they close out a 2-0 series. LGD, sadly for them, this is pretty much the end of their playoffs hopes, as slim as they might have been. We will be moving towards our second series of the day. FPX versus JDG follows this one, as OMG seal our first series of the day.
Breathe a sigh of relief, and there's a lot that they can go, yeah, that felt good about that game, and there's also a lot where they're going to have to go, that wasn't great.
Thank you so much again, folks, for joining us on our weird and wonderful ride through the LPL. As it gets a little bit strange here sometimes. We, you know, we like to keep things. We like to keep things as solid as we can here, and thanks everyone for tuning in. I am really quite disappointed in Abel's team fighting that game. Abel gets caught in every single team fight. Now, some of them, when you have like a flash Aatrox getting your Qs onto you, that's reasonable. Some of them were absolutely horrific mistakes from him, though. The flash into the Nautilus hook, not so good.
No, you can't make that misplay. The one where he flashes over the thick wall to try and get both AD carries, you could see the angle. He was so close. But that's easier said than done in some ways as well.
Yeah. And folks, so I'm just going to see what's happening with the timing for the second series as well. So we're going to switch over streams now. Billy just gave us a little bit of a hiccup at the end of that last game, but it wasn't too bad. It's been treating us pretty well today. Sometimes it gets a little strange, but so basically because the games are taking place, the first series in Shanghai and the second one in Beijing, we'll just see what's happening here. It's meant to start at about 12 o'clock. Looks like the stream is coming through right now, though, and we'll get this back up here. So we get to start talking a little bit about what can happen between JDG and FPX as well, because this is another game where FPX really get to show whether they are genuinely top quality stock, or whether it's just Milky Way smurfing on a league and the rest of the team's trying to keep up.
Bit of that. I think Milky Way is clearly the star, and FPX in some ways are better than the sum of their parts. But I do think players are standing up to be better than I think people assumed they would be. You looked at this on paper when you were coming in, you're going, you know what, for me, I see Milky Way, I think he's a really hyper-talented jungler. I'm expecting him to come in, show some good things, but still have flaws because he's a rookie, and this team will be, you know, lower middle of the pack, and show potential, but not be able to compete really in the best of threes. That hasn't been the case, actually. They've come in and they've looked very coordinated in a lot of ways. Milky Way has been a monumental driving force that's really popularized a lot of these carries even in the LPL, and I think that's quite exciting to see. By all accounts, he's also a shot caller, which is easier said than done. I think he's coming in and is shot calling while doing things like Kindred and Diana and all these wild and wonderful picks and playstyles, and making work, which is a very unusual thing. And it's not just him. The rest of the FPX has rallied around and looks like a pretty solid cohesive unit.
I do think that I have a lot of concerns in this series about, can FPX accelerate the game to a point where Ruler and Missing don't get out on the map again? Because JDG are not a fast team, FPX are one of the fastest teams in the LPL. I think Top Esports is the fastest technically by game time, but FPX are probably the team which I've seen, you know, close out games most confidently when they actually do have a lead. So I am waiting to see whether that will be a feasible style of play, particularly because Ruler and Missing are the best laning duo in the LPL right now, and Docdam and Life, particularly Docdam, have had some issues. I think Life has had some good moments, even on stuff like the Rumble support. I think that actually he's been quite underrated as far as this team goes. I think a lot of people are just saying, oh, it's just Milky Way. Also worth noting, as you see on the screen here, Milky Way lost his first Rookie of the Split award this year so far to Sheer, JDG's top laner. So we have the two best rookies of the year apparently so far facing off against each other. I don't know whether Sheer is actually playing today, whether it's Flandre, because they were playing against one of the weaker teams a little earlier on. But it's just worth just putting that out there.
Yeah, I think it probably is. And the other thing is, for all the Milky Way has got a lot of plaudits, look who he's up against. It's not just Kanavi, it's Kanavi plus JDG, and jungling is a team game. Your ability to do things on the map is predicated by the state of your map and what your team can or cannot do as a jungler. And JDG last year were one of the absolute best about making sure Kanavi could be a real weapon for that organization. And yes, they had phenomenal laners. Knight, Ruler, and of course, missing. I don't think he was like missing or on. Oh no, on was on BLG.
Keep going.
But the point being that as you can see, Kanavi, the jungler of the week here in week 6 as well. You have got one of the best teams enabling their jungler, who is one of the best junglers in the world, largely rated as the best jungler in the world for large portions of last year, and is still right up there this year. And that's what you've got to try and manage as FPX and Milky Way. This is a hell of a test.
And it is. So we get to see really now, again, a bit of a benchmark. I think we assume that, we know that BLG are the best team in the LPL. By quite a long way at this tier 20 it feels. But it does kind of seem like leaning back and forth. And we know that FPX have beaten top esports in a very close series. They're of a similar level. Where's JDG in this equation? Are they just simply better on the mechanical level? What are they like in terms of the macro? It does feel like... So Yudang, he was called up this week as well for waiver. He hasn't played yet, but still. We're worth seeing... It's worth seeing exactly how JDG is playing, and actually also whether they bring their A game to this game. JDG are a team which have occasionally waited until the big games to really just pull out all the big guns. There's a reason why BLG, it felt like they were better in regular season a lot of the time compared to JDG. In summer last year, they were anyway, in the last split that we saw them, because it felt like JDG could sometimes take their foot off the accelerator and just chill for a little bit, and then they'd explode towards the end of the split and then into playoffs.
Exactly. I think that's fair to say, and I think,
I think so too. That's why I said
when we saw rather teams like JDG fumble last year, and it didn't happen very regularly. It often was where they did play a little slower in the early game, and they kind of got snowballed on fire if they couldn't team fight their way to victory. They're not playing quite the same way this year, I think it's fair to say. But I think there's still some truth to like if you can make sure that rules are missing aren't like accelerated in the game where they get to really leverage their very domineering snowball, the game feels a lot more playable than it does in another scenario.
Yeah, the worst case scenario against JDG is you give JDG a draft where Ruler has a lot of defensive tools and the goal is trying to reach Ruler. That tends to be...
So I'm just looking at that. Is that a 2-12 win rate for Senna over the last week or so? I'm not quite sure what I'm reading the stats next. That was a news. Has Smolder been breaking Senna that hard?
Yes, so Smolder has won pretty much every game versus Senna. It's been pretty nasty in that regard. So I think that we've had Kaiser now start beating Smolder. That's one of the big picks.
Yeah. But Kaiser's ability to get onto Smolder far enough and do so much damage that he can't survive it.
Oh yeah, Senna's actually had a pretty awful week.
Yeah.
So there's 2 victories. There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah,
2-12.
2 and 12 in the last 14 games. Yeah.
Wow,
that's insane. Considering how good Senna was doing in the LPL, that's actually insane.
Who's been picking? Has it been lower tier teams or has it been good teams?
It's been a mix of everyone. So yeah, I mean EDG played a couple of them and you're like, okay, whatever. It's a couple of lower place teams, but you can't just completely rotate.
No, of course not.
But yeah, so we've got a little while until this game comes on. We'll probably have another 15 minutes until this game goes live. So we'll just be chilling here for a bit, folks. And
chilling.
On the LPL stream.
That's true, but it's such a it's become such a phrase.
Yeah, you know, there was a John Cena video recently which was like a little bit out there, where he was in an interview with a couple of people where they were talking about, oh, what's your guilty pleasure movie? What's your guilty pleasure watch? And people were like, oh, I really enjoy Finding Nemo. And it's like, no, but that's just a good movie. It's not a guilty pleasure. And then he was like, oh, my favorite movie is Behind the Green Door. And I was like, what the fuck's that? Oh, no, just Google it. This is a pornography genre.
Yeah. I knew it! It was gonna be a porno!
Any off topic, but will LCK be live by playoffs? LCK have released a statement saying that they will be playing live games from next week, I believe.
So they think they've resolved the issue?
They haven't given a larger statement, but LCK have said that is the case. So, yeah, well, hopefully we get to see that again.
Well, this is really interesting as well. You can see the teams with the name sponsors, they get their full names on here.
Yes, if not, so you don't have. That's a very good point, actually. Well, you don't have Edward Gaming. It's like Shanghai EDG Hisense.
But that's what I'm saying. They're name sponsors.
Yeah.
You see, and
Yeah, I get it.
so like the LNG 9 bots as well.
Yeah. There's a lot of them are like banking stuff as well. So a lot of that's huge money.
I mean, like the Hawks, right, were the champions of
That's
LPL.
LPL.
But that's
different.
but that's SoftBank.
It is,
No,
but
that's-
no. Hang on. This is an important thing, right? Just because someone has it in the name does not mean that the team sees a lot of money. Particularly in the LJL, a lot of this Japanese league, a lot of the money there, it's big. Like, it gives you good kind of presence, but it doesn't give you a lot of money. Whereas in the LPL, any of the sponsors you get tend to be huge fucking money. So there is a difference here.
I will say though, about my understanding, SoftBank does at least get a fair amount of access to solid like physical resources, like training venues and stuff. Like they got to go, like they've got links with T1 and stuff. So they're like, I think there is, in fairness to for that particular link, that one has some weight to even if like the money isn't as there in the same way. The access to facilities very limited.
You know what I need to... So, Angie is being very kind and drawing, like, Ari pondering her orb, but, like, in different expressions of, like, happy, confused, and then, like, angry/sad. So I can use that as a graphic to, like, either praise or flame people's Ari builds. So I need to get myself, like, a full graphic, so whenever I see a build which I'm just really upset by, or happy with, I can finally talk about it in a more structured manner, because I'm just completely scuffing it right now. Do you think FPX can win? Yes, but it has to be around a bot lane that does not interact with Ruler and Missing. I think that if Ruler gets to play like a Xayah game where he's against like heavy engaged threats, he wins. If he gets a good Zeri game, which we've seen coming out, he wins. Now there's a chance that Dogdam goes towards Zeri, and he is a good Dogdam. He is a good Zeri player. But I feel like if this game becomes about, and we do see Flandre start, that's important. Flandre starting, not Sheer.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think Flandre's been great.
I think having that experience has been quite helpful. And Flandre has often been targeted by like opponents of JDG, and he's still come back and been useful, which is a really important skill. Dyrus had to do it all those years ago. Sometimes you're just left out to dry, and your value then is, how can I still be useful despite being bled of resources?
Yeah, I'm just gonna see if I can get this text to go any bigger.
I mean, when FPX wins, I'm on that Milky Way hype. Expert scientist, you absolutely get it. The empirical research suggests Milky Way is just better.
Yeah, that's why today we brought ourselves, you know, our favorite brand of chocolate. We thought that we would you know, get on the early hype train. I actually have so many packs of these. Hang on, you know what? I'm gonna go find out all the Milky Way packs. You can have that.
My player bias.
Here's another one. You can hold that one too. Thank you. Hold that one too.
We saved these specifically. Can I have more?
Here's another one.
Yeah. This is a very non-biased stream. I'm running out of hands, Alex. Product placement. This is player placement. This man right here, the Milkiest Way, is insane. We're not endorsing Milky Way bars. It's Milky Way the player. You understand, guys? This is the man you will all know to love. Fake is moving over. The new go is Milky Way.
I couldn't find another one, but I have a Red Bull.
You know what? That's fine.
Got a mini one. I've got a mini Milky Way. This is like the baby Milky Way. Yeah, yay! So much Milky Way. I'm just gonna leave them here. Just leave them up like that.
This matchup is so good. Do you mind just watching the camera briefly so I can look at the numbers?
Yeah, I can do.
Thank you. So,
leave it out there for now.
I think this is for. Is that? What's those numbers for?
That's this might be DPM
Manager info. Oh, is this for the?
Points. So this is for like this is basically like fantasy points.
Yes.
So they have like a giant like kind of like fantasy league kind of thing out there. It's very popular.
MVP 9 for Kanavi, 9 for Milky Way. Yep. These guys are when they're on their games are so good. That's why we're so excited about this matchup. I do think that in some ways this is going to be a very severe test for Milky Way, because he is at his best when he has some point of pressure or some way to signal the bat signal and call the troops to wherever he is to make something happen. He's been very good at those aggressive movements, And that's just so much harder if your lanes just aren't in position to do that. You don't have the chance to do it. It's why in the LDL, he basically had his mid laner with a pocket pick Galio as a serious pick you had to watch out for.
So, Scientist, that is a great question. So those of you who are on YouTube, just listening in as well, because there are a decent amount of you, and it's really, really good to see you guys today. I am actually checking YouTube chat as well if you actually do want to ask any questions. So I'm checking. I've got like chat. I've got Twitch chat here, got YouTube chat here, so I can see both.
At least between them.
But so Scientist is saying, you know, do you think Milky Way will be a hard study player? In terms of like, can you just study this player and shut him down? So the best game to watch for this is game 2 of their series versus BLG, where he is on Jax. He's on Jax against a team that is hard to play Jax against, and he has 3 losing lanes, and he still goes 9-3. This guy, to me, I think right now you can't hard study him. I think this is a player who has shown massive value throughout a huge amount of difficult games, and that's the big thing for me. He's been doing it not necessarily with dominant lanes, which is how you play jungle right now.
Yeah.
Has really been about how do you play around winning lanes, how do you play around that. He's been great even without them at points. So I think that this guy, given the fact that he's looked good on facilitators as well as carries, I think that his carries are better, but he's still top tier on a lot of the facilitators. I don't think you're going to be able to ban this guy out completely. I think that he'll still have an impact. And yes, Flounder is playing, and there's Milky Way there on the screen as well.
I think the other thing that's worth noting, as you kind of alluded to briefly there, is Milky Way's champion pool is just really, really big. And it's not just full of meta stuff. He's very willing and able to work on champions that are not necessarily core to the meta. Things like Diana and Jax in the jungle are a little bit wilder. He still pulls out the Kindred, which yes is seeing a little bit more popularity, but again is that little bit outside the standard wheelhouse. And those are a lot harder to have a plan in your mind for immediately, because they all path and play so differently. And as I'll note as well, I think, yes, he is at his best when he can be aggressively signaling the troops to come invade with him to make plays happen, but he is more than capable of finding ways to be good in a game when things go wrong. I actually would suggest as well going back to look at the Nest finals where he pulls out the Kindred there, because that game looks awful. It's looking disastrous. They are 10,000 goals behind, and his Kindred just hard carries from behind. What he often defaults to when he's behind on things that can carry is just solo focus on himself, because he trusts in his ability to get enough resources and gold to carry his way out of a hole. And that's easier said than done, but what he's then quite good at is, because he's very good at reading the push and pull in the jungle, saying, well, if they're here, I should be able to get some resources here. It does sometimes mean, though, that his laners can be left out to dry, because he will be kind of prioritizing getting resources for himself at that point. But when you are on things like Kindred or Graves or whatever, sometimes that's just what you have to do, and the laners just have to suck it up a bit.
Thank you so it's very kind to hear the kind words, by the way. Again, folks, just like to do some housekeeping and stuff. So we've got some text at the top of the screen. We're brothers. We started casting together in 2020. You might have seen us on LEC or on LPL or elsewhere. It's really cool that we get to do this and that people enjoy our content here. So it's really fun for you guys to kind of support us during this. And yeah, just keep it. If there's something you enjoy here, let us know. If there's something you'd like to see us do as well, let us know. We're going to be here doing as much of this as we can. And yeah, it's actually something which I've been kind of thinking about in terms of like, what can we do for you guys rather than just, you know, we are casting the games and that's something that takes precedence. But in terms of like, you know, what would convince you to subscribe? What would convince you guys to do that? That's the thing. I do need to run ads for Twitch actually, because otherwise we're going to miss like some other stuff. But yeah, let us know what you're enjoying and whatever. There is a Discord link for my Discord below the stream. Sam has a Discord as well. It's not linked in my channel. I can set up a bot. I may as well just set it up. It does for both of us anyway.
Someone for you on my channel as well.
We're live on Twitch and YouTube right now. So this broadcast will be on Twitch VODs. It'll be on YouTube VODs. We're going to cut up the individual games and put them onto YouTube as well. So we're doing as best we can for that. And just let us know what you want to see. So you're supposed to do the stuff to make us subscribe. I didn't know. Yeah, Mecha, you're a god amongst men. So.
Mecha is my head mod. He deals with most of my shit. He's very good, but he gives me sass all the time. With that emote specifically, I get some shit throwing out these sassy little comments, judging my love of Evelyn.
Can you do your own MVP of the split for LPL? Make your own dream team out of the split? Potentially, I can. And thanks always for the high quality analysis. You have a cat called Ari?
Wait, that's cool.
Can we get a cat?
I would be down to have a cat called Ari.
I'd actually really like that. Compliment for Harold. Can we get a cat called Harold?
Harold once came over and made us some fucking phenomenal burgers.
Yeah, I have to say,
serious shout out to Harold for coming over, like just staying and cooking for us. It's really
Harold,
lovely.
one of my favorite things about you, Harold, is how confidently spontaneous you are. And it's just like it takes a lot of burden off of me because I find I struggle to be spontaneous a lot of the time. So to see you, can we get a cat called War Crimes? Angie, if you'd like a cat called War Crimes. Wait, what would be the short name be?
Asmodeus is a great name for a cat
Crime.
as well.
Asmodeus. But yeah, Harold, I really appreciate how spontaneous you are, and it's really interesting to me, like how you can kind of drag people along with that like that spontaneity, because I think that's a very powerful thing. I need to see what the volume's like on the stream actually. What did we?
Admiral Hade as well saying, try cast with Flowers. If Flowers is down and has rights, I'm down to do that.
So on Wednesday I think you have plans for at least maybe second series, right? If anyone knows how to get in contact with Flowers and ask if he wants... Wait, what series?
I don't know whether he's right. Yeah, I was debating on... yeah. I think I'm seeing Dune 2 on Wednesday.
Actually, you know what? I might do something... Like, I need to... You know, I guess primarily I'd like to reach out to Mazel, because I haven't cast with him in a little while. But I'll see... You know what? For Wednesday, the second... It's a bad series, guys. It's Weibo EDG.
I thought it'd be funny,
guys, who can I convince to cast Weibo EDG with me if this guy's out? What do I do, folks? How do I do this? Oh dear. How do I convince people to watch that with me? That's a difficult one. Insult for Angie. I bet it's easier. No, let me think about this. I've got a banger. I've got a banger here. I can feel it brewing.
Yeah, okay. I've got one. I can get you both.
What? Sam's claiming it this time.
Angie, you will never love Alex as much as you love Monster Boys.
What does that mean? I thought it would be more of a bag to say like, oh, like the whole Ari connection and shit.
That too.
I thought that would have actually been worse. Does that count? Does that count, Angie? Would you be willing to accept that? Okay.
Harold's losing it, so I got one.
I'm sorry, I can't be the Dryder from Baldur's Gate 3. By the way, great character, by the way. If you actually just don't immediately kill him and you get into a lot of assault, really cool. Yeah.
It's very not true, but
yeah,
okay.
No,
okay.
Actually, Angie's great. That's fine. I'll sort that out later, folks. So we're getting in close to second series. We're walking out onto the stage. Probably have about 5 minutes until we get into things. Oh, a rescue kitty has a red collar and homage to the archer. That's really cool. That's really cute. That's really
great
cute.
choice.
I like that a lot. I mean, we're definitely getting cats in our future. At some point. It's just like when I feel like I've got a hold of my life, really. But yeah.
Favorite player in the LPL? For me, it's 1XN or Milky Way. In the sense they're both my LDL boys. I think they've been super cool. They've done really well when they've come on up.
Favorite player in the LPL? I mean, Knights, I think, is a pretty easy one for me. I love the way... Well, Pollux is the best Ahri player in the LPL. And, like, for me, that's a big thing because I love this champion. And given... Am I not enough? What are you talking about, Angie? Not just
guys, you're in public. Come on now, I don't need to hear about this.
Where do I find the OG stream? It's not on the LoL website. So if you go to live.bilibili, that'll show you it. That'll show you it, folks. So we're on Bilibili right now. You can also look at it on Huya, but you need to have an account to log in to then get the full quality of it. So we will have the full quality here, and we'll be streaming in English. So hopefully that'll make it a little easier.
I think if you're looking as another one of my favorite players, it's Kanavi. I just think this guy is bloody awesome. He is by far my favorite. He's one of my favorite junglers in the world. He's just awesome to watch. It's very exciting.
I do enjoy Abel, but also like part of the reason I enjoy Abel is because I know that even in like a stupidly winning situation, he can do stuff like he did last game and just like make the game interesting by inting.
I genuinely think it's just Leroy Jenkins' move from WoW raiding into LPL, and that this is what he does now. He's just like, right, we're gonna play this game out slow, clear, and then suddenly Leroy Jenkins, no, Abel, no! Okay. Runs into the raid for the world ender.
Right, okay. Sat down at the desk now, so we should be getting to draft pretty soon, and we can start getting ready for this game.
Yeah, Sam's jungle main, somewhat of an Evo TB. Yeah, basically. I play some other stuff, but Eve is by far the champion I play there.
Wait, Wob, how did you get your chat? How did you get your comment deleted?
What did he say?
Wob, what did you say? What did you do? Wait. Wait.
Oh, it's because it's Shank.
Oh,
Because
wait,
Shank
wait.
means stab in British slang. So,
Oh, okay.
Wob got banned
okay.
for basically
Okay, hang on,
alluding
no.
to stabbing someone. That's not
Oh,
what
hang
it
on, hang on,
means.
hang on. Right, yeah. I was just like, what are you guys doing? But
Yeah, so for the record, for those who don't know, Shank just means
Wait.
to knife someone.
wait, legit question. Are we a couple? We're brothers.
Like, bro? I'm his older brother. I did actually, you know when we first moved in?
Yeah. Oh my god. The first time we moved to Berlin, some people thought that we were a gay couple moving into Berlin.
Yeah, no, I had my one of my really good friends from Japan go like, bro, are you gay? I was like, no, that's my brother. But yeah.
No, folks, we're brothers with very similar interests who've lived together for like 20 years.
Yeah, we worked together.
25
Nice.
years. We kind of like took a break off of living together for uni and then a little while after. But yeah, we've put up with each other for a long time. So
Yeah.
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 Yeah. So that's a funny comment, and I don't take offense to it. Like,
The frustrating thing is, yeah, it does happen occasionally.
I think so. Like, folks, I genuinely don't take offense to it. It's whatever, folks. But like, no, we're brothers. I have a partner as well, so like, yeah, and yeah. Anyway. Like, that's a thing. Anyway, we're getting closer again, so we'll get into this towards this now. Of course, jungle matchup is probably the one which we need to be focusing on an awful lot. However, I also think we need to just put a couple of question marks towards the bot lane, because Ruler and Missing are so good in lane, and Doc Diamond Life have had some worries there. I think Doc Diamond Life, if they bring their A game, FPX might be able to accelerate the game well enough, particularly with the 3v2 bot side, if Kanavi isn't as connected to his bot lane as Milky Way has shown he has, this can be a good series. If that doesn't happen though, this game is going to go very quickly in a negative direction. So
Yeah, and I think it is worth kind of putting our eyes in two locations in this kind of flow of events as we begin to prepare ourselves for draft. The camera angles, those beautiful LED walls there as well. It is all lights and camera. The showbiz is here. It was the Oscars night last night. Be in for some more glitz and glamour today on the Rift. Two of the absolute superstars of the LPL here in the jungle, and the heirs apparent to the Golden Throne last year in JDG, looking to revamp it this year around.
Karma first pick, of course, this is 14.4, so it's not necessarily the super-powered Karma of 14.2 before the nerfs came in on the patch just after that point. It is still however, a pick which Gao has used to superpower Ruler in the bot lane, and now what this potentially means as well is that you put Care on rails a little bit. He's been okay as a mid laner, but he's not been a superstar, and it also opens up something like a carry for Milky Way for him to be empowered by an enchanter mid lane.
The Kindred ban was almost a must against the likes of FPX, especially because even though Kanavi, obviously famously a big-time Kindred player, it is Milky Way's preference so far, especially when they do want to prioritize things like this Varus and Talia. A lot of ability to gain lane pressure bot side and look to really wrestle with that bot lane, especially considering there have been some questions about Doc Diamond Life, particularly in lane. The Jax is locked, it is a flex.
Yeah.
We've seen Milky Way pop off on it already.
In fact, actually against BLG, he had a 9-kill game, even in a very difficult game in which his team kind of got stomped in. He had 9 kills against BLG of all teams. Jace locked in as well. Now that's interesting. So now maybe the question is, if you lock in something that counters the Jax top lane, will that be a bad matchup into something like the Jace? We've seen stuff like the Kasansei and the Udis sometimes struggle against Jace, but do well against the Jax. And also with the potential of someone like Kanavi going towards a Xin Zhao, that maybe locks that off the table because the Xin Zhao has suffered against the Jax in an individual matchup. With that in mind, they're locking in the Lee Sin, which can do well against that Jax jungle and just going to kick him out of a fight if he comes in for a big counter-strike. And with Yagao on Talia, it means that he can also roam into the plays a lot more. Already quite intricate mid-jungle being set up. Particularly if you have the Karma Jax, it feels like the Jax is the super-powered one, which means maybe they can end up winning some of these extra fights with shields and the early pressure of the Karma. But as soon as that level 6 is hit, Talia can start roaming across the map and potentially roam down towards either this Varus or up towards the Jace, which we assume to be now in the top lane.
Exactly. It's still strictly a flex. Of course, mid lane Jace has kind of fallen away from favor, but you never want to say never, especially when people like FPX are involved.
The flex here is that you can have the Karma going between mid lane and support. If it goes support, you're likely looking at Ezreal Karma. If JDG don't want that to happen, they can ban away the Ezreal right now, and the Karma has less good bot lane pairings. But if that does happen, it means that you can flex things around a little bit more. Jace into mid or top, and then the Jax into the jungle or top lane as well. I think right now that we're pretty set on this being the top side of the map, with all of these players showcasing these before.
Does feel that way, and actually
I say that. Actually, no Jace top lane for Shallow, who, yes, that would be new for him.
It would be new, but it's also worth noting that on the other side, Flandre has often been a point of attack for enemy teams, and if you're getting rid of some of those tankier options that deal with the Jace better early, like the Udyr and K'Sante, which have been the premier options with that in mind, if you're looking at isolated top lanes, Shallow, who could definitely take over from there and could prove really frustrating to manage. What are you locking in here? You do strictly have counter pick to work with.
Now, you could look in something like a Renata and just say, we want to save our solo, let our top lane for last pick, and it means that you do have very, very dominant bot side. Varus Nautilus, though, is where the bot lane dominance of this Varus really took over again from some of the early split of the Lucian Nami, the Lucian Milio, and some of the Callista. In fact, Ruler and Missing brought this out against Gala and Mark when they played against LNG and absolutely totaled them. Now, last pick after the Zeri is locked in for Dogtown. We were wondering if this was going to come through. Leaves now that Jace in towards the top lane. You assume technically, I mean, the Karma could be top as well. Flandre, last pick.
Noting, of course, that once upon a time, Flandre used to play a lot of Riven and solo queue in the life. Instead, moves to the absolute opposite end of the mechanical spectrum and goes towards the Malphite, which, of course, can really make Jace's day very sad if he doesn't snowball.
Now, the problem here is you have one shot at this Zeri at the start of a team fight. Then after that point, you have to get through this very obnoxious front line of the Alistar ultimate and then maybe even the Jax popping his ult too, with everyone buffed up with Karma Shield. If you don't hit Docdam, or he flashes out of something like the Malphite engage, Docdam, who is one of the better Zeri players actually of the era when it was strong, could run over this fight. We were wondering whether Docdam would head back towards one of his tried and tested classics. I think actually FPX walk away with a playable draft. Yeah. Problem is, if Jace falls behind, they're going to do nothing, because the Malphite, if you manage to get towards, particularly, you know, Barmy, Cinder, and the boots as well of the play to steel caps, can absolutely shut down that Jace lane. Jace needs to have very solid early laning phase to get ahead of that Malphite, stop Malphite getting an early first back, get a load of turret plates, and get ahead of the build. So a lot of eyes on the jungle matchup to see what can they do. Jax, Lee Sin, how are they going to fence off and spar against each other? I think particularly Kanavi would love to get in towards this top lane and shut this Jace down. It has always been the case of top lane Jace.
I want to do that, but on the other side, you've got Varus Nautilus, you've got a Talia. Your ability to maybe try and attack the Zeri and Alistar is pretty okay. Of course, Zeri and Alistar not the easiest to dive, though, it has to be said, between Alistar's ability to throw down a lot of CC, get the ultimate up, Zeri just inherently very slippery as a champion. Are you happy to isolate that lane? Do you want to play towards what should be your strong side? But if you do that, are you leaving the Jace with potentially a Jax turning up as well in too even a position to make Flandre's life too hard? I will be interested to see what the decisions are, because I can see value in both.
Another thing here too, so we see the Aerie coming out of Malphite. This is a thing which we sometimes see against Kennen lanes, because Kennen, if he ever gets hit by the Q, can just press his E and then speed out of the Comet. Now the thing with Jace is that you can form change, put your acceleration gate down sometimes, and escape the Comet, so you never get Comet value in lane. So see how much Flandre can get work done with that area. I think that's a slight micro-optimization. Again, this early laning phase from topside from Shallow, who does play a lot of duelists actually. Yeah, he's been one of the big Fiora players. He plays some of the Jax. He's played a lot of these duelists before. Let's see if he can get shut down by Flandre, who again historically has been someone who's done very well in 1v1 laning phases. And it's not really going to be about top lane for this very early game, though, as a ward drop down on that bot side buff. Kanavi going to be E-starting and starting Raptors.
Yes, he is, and of course that has become more and more regular, that junglers do not get leashes from their lanes, but how important laning's been. How actually, honestly, easier it is for junglers to clear the jungle without feeling like they've lost so much health, lost so much tempo by clearing by themselves and starting on that side, looking to path towards the bot lane where they've got hopefully some of that early pressure.
One thing too is that actually that ward that was put down to level 1 was swept out by JDG. So they actually end up clearing that ward very early on, which means that Kanavi will have a little bit more room to maneuver in regards to some of these surprise ganks. And again, we need to really see what happens in this top lane. I think bot lane, because it's Alistar versus Nautilus, you can have 2v2 kills, and I expect Ruler and Missing to put pressure down there. But it's not the level 2v2 fist fight that we see from like the Callistas and the Lucians of the world.
Jax starting on this bot side, soloed out the red buff, now heading up towards his Raptors. Mirrored jungle pathing, heading in those opposite directions. Looking out, flash for the headbutt, flash away from Missing into the hook. Missing just doesn't live up to his namesake and hits that one like a bullseye. Will still be a trade of summoners even enough.
He hits a bullseye on the bull's eye, just hits him in the face. And that was a fantastic flash away. Again, we said that this 2v2 is not really the kill lane of the Callistas or your Dravens, but these players make it work.
Oh, that hook is so fantastic. And Life just steps beyond and leaves Doctor out to dry just a little bit there.
So this is why in the preview to this series, I said, hey, okay, so you have Milky Way, fantastic player of the game, maybe best jungler in the LPL right now. There's a question mark about that. I think he's definitely put his name onto the equation there. But FPX, I am worried about what happens in this 2v2. Life has looked good on some of the more magey support, stuff like the Rumble as well, was even banned away in the second round of this first draft. And Ruler and Missing, particularly on stuff like the Varus Nautilus, have been absolutely destructive in early laning phase. How quickly can FPX accelerate this game before this bot lane becomes untenable? Kanavi comes down, level 3 to level 2. How much XP can he get?
They're actually doing quite a lot of work. So much damage from Missing. You just get healed. The damage from the arrow is huge. Missing will die in trade to 1-for-1 right now. Doctor still has the Spark Surge to get over the wall. Flash from the arrow. The Kanavi now trying to get some damage out. Still has Flash. Should still get the kill and get on out. 2-for-1. Dive successful. JDG pull off the aggressive dive bot. And you called it out in the pregame. What happens if Ruler gets snowballed?
Okay, so Milky Way does have a chance to then make a cross map towards top side. It's a fairly high HP Malphite, but he has no item stun lands.
And the flash doesn't really amount to all that much. Milky Way will need to flash, will die for the trade, but does get the kill.
I think that's a mistake here. I think that giving the gold over to Milky Way instead of Shallow, who completely tips this matchup. Flandre can teleport in with the wave not crashed under turret and get huge items. Care's left out to dry. He's going to get killed here. Kanavi still has flash.
Missing gets the Hex Slash in as well on the reset from his death. They get another kill. That's a kill in every lane effectively for JDG. Already the snowball begins. Kanavi 3-0 on the Lee Sin.
3-0, and in this jungle matchup, which we have highlighted so much, Kanavi strikes first and strikes in this bot lane, which we said, look, this is going to be a huge issue if it feels like Ruler and Missing can get ahead of the game. So destructive when they're ahead. The best laning bot lane in the LPL currently. And Doctam blows both of his summoners and doesn't even save his own life. I just wonder if he should have just died with peace at that point.
Maybe he should. Either way, it's now 1,000 gold lead to JDG. They've gotten a kill on Milky Way, a kill on Doctam, and that feels like at least something of a consolation prize, but how much
but this is the thing, right? Because I really want to return to this point topside. Unless you get a huge early lead on Jace, which you can do if you're left alone. It feels like Jace just gets outvalued by the Malphite, and he stacks up armor, he maxes up his W. In this game, you very much max the W as well at some point into your mid game, especially against multiple auto attackers and things get nasty. But Yagao might have to flash, but he still gets rooted.
And now the flash counter strike with the leap strike, and it's just a wonderful kill onto Yagao. And now Kanavi in a dangerous position, but the extended follow-up range of the Jax just too far.
Disrespectful from Yagao. You just got to get the hell out of dodge as soon as Milky Way goes forward. Maybe worried that there would have been a flash follow from Care, but all the same, Yagao goes down, and that's important because, again, it feels like, particularly with Flandre getting that kill, trading for Milky Way, this Malphite will be a huge issue. The fact that Shallow didn't get that kill gold means that Flandre is ahead in comparison to where the Jace is in this lane.
Milky Way gets 2 grubs, but now feels like it has to back away as Kanavi's coming on over. Yagao back in lane means there is just this mismatch. Grub will reset. Doctam gets away from the hook. Life goes over. Down has come Care, and that's put Ruler in a difficult position. Nowhere really to go. Gets rooted. Flashes on forward. Does not get the kill. Zeri gets that one, and Ruler burns the summoner as well. Important play in the bot side.
So that's something back. Care getting onto the map. It's not even the junglers doing this. It's not going to lead to anything more at this point. Doctam now with 2 kills behind in CS, and you have to, understand that You know, Ruler being on the poke, Varus can really start, again, forcing Dogdam into awkward situations. Flandre low HP, Kanavi on top side, but on vision. That's why Shallow, who's not necessarily going too hard. Ult comes in, here's Milky Way.
Oh, Flandre gets baited, outsmarted. The counter-strike is there. Kanavi takes the cube back. I don't think he's getting anything more.
We'll see if Yagao ults over. Yagao, is he going to go ult straight in? He is going. He's following it. How much can he do here? He's caught Shallow under the turret.
Shallow in a difficult position, but the wall now down. Shallow trying to play this one out. Just clear most of the wave. I think he gets to back away. How close is Kanavi to 6?
To see, it's pretty close from the looks of it, as Milky Way has 6 right now. Shallow, he is saved by his support roaming up. Care, bot lane, straight up to top lane as well. He's been on the roam despite not having the global himself. I love that we are getting a fast-paced early game. For me, this matchup was always about how quickly can an FPX accelerate the game before JDG's carries come online. And considering how those first kills went, I thought, okay, the top lane trade, I felt like that favored JDG, and the bot lane, of course, favored JDG. The slapback is immediate, and it keeps the timer ticking a little longer for FPX.
The fact that Jax has all of these early kills when you've got triple engage melee players on JDG, great flash from Shallow, but I'm just saying, if this keeps happening, Milky Way can keep doing this.
And so, Shallow, who first Jace game with a split, gets himself a decent play on that top side. He's not got the individual gold from either of these players top side. That's on Milky Way, so feels like Milky Way is the one that's going to have to take up the carry of the burden of carrying once more. He's done that with real grace this split. It feels like he has really been so reliable. For Shallow, who I am worried for how useful he will be. Doesn't have a CS lead. He hasn't got any plates on top side. Steel caps have been hit from Flandre, getting to the point where Malphite can just ignore the Jace.
At least for a little while, you're kind of waiting at that point on the 3-item mark when the armor penetration comes on through, and Jace kind of has his revival in the game, especially if it doesn't snowball. The late game scalings on Jace now feel a lot more deadly than they did seasons ago. Milky Way back into mid lane. Kanavi not spotted, but going towards this bot side. Does that leave Yagao out to dry? Who's still got no flash?
There is the chance of Care flash Wing and maybe looking for a slow into it. You can see that he's going forward right now. Hits him with the mantra. Milky Way does a lot of damage right now, by the way. He's got himself up to decent components, not on his full Triforce just yet. I wonder if we could be seeing another reprisal of Milky Way's Jax like you saw against BLG, and he just starts getting into all of these fights. Dragon goes down to the side of JDG. Grubs, of course, 2 for 1 to the side of FPX right now. Typically, when you see a Lee Sin, they often hop over the wall, especially on red side. They hop over the wall and they get one of them knocked down. Skips away from that hook all the same. Yeah, the Lee Sin can steal away one just to stop potential 6 stacks coming through from the second spawn. Yet again, first item hit from Kanavi. Has that Sundered Sky, can be a little bit more bruisery. It's not going to be that helpful once you get to 2-3 items on Nazarius. Dogdam just playing with fire here.
In fairness to FPX bot lane, with the exception of the dive that went a little awry, they have managed this bot lane pretty okay. They're down the CS, but that was kind of expected after the early pressure went against them. The Zeri's online, got 2 kills, that's keeping the gold even enough with Ruler, and a Zeri that's free scaling alongside of Varus feels pretty okay.
It does. I mean, the CS lead that we had from early game was basically held even. What that means is that Dogdam hasn't lost any more than they were from that first couple of levels of the game. That is good for FPX, especially with the kill gold available to you. Once you get to Shiv on the Zeri, it feels like Shiv is being built on a lot more AD carries now. Just allows you a lot of early game presence and accelerates you through to 2 to 3 items as well. Just really feels like that Zeri can get to that dangerous point where they hit critical mass a little later again. JDG's combo, very potent if you hit it, and it's very easy to hit it if you've blown all the flashes. How likely is that going to happen? How likely is that you're going to blow those summoners, though, to set up for that play? Milky Way is on vision, which means that JDG won't push up too far. Important for them. JDG at this time just taking away some of the grubs and denying FPX getting even 5 if they were to take all 3.
Don't get me wrong, it's high gauge, but it is a shotgun comp. You blow your one ultimate kind of engage combo, and if it goes wrong, the likes of a Jax who's suddenly got a Malphite that's ulted in, a Nautilus that's hooked in, a Lee Sin that's hooked in, you can start turning it around.
So grubs are gone for free. Worth noting that it really felt like JDG had good information on where Milky Way was. Milky Way has Flash again, has Triforce. I think Milky Way in the next fight of the game is going to do some absolutely monstrous damage. JDG, they're aware of that. They're not giving the easy fight. JDG, if I were to sum up their playstyle this year, is that they don't make that many errors. They try to get on top lane.
There's still no flash quite yet for Shallow, who's just saying, look, I'm dead. I'll clear out the wave best I can. Dies. Kanavi turns up topside. This time Milky Way's not there. And you can see what Shallow was doing. It's like he needed that wave in so he could finally reset. That was Eclipse Gold. You know why he's there. Yeah. But that's sometimes the top lane risk. You've got to take those shoves happen or you're doomed.
And you can't even take the hard trade for hard trade because Flandre has teleport. He's holding on to his teleport. He doesn't, he doesn't get the kill in that case, but he's going to get himself a plate. This top lane matchup, which we were worried about, remember, this Jace was locked in very early, this is starting to fall apart. Flandre is going to get a huge amount of gold from this and be so far ahead of Shallow, who he's almost a full level over the Jace. It's about half a level right now, I'd imagine. And it feels like Flandre will be such an issue in the individual lane. I think in team fights there are ways to deal with him. Zeri has good mixed damage and Karma can kind of buff up the target that's initiated onto as well. I don't think this Malphite will necessarily have the easiest time, especially if Docdam is standing at the correct kind of range as well. The Flandre goes back, gets himself a full Sunfire cape. He is very ready to start making this Jace's life hell in the individual matchup.
100 gold lead to a Malphite in a Jace lane feels pretty bad. Of course, if Xiaola, who gets time to play alone in lanes, claims some gold back himself, will still be able to be a problem in the side lanes, and actually a little bit of poke is no bad thing into some of the squishier members of the back line, but the fact that Flandre kind of just gets to ult on cooldown and Xiaola, who just kind of has to suck it up, feels really bad as Kanavi. He claimed 4 of the 5 kills himself, both junglers really being the ones who have been the recipients of all the early gold. Towards the bot lane we pan, the camera highlighting us from up in the heavens here. As we throw down some words of wisdom to all of you. We have got a brief moment of calm before Dragon spawning in a minute or so. Milky Way's taking this opportunity to look top lane.
So he's looking just to see if he can buy himself a wave crash, maybe get into the enemy jungle to get himself ahead of the game as well. He's a little bit behind the jungle farm. But this is the thing, right? JDG, they've actually been a very organized team. They've not necessarily been very fast-paced compared to a top esports or, of course, FPX. But they have been a team which stays the course very well. They don't tend to kind of like play these undisciplined fights where they just randomly give up kills. Typically, they've been very good at keeping themselves and their summoners very, very close to their chest and then waiting for that one big fight. It actually reminds me a lot of how JDG used to play when they had Yagao before 2023, when they were playing with the 2022 era and before. Of course, you've got a number of these players who are now 3-peat champions, clearing out the way, but no tower aggro.
Andre tries to go for the all-in, does get a fair chunk, but can't get anything more. Milky Way was around, so I think anything more from Flandre would have been a mistake. So the ultimate's actually down prior towards the dragon spawning, but Milky Way saying, look, we're not in a position to fight. Wave shoved in bot, let's just claim Herald. Shallow, who's resetting anyway.
I don't think that FPX were in position to fight around bot side because JDG have themselves bot side vision control. So there's going to be a trade of Dragon for Herald, Chemtech going down for JDG. We'll get to see what our rift is, and it is a Mountain Soul. So it's going to be Mountain Soul. I know you can't always see that logo up in the top left, but that's the one that we've got here. That is very, very important. If Malphite starts getting this Mountain Soul, if you have the Nautilus and the Lee Sin getting a little bit tankier as well, it's going to be that more brazen when they're looking for the engage. Those individual dragons doing an awful lot. First item's now being hit across the board though. Shiv, very important for Zeri. Helps you with your kind of stacking up of Chain Lightning between your ultimate and then also the Shiv as you go into these first team fights. Particularly when you get stuff like that Yomu's as well for Ruler. Makes it that much harder for someone like Jax to get in range of him as well. Ruler very good at his positioning as one of his, he's one of the best AD carries of all time. Kind of sitting in the pocket as an AD carry and making the most of it.
Here's the plan, of course, with the Malignance in as well. Actually, the wave clear from FPX gets a lot that much cleaner as well with the Shiv and the Malignance. Just able to cycle through more Mantra Qs from Karma. You're able to get just more kind of AoE auto damage down onto the waves as Zeri. And when you've kind of been, particularly in that bot lane, you're cold under tower a bit. Yes, you've survived a lane which looked pretty dicey after some of the early plays from JDG. You can now start to get a little bit more control of the game, feels like, potentially Doctor.
Shallow Hoop, got to be aware that Flandre has ult again now. You can see that there is some shallow vision that's just come in from JDG, from FPX rather, onto the top side of the map. Considering how badly the early game went in terms of trading 1-for-1, giving Flandre a bit more gold, and then of course Shallow Hoop dying a little later. They've done okay in this side lane matchup. Care gets caught by a combo. Is that realistically going to get more? Yes, it is. Good damage.
Here, but it's just too late. Nearly a nice kind of response from FPX to be in the right kind of space, but the combo was just too fast. It was just too much damage.
The other thing is, Milky Way and Life, they show on that play as well, which means that now JDG know there is no counterplay. Flandre is ulted top lane. You can see that Shallow Hoop is on very low HP comparative, so Flandre says, okay, well, this is not going to punish me from not having this ult up. I don't have teleport to influence the rest of the map. Flandre doing well to just making sure that Shallow doesn't get maximum value out of this isolated lane, and Yagao will take first turret of the game in bot side and get himself ahead of the curve.
Momentary lapse there from FPX. Weren't quite fast enough to defend the play that they knew was likely coming. You could see by the response from Milky Way and Life. We'll see it here. They are on their way. They're on the screen even. Milky Way is waiting and just not fast enough.
I think that when you've got Milky Way with this huge item power spike and flash, you just hope that he can be the defining factor of that next fight. You're maybe just trying to, you know, we were saying this earlier, had the Oscars last night. We were trying to have ourselves some award-winning performances potentially and use that body language to bait in a fight. FPX, problem for them now, game slowed down. And they are a team which likes to play fast. They have item break points as well. Feels like while the game's slowing down, you're buying time for Ruler to get a chokehold on the map, for Yagao to get himself in for an ultimate position. That's what they're doing. Shallow, he's going to flash over the wall. Again, this is a problem. FPX, they don't really want to be playing to the beat of JDG's drum, and yet they are.
Shallow is once again in this position where, oh my days, phenomenal Kanavi just steps in and kicks Zeri into the dirt.
Oh, who's been talking smack about Kanavi? He comes in on his Lee Sin 6-0. He is not taking any prisoners this game. Docdown, we talked some good stuff about his Zeri, but we said that occasionally he's had some awkward moments. And Docdown, why the hell is he recalling that? Big moment here from JDG. Punishes one moment. You can see that now. Shallow, with that flash on top side, he can't even walk up towards the top tower. JDG, big moment for them to control this top side of the map.
Shallow, was about to say, the man has been trying to clear out waves best he can, but you just looked at the blue side control from JDG. The man saw nothing and was so trepidatious in stepping up to the lane and immediately gets jumped on, and then they go back towards the mid lane, and JDG in this mid game to pop off a little bit. Ruler does need to be a little afraid. Is he going to have to flash? No, gets to walk away.
Yeah, I think he ended up popping the Yomus to get into that position. Might have ran out just towards the end of that play, but good discipline from Ruler to survive. We've seen Ruler die in that spot a couple of times. What happens here? He's on a ward. He doesn't even need to get himself a good ward hop placement. Kanavi goes the full distance, absolutely slams Docdown into the dirt.
Docdown was next to a wall even. He thought he was going to be okay. He really did, but the ward being in lane and unknown caused so much trouble.
We have a lot of course, previous LCK players and, of course, some LCK champions in here as well. Hello there, Ruler. But, you know, back in the day, some people might not remember this. Does anyone out there as part of the OGN Legion watching the early seasons of Korean League of Legends? There was a term which was, it's kind of fallen to the annals of time, the annals of history, of the OGN recall, where Korean players were really, really good, but they'd also just randomly recall in stupid spots and die for it. I feel like we still have a little bit of that in some of our now LCK players.
Oh boy, the thing is, it's not the worst recall position I've ever seen. You know what I mean? There was some thought process to it.
We've got ourselves a dragon spawning as well. Probably more important things to talk about. Now, JDG, they have a lot of flashes available. Importantly, not on Kanavi. Now you look at the side of the carries from FPX. Shallow, who importantly, no flash. Docdown, though, if he ends up escaping the engage, I think he can run over the back end of this fight. So all eyes on Docdown. He did keep his summoners from the last play.
We're at level 11 as well. Kanavi at 12. The second rank, so those ultimates could prove very valuable indeed. Missing. Hunting for a hook, yet to land one. Pretty close so far. Flandre will take the opportunity to step forward. Actually, may have gone a bit deep, but doesn't take all that much damage as yet. Another hook goes wide. That's Life's Aftershock, I believe, down.
It's a fairly long cooldown nowadays. Of course, Aftershock, pretty long cooldown itself. Baron has spawned on the top side of the map if a fight goes badly enough. That might be part of the prize as well. FPX, they have flashes, they have themselves damage, and they catch up Flandre.
Again, he takes a big chunk, not down, flashes over the wall, hook on the other side of the care to little avail, no one really able to follow up, and it's FPX with position, but Flandre has teleport.
So Flandre is not going to use his ultimate because he knows that's his combat advantage. He's going back, he's going to teleport probably onto one of these pink wards here, but is the dragon going to be gone by the time he's here?
Flash in from Life is flashed away from Ruler. Down to 2,000 HP as a Dragon. Kanavi into the backside. Does not get that much value. Dragon taken.
Goes Flandre.
Flandre into the backside. Huge unstoppable force. But Docdown is alive. Look at how much damage he can do. And FPX do get out. Yagao flashes forward. Gets a seismic shove. Ruler can start to do something back. This arrow could prove deadly until the shield comes on through. Karma's defiance. Enough to keep Zeri out of danger.
So, Dragon for 1, it looks like overall. I think that was the grand total, the grand tally of that fight. Yes. So, Docdown not able to get the fight which he wanted. Also, summoners, importantly, away from multiple members on FPX. Feels like JDG Next time they square up, it will be much harder for them to pull that off again. They walk away with the objective. They stop that Mountain Dragon in terms of the stats going over, and of course also the soul point alongside it. Close run things. We are not really that much closer to determining the outcome of this game. Yagao kind of zones off care from the rest of it. Life just tries to buy some time and stop there being a clean Lee Sin Q onto the Dragon and stuff like that. It gets a little bit dangerous for a while. See that Flandre doesn't end up hitting Dokdam. Importantly, it means that he can kind of start turning and burning. He doesn't quite have the items just yet, though, to take over the fight from that kind of position. He backsteps out, cleanses away, maybe thinks he can get a bit more damage onto Yagao. Just about misjudges that one. Does walk away with his life.
He can't try and dash away, of course, with the Spark Surge, because the Unraveled Earth's behind him, so you would stun yourself. So
well, that's
his only real way is forwards briefly there.
Well, he ends up like dashing forward and then cleansing anyway. Yeah. So he ends up going through it all the same. He just says like, the only way through it, I'm going to try and get myself some kills with it. He does get 2 items now, though. Yeah. Ruler didn't quite... Oh!
Wait, there's people here! The shields! He's gone too deep! Kanavi's going to be in trouble. He burned the flash for this one. Remember, no one else has got a bloody flash in the game! Kanavi misses his Q, but still just about alive. Dokdam! Not quite dead. He get down to sub 5 HP. Everyone's alive!
Oh my
heart
god. You know, it's often said if you swing at the king, you best not miss. You can't do that against a ruler either. Very, very nearly takes the head off of Dokdam's shoulders, even though the cavalry comes in to support him as he escapes Kanavi. What does this mean, though? You've got a couple of recalls coming in from FPX. I don't think JDG have the Baron damage to really take down that one in quick order. It's not like you have yourself, you know, an on-hit Rage Blade Varus. It's the poke one. God damn, things are getting close, though. I think a lot of this is based around the vision control which JDG have. You can see just shallow vision around mid lane. This is something that JDG have done better than almost any team in the world this year. And they once again just try and use that ward hop in the middle of the lane. It allows Kanavi to taxi his way over for a very, very clean kick. Dokdam does get himself with the shield over to a wall. And he's so, so close to trading things back. Can't quite end up getting a kill either way.
From Ruler that keeps the jungler alive, and the turnaround damage was nearly more than enough to get Dokdam. In the end, it wasn't quite enough. Missing. Gets missed with the Ultra Shock Laser. Vision control now, the name of the game is Shallow, who once again on the weak side of this case, desperately trying to play reasonably with a lack of vision control.
He's trying his absolute best. As you can see the poke Varus, making sure that Dokdam doesn't have the HP to fight. He does have the items to do a hell of a lot of work right now. You can see that Shallow, who is also adding in some extra wave clear. I think that picture-in-picture briefly showed us a flash being blown from Shallow, who as he doesn't quite have that one right now. JDG, they have themselves hooks, they have themselves a Malphite ultimate, and they have themselves a bit of Fog of War to work around as well. Not completely, FPX have got some in there. If one combo lands onto the flashless Jace or the Zeri though, gotta feel like JDG walk away with a win. What can FPX do to stop that from happening and make sure that the fight wins one before that? Varus ult misses.
This mid lane contest, both turrets still standing, is huge, and FPX down about 1,500 gold, but they've got no turrets yet. They've not been able to get access, and the problem is actually on the side of JDG, you look at this and you go, we've gone for this big shotgun comp, we've gone for the Lee Sin, and yes, the Lee Sin snowball, but Zeri, Jax, Jace, free scaling gets a bit scary.
It does. You do have a bit of an assassination potential from Kanavi though, who's spotted out on that ward, and he will hit a Q over. He's going to follow it. No, he won't, but the hook lands missing, going very low.
And Life in turn pops his own ultimate, the Unbreakable Will. Does enough to keep the cow from being thrown on a barbecue.
A plaintive moo comes across as you talk about him as a food stuff. Dokdam with the Shiv and the Hurricane, great wave control. This is a big thing. JDG, normally with the Varus, you expect yourself to be able to have lots of mid lane control. Zeri clears waves so quickly with his item builder. It's very hard to have that for any extended period of time. It means that FPX, they can kind of like waits for JDG to push the wave first, but then immediately respond and then returns to the objective after that point. Dokdam at 3 and 2 has a decent amount of golden pockets, actually ahead of Ruler individually. He is ready to start shooting, and this is the kind of match I want to see. I didn't want this to be a blowout. I wanted this to be a close affair. See how tense it's getting. Both of them fighting over mid lane prio. I think JDG are making a bit of a mistake with this, though. This area will just keep clearing for forever with the Jace. I don't think they're getting that much out of this.
Now trying to find a window. They down to hook onto Milky Way, who just throws out a counter-strike. Little avail to be found with that one, and Dokdam still fine, still over a wall, still the ability to find those angles in. The ultra shot lasers over those walls, remember, empowered when they come over that way. Dragon started by JDG. The last one went the way of FPX, but they're the ones we control right now.
Okay, JDG They do buy themselves initially enough entry into this river. Do they lose this tower? Again, look how quickly the waves get pushed from FPX. This is why we're seeing Shiv and Hurricane on the Zeri. That item builds allow them to do this. They find themselves a pick onto Missing, who has Flash. Can we see a flashback from Flandre? He is in such good position to potentially force out a fight.
Stop the easy recalls, puts their waves in an awkward position. But look at JDG's side lanes, both shoving in. So FPX can't spend forever doing this. So they will take the mid lane tier 1, their first turret of the game, but it comes at a hefty cost. That is Mountain Soul point for JDG.
So I think FPS, this time I think they're happy for the trade, because you get yourself that mid lane outer turret, and that'll make it harder for JDG to put down the same wards they've been using to get good angles for Kanavi or Missing on the flank to, get onto Dogdam in the mid lane. It's going to be harder to do that now. Look at all these wards in the mid lane on the minimap, just cast your eyes down there. Those blue wards used to be red. That was where JDG was holding that kind of information warfare battle. FPX have fought back in it. I think it's great to see that FPX have not only been a snowbally team that can accelerate the pace of the game, but actually in a situation like this too, can slow things down and play things out in a more measured way. JDG, they typically run this style of game. They're very good at being disciplined. They don't throw things at you. They don't overcommit to fights very often. You can see in that last fight, Yagao throws out an ultimate, doesn't lead to that much. I don't think his ult's been that great, but at least he's not overcommitting on them or forcing his team to overcommit onto them as well. Gold lead effectively non-existent, and we are going to get ourselves 2 of our top teams in the LPL showing off in late game team fights to see who can come out on top in game 1.
Mortal Shield Bow is in for Dogdam now as well. That much harder to get a hold of his Flash and Cleanse. Zeri at this point in the game, unbelievably slippery. There's a Karma and an Alistair to try and buy space. Hell, even Milky Way on this Jax. You overdive. His ability to counter-engage is not to be dissuaded. 3rd item complete from Jalo, who has kind of been the kind of unfortunate sacrifice to the way FPX had to play out the early game. He's now online as well.
Worth noting that the Cyrilda's not getting great value right now. You don't have any other lethality to boost up that item. It's another ult from Yagao, and Dogdam is punted back. It has to dodge away from the hook. Here comes Live.
Oh, that is a phenomenal flash headbutt to get Yagao down. Life, take your hat off, brings death to JDG's mid laner. Missing, flashing away. The Nautilus still punctured. His suit no longer safe to be under the water. Flandre now being brought down as well, and the mountain is felled, tunneled through, and FPX make it look like Deep Rock Galactic.
Oh my gosh, Rock and Stone, that Flandre Malphite can't get himself the entry he wants. He's not there for the initial part of the fight, and FPX are rewarded for playing a little bit more slow than they usually do. Ruler looking to maybe get himself into a position to poke out that someone on the Baron and look for a steal with Kanavi, but they can't walk over. Not with Dogdam, the ability to wall surf over and get himself a flash. Maybe into the play. FPX, they survive the early game. They survive the mid game and they walk away with a 1 fight and the Baron. They are here to play.
What inspiring stuff. FPX do not lose here right now. They managed to do so well in life. This is phenomenal.
That is top draw. I know a lot of the conversation around FPX has been about Milky Way, as it should be, but Life has had a couple of excellent games. His Rumble support, some of his mages have been what I've focused on, but this Alistair makes the game-changing play here. If they walk away with a victory in this game 1, you have to thank Life for it. He's where this all starts.
And we had serious concerns about Dogdam and Life as a duo, perhaps more so than sometimes them individually.
Yeah, I think anyone who watched Dogdam's Ezreal, yeah.
It was almost like the damage was there, but some of those shifts were a little aggro. There was a bit of Abel going on, shall we say.
Now we have ourselves a minute until the next dragon. Baron buff will tide FPX over to this. Problem is, JDG used all of their flashes in that last play. They haven't got the flashes away from the carries they need to, and this is a late game Zeri now. Dogdam is a big Zeri player, has been in the past. Almost at that Lord, exactly, and he's now almost got himself to Lord Dominance regards. I think FPX have actually overcome JDG at this point. It's going to be so difficult for JDG to find the kills onto the carries. Now it's JDG the ones with the real onus of, of being able to weather the storm and look for that one opportunity. I think they're in a losing position now.
Got no teleport on Flandre either, so yes, you've got a couple wards down in the river right now for JDG, but they're not very useful. You can throw Yagao down there, but we've already seen he is very vulnerable. He's 0-2-1. He's just not been involved in the game.
Can I just say how excited I am for this? Because FPX are a team which I thought would be bottom 4 in the LPL, or around that. They'd be in the they wouldn't be making playoffs. They wouldn't really they'd be bottom end of mid-table. And then they win a couple of games and think, okay, well, they'll be mid-table. Well, then they beat Top East once. You think, oh, shit, this team's good. They know how to play the game fast. And now playing here as well, against the 3-peat LPL titles, with Coach Mafa coming in from Gen G of last year, the 3-peat LCK champion, and they're showing them how to play mid-game. FPX's macro has been so good, and here comes Life again.
Does not get onto as valuable a target this time. It's just Flandre. He will headbutt the Malphite away, who now needs to ult out to safety. Life uses his own ultimate, but they do win out in terms of the HP bar trade at the very least.
Missing, Hex flashing forward, but FPX, they don't even blow that much for it. They blow the Alistar ult. That's about it. But Flandre not having his ult on the Malphite. See how difficult that is. I mean, how do you fight? The problem with it is about the Malphite. When Malphite ults a flashless target, it looks so non-counterplayable. But because it's so much about these big fights, it's really just about gets away with that. Isn't punished for that one. If Flandre has no flash himself and he's going on to flash full targets, what do you do as this champion? You need to be forcing fights to the point where they don't have the summoners to outplay in the big fight. And Flandre's does not have that kind of angle. And without that Malphite being able to go forward with impunity, without missing, be able to get typically onto the backline and get in range for a Nautilus ultimate, this game looks so difficult. And now with 2 Mountain Dragons to the side of FPX and no soul from the side of JDG, the combat stats from FPX are starting to rack up as well.
These were the heroes of LPL yesteryear. Those champions written in the stars. They were the mythological heroes on that golden road. But what is a constellation to the whole damn galaxy? Milky Way and FPX are here to show they are not some middle-of-the-pack flash in the pan. They are right up there with the halcyon gods of the LPL. Life, dangerous position. Maybe, oh maybe, I've just cast a cursed him. You throw some pretty words out and immediately a man dies.
It's so often we say Life finds a way, but it's JDG that find Life instead. The cow goes down. They don't blow his ult or his flash though, so what this does, it stops the push. It's a pressure release for JDG. They don't use that much. They use ultimates, but they don't use flashes. That's important. I think JDG at this point, they need to try and focus on blowing summoners and keeping their own for as long as possible. But it is something. FPX, they won't be able to get as much off of this last push now. Yugao's going to turn up into a side lane, and now we get really into the smoke and mirrors, into the late game macro. FPX have backdoored some of the best teams in the LPL recently. Their late game macro has been arguably the best in the whole of the LPL. They did lose pretty heavily in macro in terms of their match against BLG, but JDG, they are a team which will be another threat even yet. I love this now. We are into late game. FPX do have a lead, but JDG feels like they do have some tools to at least make FPX sweat a little before they can close it out.
They do. They teleport in. Doctam flashes out. They try to get cut over. It's a good headbutt away. They don't get him over the wall. Doctam trying to survive. Finally gets to throw down the lightning crash. Does not die quite yet. Survives. Doctam continues to free fire. The burst fire goes full auto. And FPX win out. Life with another clutch save.
Oh, but the power of the stars and Life itself. JDG are on the retreat. They swing for Doctam and they just about miss. He's bleeding out, but he gets it. Brought back up to his feet by his teammates. JDG, I think they might just be losing game 1.
They're on the march on in. Olympus is falling, and look who's here to take over the thrones. FPX. They've got themselves a game 1. There's still a lot of series to go. There's still more of this tale to be done. But FPX have decided they are here not just to play, but to win.
And now, we get to see how JDG can pick up the broken pieces again. Kanavi, he's found it really hard to get clean plays onto the backline. It's so hard to get to the carries, but behind the Jax, behind the Alistar. Flandre forces the flash. Kanavi tries to get past Life, but goes just a little too close to the Raging Bull. And even with the Assassin build, can't finish him off. Milky Way was even willing to give his life there and try and body block for him. He even stays alive. And with the Karma giving a little bit of extra HP beyond that too, with the Crypto Bloom. Well, I like that name, it's going to forever haunt me. FPX win out that fight by the slimmest of margins. Now, JDG, what do? Again, you don't have summoners now. On the other side, though, no flash on Doctam, no flash on Milky Way. What can you do? Here comes Missing.
Trying to get in, that's a fairly decent knock-up into the backline. Kanavi goes again, but still cannot deal with Doctam as Shaolau, who goes into the backside as well. Jace here to play. The hammer comes crashing on down, and to the skies goes FPX's chance of winning the game. They're teleporting in. Care is there, and Ruler just cannot be careful enough. Ruler loses his crown. FPX win game 1.
So often in the LPL, bot lane difference is measured with a ruler. FPX snap it in half and throw it on the ground. It's Milky Way, it's life, it's Docdam, it's fun plus Phoenix taking game 1.
What year is it? FPX looking like an incredible team. It's not a Doenby team. It is not the same style of inventiveness they had then, but it's still a little innovative. It's still with the kind of flair and passion that earned this team so many fans over the years. And JDG, last year's heroes, last year's supposed world champions. They were supposed to be the
Golden
team
Road.
to be beyond any other team in history. To have that incredible year, this year in FPX, just take game 1. It feels good. It's not the series. Let's not perhaps get as hyperbolic as I have been. Hyperbolic. That's the way that one works. But we are here. It's exciting, and I am so ready for some more.
I was so worried this game would not deliver. FPX versus BLG, I thought it was a good series, but it was all too quick. BLG smashed out the early game and they just ran them through with macro. This game, FPX, this has everything for them, because they have been the fast team. They have closed out games well. But then they come up against JDG. They lose early game, but they hold on in a way that we haven't had to see them do so much. They did it versus Top Esports, and they had a backdoor victory. This one they won through brute force team fighting. That really doesn't happen that often versus JDG, and we walk away with a fantastic game 1. And thank you everyone once again for tuning in. We're brothers. I'm Nymaera. You might know me from LPL when I'm casting on there proper. This guy's my brother. We've been casting together for 4 years. We started casting together, and we like to continue it out here as we can, as we live together in Berlin. And we're going to be very much enjoying this game too. I need a drink.
Go. I'll keep an eye on chat. It's fine.
So if you guys have any questions you want to ask us, we are keeping an eye on chat. We have chats open. We're largely going to be chilling out, but hope you're enjoying the show. If you are enjoying it, drop a follow if you can help.
And follow me as well. I'm on another channel.
So Sam's name is Sam's name is in the title as well. His name is initialized, and we hope you're enjoying the casting and hoping you're enjoying the show. There is no English broadcast on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, which is why we're doing this. We want to keep up with the archiving and the history of the LPL and keep things going forward here. I hope that JDG can swing back. It would be so good if we can see it again through. And I need to get myself coffee, and I'll be back with you soon.
Ain't done yet. And actually, I think people have wondered how much of FPX is just hollow hype, right? I think that's the way to put it. We've seen so many teams. I don't want to be because I actually really love SK Gaming. They're wonderful people to work with. I love the team and the players, for example. But how often have we seen them start winter so strong and then kind of fall off and not develop as a team to where they need to be? FPX have just gone from strength to strength. They started okay, it's got better and better and better. And playing this kind of game against JDG, who were not necessarily bad this game. There were some really good plays from JDG. But FPX just being better? That is a phenomenal sign, and it really makes me excited to see where on earth FPX end up in a split or 2. Well, hell, at the end of the split. A split or 2 is perhaps too much. A week or 2 is perhaps more than I want to say. I missed the beginning of the game. How was JDG meant to play the comp? So, you have gone for Varus Norkis, one of the most lane-dominant, deadly pick combos you can get. You hit level 3, scary all in. Level 2, scary all in. You look at level 6, scary all in. You've then got Talia, Lee Sin. Your ability to roam to side lanes, you've got a Malphite set up into a Jace, should just kill him multiple times. You've got that incredible bot lane pressure to work with in bot side, you should just get multiple kills there. You get your picks, you snowball, and you then can team fight pretty well. They did manage to dive bot lane once. They did actually get some early turrets. The problem was the gold lead only ever was about 1,000. And on the other side, you are running a Jax who managed to get a lot of early kills and became a real thorn in the diver's side. You've got a Zeri that wasn't taken out of the game. And then you've got the Jace who didn't actually die all that much in the side lane despite some difficult laning and vision scenarios. With a Karma to back it all up, once you hit this kind of mid-late game stage, Karma backing up all these slippery high DPS characters is really hard for JDG to actually out-teamfight.
It just makes it much harder to get like that miracle pick. And that's why we saw like Docdam survive on like 1 HP a couple of times that game. I actually think Kanavi had a really good team fighting Lee Sin, but how do you team fight against Alistair Jax with then, you know, the Karma backing up the targets which you do want to hit? It's very hard for him to play.
So Karzo, I didn't spot this at the time in first, but Karzo apparently said in that one dragon fight where it all went a bit wrong, gave that big shutdown over.
Yeah.
Apparently Kanavi's kick was interrupted by the depth charge, so it didn't go anywhere.
Right.
Which would have been huge. So that I didn't spot that in fairness, but it was a relatively chaotic moment. So if that's true, huge moment. Sometimes you just get a little lucky with that.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, well, what did JDG do now at this point? Because I think you need Ruler on something that can actually just, like, win. I think you typically just want Ruler on scaling picks here for this game. I think you fall back to just, like, play around Ruler. The Varus is a hell of a good pick for him for shutting down lane, and they did quite well at that. But then as soon as they made that one mistake, and of course, Life walks away with MVP. What a game from Life, actually. Like, anyone who's been talking shit about this guy, apologize right now. This guy's actually had a 4 MVP counts. That's actually pretty insane. Like, he's had some really good games, actually.
Yeah, and that is a well-deserved MVP. Like, and again, I think for me, a lot of my issues with this bot lane have often been as a duo, rather than necessarily entirely individual. Yes, both of them haven't been at their best entirely, but we've seen both of these players do good things. It was a good game from Dogdam too, frankly, with the exception of the one time he got hooked early on and lost some of his health bar. But that's kind of been it. He played out a lot of these fights very, very cleanly, and the synergy, as I said, sometimes been a little off. But I think if they continue to improve, FPX have got it, man. They are good players with good synergy, and if you're standing toe-to-toe and laning toe-to-toe with JDG, you have absolutely everything it takes to make a deep run in playoffs and be a whole dark horse the whole damn thing, you know? Is that a bit exaggeration? Yes. LPL is always so hard to call wins the bloody thing, with maybe the exception of the top 2 and stuff, because there are so many teams that have so high a caliber of player that the gauntlet you have to run is mad.
Okay, let's yeah, let's chill out a bit. I need to actually just, like, process some of that, because the big thing for me is that I was kind of used to, we are used to FPX snowballing games, and we are used to JDG winning late game team fights, even from behind as well. Typically, you know, the fun thing about this, if you flipped the early game and mid game, I would have said there would have been, like, you know, different nameplates. Yeah, because typically it's JDG that's stalled out and then team fought later. Like, this is a huge moment for them.
Is it possible for FPX to take the sweep, says Mr. J? And the answer is yes. I think after that game, a lot of my concerns about what happens if FPX don't blow open an early game or do actually lose some early advantages were matched pretty well there. That's not to say they will win. It could all go wrong. But FPX have proven they've got it in them to win close games and look confident while doing so. That wasn't nervy in some ways. That was actually pretty well managed from the positions they were in. They weren't panic flashing and stuff. They were managing difficult engages really well. They knew what was happening. They were reading the plays that JDG were making, particularly on that mid lane dive where Dogdam flashes the first engage from the Malphite. Life then blocks the attempted flank from the Lee Sin. Those kind of, like, nuances in terms of, I know how JDG are going to play out this fight, and here is how we're going to mitigate them. That is a really high level thing to do, and not easy.
Yeah. And this is really big, because if FPX win this series, and regardless of where they end up at the end of the split at this point, because they had some, you know, they're still at 4 losses, they're probably not going to get to, like, top 2. They're probably not going to get to, like, top 2, but they might get to top 4. So they might be in, like, round 3 of playoffs instead of, like, round 4. They will still have had wins against the majority of the top tier table teams. They won't have beaten BLG, but they will have beaten top esports, and they will have beaten JDG as well. Those are 2 huge names to take victories off of, given how the split is looking right now. And that gives them a lot of confidence, especially for a newer team. Do I expect them to make MSI and make top 2? That's the difference between regular season and playoffs is so big in the LPL that I can't confidently say that, especially with the names and the coaches on a lot of these teams too. But the fact that it's in question, given that I thought they'd be, like, you know,
middle of the pack best.
Middle of the pack at best, like, that's insane.
And I think especially at the start of the season when I was really excited and happy seeing Milky Way turn in the team and immediately tried cool things. But they weren't winning all the time. They were losing 1-2. They were, like, getting snowballs, and then Diana wasn't quite going over the line, you know. And so, okay, good players, solid team, but not consistent enough to win series and really make a push beyond middle of the table. But actually, surprisingly good for what was expected. They're not just surprisingly good now. They are actually legitimate contenders.
They're just good. Yeah, they're not,
which is...
And I think the other thing is, like, Yes, ads I should do them. Yeah. So for those on Twitch, you're gonna see a couple of ads from it, just so we don't get them in game.
How do you do those on YouTube, or can you?
I don't know what happens on YouTube. I think it's just when you start the video. I don't know what happens on YouTube there, but I'm gonna get that as well. But yeah, thank you everyone that's tuning on both Twitch and YouTube. Again, it's very cool for you guys to support us in what we're doing. And we're gonna get ourselves into Game 2 pretty soon, I suppose, and we'll get ourselves into draft after that point. And yeah, we hope you're enjoying the show. If there's anything you'd like to see us do, obviously let us know. I might stick around for a VOD review after this, but I'm not sure. I'll see. I've been streaming a lot this week. And yeah, I hope you guys just are enjoying the show. Wait, we're into draft immediately? Feels like they're going towards it. Kind of soon. No, not just yet. Okay, that's good. I thought we just like ran ads just so we were going to draft. That'd be really, really annoying. God damn, though. I think the big thing about FPX is that, again, they've shown high-level wins now against high-level opponents, against multiple top-tier teams, you know. So, you know, Top Esports and JDG, they've won a lot of pretty good games now, in different ways. You know, against Top Esports, they were behind and they late-game macroed their way into victory. I think that, you know, in this game here, they ended up surviving a rough early game, coming back, and then, you know, team fighting the way to success as opposed to the macro side of it. So they've done team fight wins, they've done macro. I think that their other win versus Top Esports, they had a really good early game where they pinned back enemy jungle and stopped Tien from having like a good early game. You know, they've shown a really varied skill set, especially for a team, you know, with a rookie jungler that's part of their shot calling process. This is one of the most exciting explosions to relevance of any team I've seen for a long time. This is by far my favorite team to watch in terms of the storylines coming out of. Oh, is that my? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I kind of forgot about it. Cool, awesome stuff. And yeah, and again, folks, absolute praise to this monster on the mic. I thought you had some awesome casts in that game as well. I thought some of those team fights were really good, and it delivers to the occasion. If you're enjoying our cast, you know, you can follow us on socials. Follow us on socials.
On, like, everything.
And yeah, at the end of the day, we're here to kind of help LPL kind of have its archiving and its history kind of upkept while the main broadcast is not broadcasting these games. We're also here for you to enjoy yourselves, so we hope that you are. And yeah, let us know what you think that we're doing well. If you've got feedback for us, obviously let us know as well. We don't have a clean feed right now. That'd be the big thing. If we had a clean feed, then we'd be able to have games out. I know that we don't have games out right now. That'd be really great. And yeah, obviously just let us know what you're enjoying and what you're not.
I'll do a brief self-plug as well. So if you do follow my Twitch channel, I will hopefully be doing some LDL coverage when those streams end up being.
I think we're going into draft now.
Live, and we'll go into draft as we go on to it.
Yeah, you can keep plugging into it. But yeah, so I mean, so Sam's socials are in titles on both YouTube and then on Twitch as well. I think we timed the ad break pretty perfectly here, folks. But yeah, thoughts on XEZ joining RNG from Academy roster? What do you think on XEZ?
So XEZ if we have time. Is one of the better mid laners in the LDL. He is a control mage player by trade. He was the big part of the duo alongside Milky Way. So when Milky Way was kind of proving himself a god in the LDL, the guy who was right there alongside him was Milky Way. But while Milky Way was often the sword, XEZ was often more of the shield. He would do things like blind Galio to enable Graves and Kindred for Milky Way.
Yes.
And they would just turbo stomp 2v5 the enemy team with really coordinated jungle mid plays. He's also a very good control mage player. He's not a bad like Akali and stuff as well. But if I did have him in mind, he is a little bit more of a
have to cut that one off. So FPX sucker punched JDG in game 1.
Yes.
It was a victory which I think JDG think they would have had in hand after that early game. Now going into game 2, what will be the difference? A lot of the same bans, but the karma off the table this time from FPX. JDG have moved over the blue side, and now we have potentially missing picking up the Ashe. He's played this an awful lot. Lane dominance for JDG, a real threat now for them.
And that's the shift, because last game it was the Ashe that was banned on red side, and then the karma got first pick. FPX prioritized dealing with the karma, and they immediately lock Varus Rumble.
So Life has been a Rumble support player. Have to put that one out there. He has done work on this pick. I think he's 2-0 on the pick so far this split, and he's had it banned away from him a number of other times. So what's the plan here from Rural and Missing? You're looking for lane dominance. You have to fist fight this now. There's no other way out of this. The Varus and the Rumble, so nasty, and they go for the Callista. I think other lanes, I'd sit here and go, oh boy, that wouldn't work, but this one's going to fist fight. Yagao locks in Ahri, looking for early pressure in mid lane to then hopefully roam down towards bot lane at level 6. Yagao's had a bit of an awkward split and a lot of picks. I've actually liked his Ahri when he showed it the last time, though.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to note that last game, that Talira went 0-2-1, I think it was just not involved. It was not what you wanted to see when you've locked in the combo you did.
Okay, so
see some more out of it. The Annie locked in.
So we're going to have ourselves, I'm going to give this one for free. We have the Care Bear ultimate from Tibbers in the mid lane. But the thing is, the last time that we saw Care play this, it was kind of crap. He missed a lot of sitting ultimates, but it can really help in terms of shutting down the Ahri in some points. Our Annie has been nerfed a lot, and with Ahri getting some more mid-game HP, it's not as bad a matchup for Ahri as it was last year. And even then, the best Ahri players in the world were making the most of this matchup. Yagao was very comfortable on this pick last year. Even though he struggled as an individual player, this champion in this matchup, I think, is more likely for him to succeed on than others which he struggled in.
Jax Udyr bans on the side of FPX. Milky Way's champion last game, who had actually a very solid game on the Jax, while he wasn't the star carry for once. On the other side, bans against Milky Way. The Graves, don't want to give him that one. The Kindred's already gone.
Yeah.
Some of those big AD carry, farming carries off the table.
And also the Graves ultimate, if you already had the Varus ult or the Annie ult, would just be huge AoE teamfight burst. You're looking for something that can help with the wombo. So now what are you going to get here from Milky Way? Now, he's not going towards the straight carry option, but his Shinzo has been very good at bot lane 3v3ing. And when you see the Varus Rumble versus the Kalista Ashe, you need something that can get down there early. Now, if Kanavi goes towards the Vi, once you hit level 3, great, awesome. You can get towards that and affect it well. You have the Vi Ahri combination. I expect this to be locked in, but your level 1 and level 2 are at potential at being a little bit overrun because Vi is not very good at those levels. It's locked in. I think the bot side 3v3 is absolutely where all eyes are, but I wonder if there's a level 1-2 plan from FPX.
So the gloves are off, but considering Vi's in the game, the gloves are
The gloves are on. They've been kitted up. The gloves are metal.
Yeah, the gloves are off and the gauntlets are on. There we go. Perhaps that's the way to phrase it. Flandre debating his options. It will have to be a blind pick. Still worth noting that, strictly speaking, that Rumble could go top.
I think it potentially could, but honestly, with Life playing it so well, I think there's no reason for you to not do this. Now you're looking at what you can pick for Shallow, who he picks a lot of individual lane pressure champions. It wouldn't surprise me to see him lock in something like that. Nah, which does well into the Renekton on an individual level. It feels like top lane will be an island, and if you have an island where you're slowly eking out an advantage, that can work very well. However, Flandre has been good in the individual lane, so this is going to be a big moment for Shallow, who, to use this pressure he can potentially put out well to give FPX another angle of attack.
We all know how this game works. Anybody who has seen League of Legends drafted in the last couple years know how this one works. You've got Shinzao and Annie, Ahri and Vi, and you have got two of the most volatile bot lanes which love lane pressure you could ask for. Everyone is turning up bot to the circus, and it is going to be blood sport.
And we have a couple of LCK exports in the LPL facing off again on distant lands. Ruler, Doctor and Life. I think the fourth player is missing. We don't know what's happening with that one from the LCK, but we have so much. It's a bit of a home away from home scenario, and they have brought all of the early knife fight potential to the table.
You know what they say when it's knife fights? It's quick, it's dirty, and it is lethal. Does perhaps leave our top laners out with a bit of a question that was raised last game from FPX. They said, look, we've locked in the Jace. If you don't turn up top, this is a free lane, and that should be good, and they didn't end up that way. There was pressure put towards it. There's every scale. This time around, I think both teams are just going to leave that lane well and truly alone. There will not be that question asked, because the answer is self-evident. Bot lane's where we're going.
Talkdown and Life, our big question was, can they hold their own? If they bring their A game, maybe there's a chance versus JDG. Turns out there's more than a bloody chance. They took game one, and it looked good. Life looked fantastic. Back onto his Rumble, his fourth game of this split, currently 2-1, and his 2 wins, he has looked absolutely insane. It looks like JDG, though, they have brought a very different style of composition. Much earlier game of comfort for them. Much more ability to snowball the game. They haven't always done that as they head onto the Rift. FPX, they cannot afford to miss a step like they did in the early game last time.
Now, forgive me if I'm wrong, but obviously the combos from JDG look great. They all make sense on paper. But I'm looking at the other side and I'm thinking, how hard is it going to be for Ruler to play out some of these skirmishes and fight? Because there's a lot of, like, very scary things that can deal with a Kalista that's quite short range and vulnerable to CC and burn.
Well, we did see in the Gen G T1 series yesterday that, well, not yesterday, we're doing... No, it would have, no, it was, yeah, 2 days ago, that one.
2 days ago,
We saw that actually Pays went towards a lethality Callista to max Q and not have to deal with the low range threat. Now, you have the cleanse in this game anyway. I think that I trust Ruler to find himself in an interesting, kind of like, to find himself in the safest spot he can. I just want to put that on the table, because I haven't seen much lethality Callista outside of that. We used to see, of course, the, like, the Sanguine Blade Callista top lane.
Oh, yeah, that
it's
was
been
Shy's favorite
I
thing
just want to throw
alongside
that out there, just see if something can come of it. See that Shallow who's just sat here just throwing Qs into the bush as Calandria sat there and like, well, I'm not going to let you auto attack me. I'm just going to not let you get there and let you get your fleet footwork off as well. Milky Way will not be spotted completely on this top side. However, you can see that FPX have not managed to get any wards into the enemy side of the jungle. Kanavi last game in the early clear did an awful lot of work. Let's see what he can do in this early game in the first clear.
Both junglers matching, they're both starting top, they're both passing bot. That should surprise no one. There is a world where both junglers could potentially look for the very early level 3 by skipping some topside camps. Of course, yet to be decided. It might not be the case, as you can see the Shin's now pathing towards the Krugs. On the other side, Vi going towards Gromp. Still allow for a 3 camp level 3. It's become very... much less common, bluntly, over the last few years. It used to be semi-common, not so much anymore.
So a big thing we said was that level 1 and level 2 kind of bad from Kanavi's Vi, because Vi just can't do anything until you have all of your basic hit, really. Not going to be the case here, though. It feels like no one can really interrupt that one. Brush vision taken by Missing. You start with the E on the Rumble, you can get good poke, but it is not enough to deal with the Ruler and Missing at the very early levels. Milky Way on vision, so JDG know that they will have a safe phase of laning play. So it's not like Milky Way's coming in for a very, very early level 3 gank, and that works out for JDG.
You can see Milky Way's actually being very circumspect with his pathing, path around the back of the red buff wall towards his base to get good access. And actually a very good trade there from Shallow, who with the early Mega Gnar. But he still gets spotted because, of course, Hawkshot on Ash is a thing.
Map hacks
so
are a thing.
There's just no way to avoid it, however careful you're being.
There are two champions which are just not fair when it comes to vision. One is Maokai, because he walks into your enemy jungle to put saplings there, so it's like a free ward there for a little while. And then, of course, there's the map hacks of the Hawkshots as well. Life walking up, trying to get some poke. This is the worry that we had, though. Ruler and Missing, when they really feel angry in games like this, they put on the early game afterburners and they say, all right, try and keep up with us. And they've locked in the Ashe and the Callista. Of course, Ruler just misses the Pierce there, which we're not going to talk about as much. But again, let's just see how much FPX can do to survive this. Life has done a good job of hitting a couple of these E's to make sure that Missing's HP is lower than it potentially could be. Kanavi now here for the bot side scuttle, but because the bot lane's been poked out, this could be actually a straight 3v3.
Kanavi gets hit by the wind, becomes lightning. We'll turn that around with the Vault Breaker, but Missing in a dangerous position, has to burn the heal. Kanavi has to flash out. On the other side, Ruler's ready with Dokdam, could well win this one out. The arrow still lands. Dokdam's got to be careful. First blood to Jinzhao. Missing is about to go missing, and now the posters keep flying. Oh no, JDG! The whole town is in the police station looking for find their missed loved ones. It's a disaster.
3 stars in the constellation of Milky Way. He makes an absolute mess of this bot lane, and all we knew about this game was that it was going to come down to 3v3. Shout out to Life again. Did a really good job of poking down Missing and Ruler, but Ruler misses like 2 or 3 crucial Qs on the Callista in the lead up to that play as well. And FPX, they managed to win the micro. Before all this has happened, look at the HP as everyone else as they come in. Missing, low HP. Life is low as well, but the fact that Missing can't walk up and use his own Halo Blaze to the full extent of it is a huge issue. Then he gets tagged by the second wind becomes lightning in this play, and bot side falls apart.
Dice, nice job with the Vault Breaker. Shallow who goes down. They get something back to JDG necessary after the play bot lane went so catastrophically wrong. And I want to note this as well. Milky Way's the only one who burned Flash. Dokdam and Life still kept both of those in that skirmish, and Ruler and Missing every summoner with the exception of a cleanse. That bot lane's not getting easier anytime soon.
No, it's not. And one of the real pain points here is for JDG is that they picked this early game snowball champion Ahri in the mid lane who couldn't impact that play at all. The fight happens too early. It's one of the reasons why, you know, we've seen less emphasis on jungle mid as a combo and more about jungle bot lane as a 3v3. Because mid laners can't roam. It's not like the Ace-Soul that could roam at like level 2 like we saw before in Season 6. It's been a long time since then. Life gonna walk up again. There's only a cleanse left.
Oh my days. The burn is brutal. Missing's dead as well. And FPX. How much criticism has this bot lane had?
a hell of a lot. And where were you when JDG, the best laning bot lane in the LPL, got absolutely dumpstered by Docdam and Life? We have had criticism for both of these players, but Ruler and Missing have been caught flat-footed. This early game from the Rumble support has been absolutely destructive, and Milky Way walking away with a couple of kills and now handing the reins over to his bot lane as well has absolutely totaled this. Two-man Varus, two-man Varus Q, everyone stacking up here to just take all of the damage. FPX's bot lane have come to life.
The overheated Flame Spitter doing unbelievable amounts of damage, and they just set them all on fire. That bot lane is just gone. There's 0-2 on both of them.
Yeah.
That bot lane, what you have drafted for has gone wrong. FPX are the ones with the big lead. Yes, Shallow, who is struggling in the top side, but frankly, that is a minor win for JDG.
Shallow, who has himself the cull, and he's just trying to get himself value. As long as he doesn't get blown out in here, I think it's completely fine. He doesn't have to be the split push win condition in this game now that bot lane is so far ahead. Remember, no summoners here. Life doesn't have flash, but they've stayed too long. Oh, Ruler and Missing, they've missed the memo again.
Ruler might survive, but Missing, there's just nowhere to go. They turn on Ruler, the wind does become lightning. They won't quite get it. They chose perhaps the wrong target there, actually. Missing throws down a fair amount of damage back. Will still be Ruler forced to back away and reset, so he still loses another wave.
I think if the first Electro Harpoon lands from Life, that would be a kill. Either way, they have to reset. They don't get to complete themselves the crash either. That's the reason they were pushed up. They realized, oh god, what happens if this lane is stuck outside that enemy turret? You can see that the CS advantage is there for them right now, but will it stay that way? Kanavi has level 6. He was not there to defend bot side, but he has himself an ult, and that's a mini gnar.
Vault Breaker comes on through. There comes the Cease and Desist. Flandre slices, dices, does not have the flash, and the Mega Gnar is coming. I think Shallow can keep going. Milky Way's here. They're way too deep. Over comes Shigao. Lands one. That'll be the reset on the ultimate. Who else is coming? No one as it stands, but actually Care is here. Has got the ultimate to work with. Where is he throwing Tibbers? Straight on top of Yagao's face. Flashes on out, and they do get the kills, but it comes at JDG's relatively heavy cost.
Yeah, that Care Bear is not made of hugs and dreams. It's made of nasty stuff, as Yagao has to flash away from it. Care doesn't get the most value out of that one. Sadly for Yagao, I have to mention this, doesn't have a Dark Seal. Went for the first boots 2 very early on to try and survive against the Nanny. It just kind of sucks that you don't have that snowball potential from him, because JDG need a topside snowball now. There is no time to wait. Your bot lane is already starting to get yourself into a game-losing position. How often do we say that about JDG? Basically never. And now it feels like FPX, everything is in their hands. They lose 1 kill on topside. Shallow, who still goes towards topside himself, though, and he's going to be fine just freezing this wave. JDG, what do you do to come back from this?
Bot lane, where Docdown was down a fair amount of CS, is right back to even. Still got the kill involvement, absolutely everything. 100% KP right now. Milky Way in Life head into the enemy jungle, and I don't think you win ever a 2v2 there. They're going to flash forward for the Fate's Call. This is the moment they're looking for. They've got the man advantage. Docdown's got nowhere to go, and Ruler gets something.
Okay, it's an overstep from Docdown. You can see that Milky Way and Life were in bot jungle. Right, what's happening now? Yagao not able to go down to the roam there as well, and he didn't have himself his an ultimate. He could have used that on top side. So something back. Important there for JDG to not completely bleed out here.
Flash Cleanse ult used from Ruler to deal with Docdown's ultimate. That now leaves Missing dead to right. He's got a flash, but he just can't get far enough away. Flash Wind becomes lightning, and they burn so much to kill Docdown. They have nothing to be safe on the wave.
Oh my gosh, it feels so unfair just having to play against Milky Way. He always finds his way into these lanes. And even against top esports, you know, it felt like FPX managed to tear apart Jackulov and Mako, one of the other best bot lanes in the LPL, because Milky Way on Shinsao went down bot lane and made their life a living hell in early game. This guy has managed to really punish some of the real old and great players of the LPL, and he's not stopping anytime soon.
Old Shinsha, what is it, Wuxia analogy, reference, there are heavens above the heavens, and the skies are being sundered by Milky Way, and he's a little higher, perhaps, than some of these JDG players right now. He's been playing so damn well. Milky Way down to mid lane with Life is here, who's running Hex Flash on Rumble, so we can do plays like this. Over he goes, lands the Electro Harpoon. Missing though with level 6 just now means they won't get anything more. It looked cool, but now Shallow, who left out to dry a little bit, but has Mega Gnar coming. Dominus coming.
No one else is coming with him, and Tarek has only just been started. No Mega Gnar here. Dead Gnar under the turret. So JDG, they have said, all right, you can have your bot lane pressure. Let's see how much much pressure you can take through the top side of the map. It is very much split gold on split members.
Do you get something there? Fight's got Mega an inch away, but the CC chain is impeccable from JDG. They are 9-1 for a reason. They are not to be trifled with, and for all we have been singing Milky Way and FPX and the rest of the team's praises, JDG are not without some bite. Only 700 gold lead. Really isn't all that much in it for all that a lot of the game plan's gone wrong. JDG now turning up in fourth bot side. The arrow goes wide.
That's an important cooldown missed. Missing has typically been very, very accurate with those arrows, but feels like everything's going a bit amiss for JDG today. They couldn't win the team fights last time. Their early game's been stalled out here a little bit too. FPX stacking up a lot of members for what is a very early turret siege, but the dragon has spawned either way. I think they're just trying to pen JDG to their own side of the map, and we get a brief moment to cool down and just chill out a little bit and see what's going to happen after this point. JDG, they're going to give up another dragon. We'll see what flavor of Rift we're on for this second game
I like
of the
vanilla.
series. You like vanilla?
Not really. I
No.
came with the first ice cream flavor that came to mind.
I don't mean, you can't go wrong with vanilla. It's an ocean rift, sadly. I don't exactly know what that would taste like. Sea salt? Sea
Yeah,
salt?
it's Kingdom Hearts.
Kingdom Hearts? Yeah, well, we'll see if this one's going to be a broken heart on the bot side.
It's looking a bit spicy and ice cream down here. Ah, in comes Annie. Care Bears in. Both bot laners down. These AD carries have just nothing to say about anything in this game.
If this is a Kingdom Hearts, that ruler of that kingdom is feeling very, very sad. This bot lane has been taken to task by FPX. They're going to give up some plates across the rest of the map. But when you pick a Kalista Ashe, you need that to be ahead. The fact that they are now so far behind is a massive, massive worry. Last year in 23, with the, you know, the huge Golden Road roster of JDG, some teams, like FPX, even with the LWX and roster back then, did punish them by just hyper-ganking Ruler early and seeing if you could ever get off the ground. It feels like JDG, they've sadly fallen prey to that a little once more.
Opportunities, Swifties, tier stacking versus a bargain bucket. I think Ruler should be at Blade of the Rune King shortly. He's got all the components available, nothing else though. And the trade has been Xiaolaohu's poor life, and actually Ker's got to be very careful here. People are about to run into him, but he's managed to recall. No, I said he walked away in time. More people coming. Does not get caught on the OGN recall, as we alluded to in the last game. And then the problem is, right, the gold lead is close enough. It's 1,000-ish gold. The problem is where the gold lead is and what do the compositions say. That gold is irrelevant when you look at the compositions because the bot lane is broken and you drafted to win bot lane.
You did, and I mean, you're still going to have Ashe ults, regardless of how far behind that champion is. Ashe ult into Vi, into Ahri, that can catch someone off. I don't think this game is as easy to close out from FPX, because, let's be honest, JDG's comp last game did one thing. It did it pretty well, because you have the Malphite, and you have everyone else kind of piling on top of that. But even then, once you shut down that one win condition, and that one play pattern, things fall apart with it. This game, you have a lot harder win condition to shut down, or a play pattern to shut down. You can't really shut down arrows hitting you. That's just on missing in yourself. Kind of judging those skill shots, the vision control can help with that. FPX, they're trying to contest once again one of JDG's specialties of this kind of shallow vision. These wards right here, the ones that we're seeing on stream, these can determine the game, because that means that you have advanced notice on an arrow, you have advanced notice on life hex flashing out of a bush on the other side. Both these teams fighting for it. Herald is now up. We can see that there was only one squad of grubs. So much fighting on the bot side meant there was no time for the, as I like to call them, the grubby tubbies. The second episode was not aired today in this game. Now we get ourselves onto Herald.
Is it grubby or telegrubbies?
Either one's fine. I think we'll have to bring that one to the network. Docdam has flash, has ult, might be able to catch someone. He's off of vision. JDG, be careful.
Channel's changing very swiftly here. It's looking like some late night horror reruns right now for JDG. People jumping over walls and shocking them out of nowhere. And it will be no jump scares this time around. Herald secured, and JDG, they fought their way back from positions like this before. They are a consummate team of professionals and very talented players.
Especially in the LPL. This team is very hard to get under the skin of. You see that the Herald's being charged up. Life is going to be put in here. Is there any chance of a burst? Come on, there goes the arrow.
It's onto the, and into the charm, but the equalizer after is good. In comes a cease and desist, but Kanavi still can't quite get the kill. It's finally a 1-for-1, but everything burned just to go 1-for-1. Necessarily what you want.
Yeah, actually everything burned on both sides. The one thing left is the Kalista ultimate. Of course, the top laners were not there, so the turret doesn't fall. If you win that fight as FPX, would have been a lot better. There you go. Well, you would have got the tower afterwards. Either way, you go. combos up onto the drum, and that's why we're saying it's a little bit hard to shut down that play pattern. If that arrow hits, it's still going to do a lot of damage either. Same Ruler, he has Cleanse, he has Flash, he might shut down either way.
I don't think the Cleanse survives. Over the wall he goes, he's going to try and rend his way out, and instead Naughto comes on through, and life once again brings death.
Oh my god. Is this really a support? I know that conversation came up with Carrier. It's like, is he actually a support, or is he just another carry? Life on this Rumble has brought that question up here in the LPL all the same, as well as Ruler. He has had himself a difficult game too. There has been so much pressure put on him on early game, and it hasn't stopped yet. JDG, though, they're going to return to this mid lane to see if they can force another fight. Arrows coming up in another couple of seconds. Ultimate from Kanavi and Yagao. Watch out for those cooldowns as well. Dragon up in 30 seconds. When you can see that without life here, without Flash, of course no ultimate for just now, maybe JDG, with their cooldowns coming up, can look to force a fight.
Able to do that. Doctown's not quite here yet, and that means FPX are going to be the ones that are second into the river. Of course, with the fact that Milky Way is so damn fed, his ability to face check kind of freely, relatively high. He's got himself a Warden's Mail and Steel Captain to quad AD or quad AD damage. Yagao alone, the only person who's realistically going to do some damage, and he's not got that much to his name.
Damage across the board, though, with first items coming in. Should be pretty high nonetheless. It really does feel like this is on execution. Yagao has ult, has flash. He's going to be able to force the arrow goes wide, and that's a big cooldown to miss. JDG, they have an ult from Yagao. Kanavi's not quite up. FPX, feels like they've managed to survive one of the big cooldowns, though.
It's an Ocean Rift as well, so Life just walks back and eats some honey fruit, and he's just fine. Dragon, started by FPX. JDG want to contest. Ruler over the wall is not in this fight right now.
Kanavi charging up that queue. It is a front to back. No flanks on this one. Yagao will be spotted on that flank. They have a honey fruit. Shallow Mega Gnar
does force the Fate's call. Flandre's ultimate about to go down. Care throws down the bear.
Oh my god!
The equalizer damage is brutal. They delete the top jungle of JDG. No longer available to play out this fight. And JDG routed, running to the hills. But FPX are ready to burn and pillage their way to what looks to be a clean 2-0. They will not go quietly into the night. They will claim everything they can. Soul Point, 3 kills, and they can't quite claim Baron because it's just too early.
The Phoenix fancies itself a spot of regicide. It kills the Ruler once more. 2 and 5 on this Callista. What an AD carry he has been for JDG, but FPX cannot for his pedigree. And they shut him down once more. In this fight, so important once again to note, there is no Ashe ult. Missing has to sidestep, the winds become lightning, but he's put out of position all the same. No value on this Ashe, really. And the combo from Kanavi and Yagao can't really get much going. Great Varus ult to pin the backline in place a little longer. And of course, the damage from the spreading ultimate, nothing to be sniffed at too. JDG have not been able to activate the combo that they want. You know, when we're coming back into live again, you know, we have a 2 and 5 Callista that's not really got much going for him. Doesn't have summoners either. FPX, they are in such a period of dominance.
They are. Kanavi, this fight. And in fairness to Kanavi, when the bot lane went wrong, immediately went top, tried to find somewhere where he could find some advantages. And yes, Flandre has got a lead. To what avail? What does the Renekton do this game? The Gnar is still useful, and you've got a 7-0-3 Xin Zhao, and the bot side of the map from FPX is just so monstrously strong. A moment to attack Care, maybe, who flashes away, throws down Tibbers. Kanavi has to flash. Flandre with the Dominus trying to get something back. The arrow does land onto Life, who is dead. The turnaround, those immediately coming through. Yagao gets over the wall onto Care and gets something here. Is this their moment? Can Jingdong Gaming get something? Milky Way, though, lurking for another win becomes lightning. Cannot get an audacious charge. Over towards the other side of the river we go as Doctor has to flash, heal away. Shallow going away. It's currently a 2-for-1, and JDG gets something, but Milky Way's back. A crunch, a wallop, a dead Ashe.
Oh my god, these fights are not stopping, but JDG, they have, for once in the LPL, met their match. 9-1. The one series they have lost is to Billy Gaming, the team we expect to be the best team in the LPL. Honestly, before this series, I was considering JDG to be the second best team in the LPL, but FPX, like they have done to so many other teams in this year, are asking questions. Flandre is strong. That's not something that we can contest at this point. While the bot lane fell apart, Flandre got a lot of gold for himself, and that's where things get a little bit awkward. The game, this fight here is not about the bot side of the map. It makes things close, but still, Doctam and the rest of his team just about managing to clean up the scraps of this fight.
And you have to call it. This play from JDG, it's a low percentage play, but that's what they've got left. Credit for trying to make something happen. They start off with a kill advantage. It's still, despite throwing everything at the kitchen sink, a 2-for-2 at best. That's all they get for their efforts. And imagine saying that FPX would out-team fight, out-skirmish JDG.
And there's something just very poetic at the fact that Life is doing it against his once upon a time lane partner of old as well. Ruler and Life, one of those historic Gen G bot lanes of past years. He has really turned up and said, I'm putting the spotlight on myself. Most of this team has been Milky Way for the early split. I think Life has absolutely smacked it out of the park. Milky Way, though, 8-0-4. Talk once again about this LDL prospect. You know, he lost his first Rookie of the Week to Sheer. And it looks like Flandre, the veteran on the roster, getting a kill back.
Is good. Care finally dies, but he's done so much work again. The problem is all of these picks are coming at cost. And now look who has to run away to Kanavi. Where does he go? He's got nowhere to go. Might be able to execute, I guess. Ari shoving in the top side. And credit to JDG, they are at the very least running people around the map. The problem is that Dragon's spawning in under a minute, and Kanavi is having to play Hayakati sacks.
And the problem here is that you can run from FPX, but you can't hide around those dragons, because you can start running them around and say, okay, it's not going to be about Dogdam, it's not going to be about Life if we can help her, and if it is, you know, we can maybe make it less about Milky Way as well. But the thing is, Missing can always fire those ults. That does help them. They have kind of like longer range combos. Ari also able to get into these fights a little bit easier too. Yeah. Feels like JDG, if they can kind of play the smoke and mirrors and avoid the 5v5, there is an angle for them yet. It's just, how do you do that when Ocean Soul is coming up in 15 seconds? Can you realistically give that up? I don't think so. I think if you give that over to the Gnar and the Xin Sao, it becomes very, very difficult. But you can't afford to give a game-losing fight either. You might just have to stomach it and say, we can't fight this 5v5.
And how on earth are you supposed to kill this Xin Sao, who's got Frozen Heart second, as a double anemic AD carry bot lane, a Vi and a Renekton? The Xin Sao is so tanky to this comp.
Yeah, it is, and you can't get him off of you either at this point. He's going to be running forward so quickly. Charm onto him. Again, that tankiness coming through nice and strong. Yagao. Oh, he has to blow his ult early. No. Yagao, that's a problem. He really needs to... Do they fight in the duration of the Charm now? They get the combo onto Gnar, but he's mega.
And just gets over the wall, stays alive, and they get a massive amount of damage back onto Kanavi. Milky Way throws down the Crescent Guard. Maybe I've cursed him slightly, but he will flash back out. Goes back in with the wind, becomes lightning. Ruler can't quite get the kill. The health bars, though, from JDG, higher than FPX is right now.
But they've used their ultimates, and you've still got Care with this big one, and you've got the life equalizer as well. FPX, they walk away with lower HP, but better tools to fight. Tibbers also scouting out this bot side. JDG think they're just going to lose themselves. The Dragon Missing might even die to the double burn. He just about gets away, and FPX, they don't get themselves a clean fight. They get themselves a bit of a scrappy one, but they get themselves Ocean Soul, and this looks like this could be the game-changing moment where FPX could see themselves over to a 2-0 against one of the very top teams in the LPL. What a scalp this would be to take. Start of this replay, Yagao forced to use his ult early, and that kind of informs the rest of this fight. JDG need to fight before the Ari ult comes out, and it feels like you really need to get something good out of it. But this is really not the situation they want to walk towards. The frontline difference is too huge. Milky Way's Crescent Guard makes it so much easier to play around this, and they can't finish off that kill, whereas Flandre, no such defense.
Every ultimate, double summoners from Ruler, not even a kill. It's so difficult. It's not like JDG haven't tried things this game, but the moment that bot lane 3v3 went as wrong as it did, this game has been triage. It's been straight to the emergency room, and they've just failed to resuscitate this game.
And they get that heart beating once again. They have some limited vision control between Kalista Sentinels and Hawk shots, but this is not an easy game. And FPX are one of our very best macro teams in the LPL. They have beaten teams purely on macro when they're behind in games. Now they're ahead. They have a lot of tools. They have an edge of Knight even on Dogdam, so he's much harder to pick off. They have the Ocean Soul. Baron's being started by Milky Way. He can't solo this, can he? I don't think he can. Not with this build. See that? That's a... Dogdam flashes forward. He's got the kill. Ruler's gone.
Left. He's gone. And that was what JDG have been trying to do. They have had to play wide because they cannot play in the 5 versus 5. And FPX know it. They punish immediately. Ruler burned everything in the last fight. So nothing left.
FPX trying to stop JDG from coming down the front and center. This would have to be a Baron steal and nothing short of it. Kanavi, how can they gatekeep out of it? Flandre walking up, giving vision.
It was supposed to be a close series. It wasn't supposed to be a whitewash. They get one. It's life dead. Kanavi has to back away. Flash wind becomes lightning. Does not land. They are getting something back. And actually, because of the initial kill, FPX cannot claim the Baron. You would think.
I mean, life is... Oh, no, I think that Kanavi is overstayed a little bit. They're going on to Vision. Charm lands enough damage. They're looking for it.
He's got Crescent Guard, but watch for Kanavi. He can just kill Milky Way! No, he can't! The Crescent Guard's there! The Sundered Sky healing! They flash to get the kill, but at what cost? It's just a Xin Zhao! It's not anybody valuable in so many ways, because you know who's left. It's the Na, it's the Varus, it's the death of JDG.
And they try and part the ocean, call him Moses, but it's an ocean soul too strong. And the Red Sea from the red team sees them through to a scrappy victory. 4 dead, only Ruler alive, and he has no hope of trying to end out this game for himself. FPX, it's been a hard-fought last couple of plays. It feels like JDG, they've tried to thread that needle as best they can. But it's so hard. What this replay doesn't show is how little vision JDG are playing with. Ruler tries to get some limited vision control, but he can't keep himself safe. This is where things get interesting, though. Life gets a little bit separated. He gets massively caught out by the Vi Ori combo beyond this point, and that means that Life can't contribute to this fight. Flandre avoids the Nar CC entirely as well. This is about as good as you can possibly hope from JDG, and even then, they can't quite end this off. I wonder if they should have just backed off from here, because this is the key moment. Great chunk onto Milky Way. There is a Vi over the wall with Flash, and he just misses it. How disastrous is that? If that Q Flash hits, that is a dead Xin Zhao before he can get that Crescent Guard, and maybe the fight turns.
It's the Molten Shield speed up. He gets an extra step, and he's just wide. That's how close that was, I think.
It is a game of not just inches, but like a tenth of a Teemo. It is so close in these games.
JDG, what a fabulous castle they built last year. Unfortunately, it feels like this year it's built on foundations of sand. You said the tides are rising. That Red Sea's coming in, and FPX looking to shape the foundations of JDG. They were 9-1. This series was supposed to be close. It was supposed to still be JDG winning, and FPX have slapped in the faces of predictions. The damage on the other side, though, gets another kill onto Life. Moments like these, I mean, JDG refused to go down without a fight, however.
Life would love to finally seal off this victory against one of his... Oh, that's a big ult from Dogtam. How much are they going to lead to? Not enough. And we calm down once again. JDG, they don't have the vision control. It's very hard for them to play into all of this fog of war. You can see that. FPX grouping towards this top side. They're remembered down, but they still have a lot of combat stats to bring to bear. A lot of gold to bring to bear in the Ocean Soul, keeping them topped up nonetheless. JDG, though, they're trying to use this pick composition to pick off particularly Life. He doesn't have a Zhonya's. He doesn't have the gold income from that. They're trying to now push out some of these extra waves and hold on to this game. Elder in a minute. Can it come down to an Elder flip to see if this series continues or ends in a 2-0? It's looking like it.
Replay again and missing. Finds something. The slow comes on through. Yigao goes over the wall, and he has got a lot of the gold. The problem is this Ari's had to go things like Morello's. It's utility build. This isn't a carry Ari.
Yeah, so folks, again, housekeeping here. The nature of this scenario is that it is so tense, but when you're looking at these builds as well, Yigao is 5-1. Imagine if he had a Lich Bane. Imagine if he had a Magi as an infantry as well. He didn't have as good at, well, he didn't have the early Dark Seal stack for all of them. Maybe you would have lost those stacks either way. But you just have to think and wonder, Yigao, if he had gone less towards the utility and more less towards the vegan Ari build, eat a bit more of that meat between your teeth, maybe that could have changed things.
You do understand that someone's got to deal some anti-heal this game, perhaps against all the people who've been so difficult to manage. You feel like you just need the HP, something to manage, but it's come at cost. How do you now carry the game when you're the one with the gold? It's not happening bot lane and JDG.
So often with JDG, it has been about can Ruler carry. He's had a hard time of it, though. This game, every bit of that anvil of FPX has been dropped onto his head. He's been trying his best. He has 2 items, but it's so hard now for him to fight beyond a 2-level disadvantage, and that's another ult landing.
It's brutal. Kanavi just doesn't get to do anything. The Fate's Call comes on through, but I think this Fate is a dodgy one indeed. You should have found something better at Lunar New Year, boys, because that one comes out of the shrine and straight into a grave. Yigao has to Spirit Rush away. FPX finds so many members, and they can start to barrel into the base.
No gods, no kings. No Callistas, no Rulers apparently either. It is only about the Phoenix. It's only about Shallow, Milky Way, Care, Doctam and Life, who have forever in this split been punching above their weight. It's not the victory lap right now. The game goes on. They get themselves, however, an inhibitor, and they'll back towards the Elder. If this isn't a death blow, though, I don't know what is. Jingdong Gaming, they have been well and truly put in their place by the upstarts of Fun Plus Phoenix.
Whether they're upstarts anymore, how long will it take before people start to really fear them? JDG have to contest.
Another ult lands! Oh, Doctam!
Yagao flashing alive, but so low. Kanavi cannot get into the pit. Fails to get over the wall. He's dead as well. Now the Elder Dragon about to be secured. JDG scrambling, running. It's fruitless. The game is over. Ruler once again slowed. Xiaolahu throws a boulder at his face, and there is nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. Your kingdom is ashes. It is a handful of dust. T.S. Eliot had it right, and it's scorched into the ground by Fun Plus Phoenix.
JDG, they have been slapped, they have been put in their place with an Elder buff and a numbers advantage. Fun Plus Phoenix show that they are not just the upstart rookies, they're not just the rookie of the split from Milky Way, they are contenders and they are working their way towards the very top of the table. Congratulations to Fun Plus Phoenix with a 2-0 victory over the three-peat champions of the LPL.
What a series, guys. That was joyful. I had a lot of fun with that.
As did I. I walked in today thinking it could be a 3-game series, but honestly, I thought that it would be a bot diff. I thought that Milky Way would be able to maybe get some fun plays here and there, but I didn't think he would have a series like that. The fact that it was a whole team effort against the home crowd of the 2,000-seat arena of JDG's home turf in Beijing, I thought it couldn't be done. I thought that they would be here to show that they were a good team, maybe a top 4 team, but definitely not anything beyond that. But honestly, they showed multiple different styles of games here. You know, they had a comeback victory in game 1 where they overcame a dominant early game from their opponents, from JDG. But this second game, it really felt like they evolved into something again there. The fact that they won this bot side 3v3 with a draft that screamed bot side 3v3 against Kanavi, Ruler, and Missing, who dominated last year of LPL. This is a special series, and thank you for joining us for it.
What a great time. And you're right. I think especially for the likes of Doctam and Life, who have been criticized, and in some ways rightly so, they haven't been consistent at the very best. At points, frankly, they've just been bad. This was a standout series. They not only stand toe-to-toe with Ruler and Missing with 2 very different game states, one where they are dived early on and forced to play from behind, another one where they opt into the knife fight and they slit the threats of Ruler and Missing. Yes, the Jin Zhao comes down. Yes, it's a 3v3, but so was Kanavi there as well. You have to play what's in front of you, and they did so with serious class. Hats off to Doctam and Life. That was not an easy game to play. That was not an easy series to play, especially with the weight of attention on them.
It's been a 4-0 day. It's been a fairly quick one, but I've loved every second of it. Folks, if you have enjoyed what you've seen today, we do this on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays when there is no official LPL broadcast. So if you like what we're doing, we'll be on YouTube, we'll be on Twitch as we are today. If you've enjoyed what we've done today, please drop a follow, drop a like. And it makes us feel good, and it helps our numbers go up occasionally. And yeah, thank you for joining us for this. Thank you, Sam. Again, his socials are in the title as well. I know it's my channels that are running right now, but obviously go give him a follow as well.
I'm going to stream myself.
Okay, all right. Well, you go do that, and I'll go send these guys over to you as well.
Fantastic. And there's miso in the fridge. Could you make some?
I can maybe do that.
Yeah, there's some tofu as well.
Yeah, folks, this has been really special. I'm probably gonna leave my stream today. Tomorrow I might do another VOD review after this as well. So often I will do the LPL games, and then we'll kind of go on afterwards to kind of figure stuff out in terms of VOD reviews beyond that too. And yeah, god damn, FPX, they looked really good. And honestly, I feel like JDG, this is not the first time where they've been stomped early game through bot side 3v3 early. Typically that was a problem of last year though. It wasn't a problem of this year really. Yeah, so that's a bit of a question mark for me. I feel like that is Yeah, and Thork, thanks. I've only really just started streaming on YouTube today, folks, so it's been a little while since I haven't really done as much of this, but if you enjoyed it on YouTube as well, the stuff that you'll see here is the English cast that we do, and the VOD reviews, which I do as well. So I do a lot of Tier 1 VOD reviews, and a lot of other things too. I did a G2 one as well. If there are games you'd like to see me review, please leave some things in the comments as well, and hopefully we'll see what we can get towards that. Who would my player of the series be? I think over the course of the series, I think it's Milky Way. But Milky Way and Life, I think, have been so good. The most improved player is Doctam. Doctam has had some awesome moments in this series, considering how he's struggled recently. This has been a huge glow up for him. And yeah, I think Shallow, who, you know, he didn't really get any resources this series, but he was completely fine in the team fights too. He had some really important Mega Gnar moments. God damn. Are we witnessing a rise of a legendary run from FPX with Milky Way at the helm? I think so. This is one of the most unexpected rises to fame because they understand how they want to play. Even with a team like OMG last year, you could tell that they just kind of like full-centered every game. I don't think they always had a full understanding of how they won games, which is why you'd see them often lose a game 1 and then they'd win games 2 and 3 in a series. With a team like FPX, they know how they are winning. They know how to win the game. And the fact that they're doing this through a jungler that is shot calling is frankly absurd. I have never seen anything like this in my time as an LPL caster, and even before that, you know, I've only been doing it for this year and the last year. This is an absurdly historic run, folks. Seriously, you are watching history here. Tune into more FPX games. Who have they got up next? We can have a look at who they've got up next. Let's have a look-see. So, FPX, who have you got up next? Because they're currently now at, what, 8 and 4? God damn, this team is going to be top 4. They might... I don't know whether they can get themselves to top 3, just because Top Esports and JDG are at 2 losses, and I don't know whether they're going to get themselves to 4 losses total. But this team has got to be top 4. That's absolutely absurd. I thought they would be, you know, bottom 5. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. They're playing with such, like, macro confidence as well. So FPX are playing IG, so they can knock them down a win, so they can overtake them. And then who else are they playing? And they're playing RNG, who are a weaker team, so they're playing them as well. And then they're playing TT. So they are playing 3... I mean, this team is likely going to go 11 and 3. That is... Or like 11 and 4, rather. They're going to go 11 and 4. That's absolutely insane. Or 12 and 4, rather. They should be going 12 and 4, because they've played 12 series so far, and they play 16 series. Yeah, they're probably going to go 12 and 4. That's absolutely absurd. Milky Way has been doing it a while in the LDL. Oh yeah, so there is no LDL live stream now. I think a lot of those games are not being broadcast live, but if they are, Sam does a lot of LDL casting. So he does that on a Costream when that's live. Roxanne, thanks for the watch streak as well. For everyone that has dropped by today, I really thanks for supporting us and what we're doing. I know I've been quite vocal about that, and I'll shut up about it at some point. But it means an awful lot for you guys supporting us and what we're doing. And yeah, I'm just waiting for Sam to get online so I can go and radio over to him, because I think that'd be a nice thing to do. Hey Sam, let me know when your stream's live. Try and do it ASAP. Cool. All right. So, Sam is my brother. He's the play-by-play from this cast. I'm going to radio over to his stream now. Obviously, that doesn't apply to YouTube. And everyone that's been watching on YouTube as well, thank you so much for joining as well. It's a very new thing for me streaming on YouTube. And I hope that... Where am I going? I'm going to stop streaming now, because I need myself a break. And I'm going to do something else for my day. I don't know. I might go watch some anime or something. Guys, I've been streaming like every day for like 2 weeks at this point. So I'm going to give myself a break. Tomorrow, so same time tomorrow, we will be streaming again. So... The games tomorrow are, let's just go check what the games are tomorrow, just before I send you off. Games tomorrow are NIPTT and IG LNG. IG LNG potentially determines which one of them could be going towards, like, last kind of playoff spot as well. Okay, folks, I'm going to go send you over to Sam now, and I hope you guys really enjoyed today. Thank you so much again for everything. Okay, oh shit, I have spelt it wrong. And those on YouTube as well. I'm going to stop the YouTube stream as well. So see you around.